well, last 20 at least. Um,
Slowly over time, they've taken more control.
yeah, and people like Bill Gates, right? I would think to myself, right? Like, if you have so much money that money doesn't fucking matter, what is the point of what you're doing? Well, it has to be power. It has to be control. He has to feel
Exactly.
like
He doesn't need money.
yeah,
It's not money that he needs. It's not money that he
it's
wants. It's
way
not money that
past that.
drives him.
It's control. It's power and control. Knowing where every individual is at any given time on the fucking plane, and then making them buy stuff and doing and social credits and all this fucking shit, which we're going towards. It does look like it's definitely going towards one world, like one world fucking society, government fucking shit thing, right? It's definitely going towards that. I mean, it's there, bro. If I can't open my phone and make a purchase, I'm fucked. Like, huh? It's control. That's the power. They're hungry. It's got fuck all to do with money. It's about control and power. Power is control of information. Information is more. It's worth more than fucking oil. I think, in my humble opinion.
That's why you just stand for your own morals, mate, and don't let outsiders influence you too much.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter too much. Like I've got like what 20, 25 year, 30 year maybe left on this planet. I don't give a fuck, man. But it's not a nice place. I'm not gonna worry too much.
Like, I used to care when people disagree with me. I couldn't care less now. I actually love it when people disagree with me because now I don't have to deal with them. You know.
Yeah, I actually love it when I tell people a really bad joke, and I can see that the look of disappointment on their face, and they go like, "Fuck's sake, P-Mac, was that?"
No, I'd have to disagree with that.
I swear to God, that actually makes me happy. I don't know why. I'm fucking sick, bro. I'm sick. I love telling really bad jokes, so people fucking go, "Oh fuck, that hurt." It makes me happy. It does. It actually does.
Right, so if it's power and control that they're ultimately after,
Yes, sir.
what power and control do they get from lying to us about what the Earth is?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, well, if you don't know where you are, how the fuck are you gonna control it? Like,
Well, one of them gives them money with the global warming that the taxes that gives them money.
Question, I have to spitball it.
We're
What
past.
is the purpose
We're
of
past.
telling us?
We're past. Hold on, PMAC.
Sorry.
So we're past the money aspect of it, right? We've decided
Right.
that they're not interested in money; they're interested in power and control. So, what power and what control do they get to when they lie about what the Earth is?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe to stop human natural progression.
Religious.
Definitely to restrict travel, right?
Religious.
Yeah, that's a good one. So they restrict our travel. That's good. We don't know everything about our environment. There could be extra land. Yeah.
Is it the devil? It must be.
I don't think it's that hard, like, to come up with this stuff. Like, I think if you put yourselves in their shoes and you found a way to justify that human beings, if you genuinely believed that human beings were not, as valuable as other people think, then you could quite easily get to a place where you'd be quite comfortable having these guys in an illusion. And in fact, to keep control, you would need that illusion to be pretty drastic.
Well, we were kind of talking about it earlier, right? When we were talking about evolution, they get to give us a creation story about how this thing that doesn't exist got here, right? The Earth being a ball and how that was created. They get to give us a new creation story. We were talking about it earlier, evolution and
Yeah,
how we
origin.
came.
Yeah.
Yeah. They kind
Right.
of
What would be your answer?
they answer all of those. Go on.
I'm sorry. What would be your answer to why, if money
I
doesn't
was
matter?
giving it.
Oh, sorry.
I was giving it.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
So, yeah, well, no, I brought it up. You're asking, so it's fine. But they get to give us a new creation myth where God or intelligence, for example, isn't needed to create something. Nature creates itself. So one of the and control, it's our origins. Roots just pointed out, and these questions about where we are, how it got here, how we got here to experience it that got here before us, obviously, is a kind of a spiritual game. I think these people, whoever they are, they get power and control. One of the things, it's not the be all and end all, but one of the things is they get to control the creation narrative.
I said religion.
I totally agree, Jedi. That's what, to stop like human progression, spiritual progression, and knowledge. It's capped, isn't it, with that heliocentric story? It's just it is what it is, and we was created out of nothing. That I mean, I don't keep saying they, but us as humans, if we did know the real story, then. And we didn't live in this lie at the moment, and we knew everything for sure. We might be a total different, breed. Not breed, but you know what I mean. We might be we might unleash and unlock, like Jedi said, some natural spiritualism and knowledge of who we really are, and that would give us other things that probably we can't even think of. I'm speculating a bit, and it's not Sunday,
No,
but
I agree. I agree with you.
You can't gain true knowledge if your foundation is based on a lie, right? If the very foundation of the thing that you think that you have knowledge about isn't even anywhere true, you don't have knowledge. So we're starting from a false premise anyway, or they've started us from a false premise. What the Earth is and how it got here. So we can't have true knowledge. It's the foundation lie.
So there must be a power gradient. It's like a good and a bad. To me, it sounds like it. I mean, there's a reason why we're here is to grow, but the power must be between good and evil. Like it's really dark here sometimes, but like I don't think the devil is an actual physical thing, right, or entity, but it just seems like it's good and evil, right?
But it's like when we say they, I mean, I can't imagine, we're all.
What?
You broke up one day.
Shut up, you reader.
Oh, I said I've got a phone call coming in. I'll be back.
Oh, great timing, bro.
I've been meaning to ask him where he's been one deck. I haven't seen him for months.
That was a fucking really good question, though. That
Yeah,
was a
been away for a while, hasn't he?
Has he been away working? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Fair enough.
Hey guys, I'm back now.
A couple of weeks back.
Yeah, one
sorry
day.
guys.
Where you been, mate? Where you been for the last few months?
Yeah, I've had a few things. Sorry, I'm not going to go into it. I've had a few personal things on, and I did feel like I wanted a little bit of a break myself from the subject, just a couple of weeks, and then I've changed jobs. I've got a new sort of job role with a different company. Previously, I'm a lone worker. I'm an engineer in a van. I can pick my own times to do things depending on demand. So I've not been in that situation for a few months. I've been working in a group inside a factory where I'm usually out and about on the road, going to different premises. So that should be getting back to normal after New Year. It was just part of the agreement when I joined this company. So I've been in groups of people and not working alone. So it's been difficult to jump on and on. But for some reason, I did want a little bit of a break from it, because sometimes it can drive you a little
Oh,
bit mad.
you have to, bro. You have to, bro.
Definitely
Yeah.
drives you fucking mental, mate.
Yeah,
Have
so it's done me well just to have a break from it and just come back a little bit gradually. And so there you go. That's what's been happening to me.
Welcome
Very
back.
healthy, mate. Yeah, very healthy. Good
Got
to
a-
take breaks from Discord.
Thanks,
Got
guys.
a question for you now that you're back and from your break and so on. And I don't mean to interrupt the conversation that was going on, but I'm dying to ask you. Since the 24-hour Antarctic observation of the sun's taken place, what are your thoughts about it? So on.
Well, I've always thought that the
Good questions.
watching the 24-hour light in the sky is not proof of the shape of the Earth. We all know that. We've been saying that for years. Looking at the lights in the sky isn't a proof of anything. And the so-called experiment was not an experiment. They've not gone through the hypotheses and the dependent and independent variables. They've just made some story up regarding the AE map and Dave Weiss's maps, which we've not really claimed as a model, and done what they've done. But I mean, at this point, Jedi, I mean, I've watched a few. I've been watching. Are we sure they went to Antarctica in the first place?
I mean, yeah.
I think they did, mate.
Everyone's saying the same things you are. I mean, did they go? The shadows don't look quite right on the camera for the position of the sun, and yeah, I've seen this as well. But
Did you not see
I'm just interested.
Did you see the Witsit one though, where he was doing going to pick some snow up with he didn't have gloves on. Then he left to get gloves, and he was talking about that mountain behind him. It looked close enough to touch, but it's actually 2 miles away. Then people were saying, well, pick some snow up. He went, I'll just go and have to get some gloves. So he ran off to somewhere to get some gloves. I don't know why they wasn't in his pocket. And then he came back to the camera and he said, right. And then he walked away about, 40 yards, bent down out of view totally of the camera, and then stood up and come back with some white stuff in his hand and threw it on the floor. And people have been pointing this out. He just looks so, some of it's very, very odd.
I think you have to give them the benefit of the doubt, mate. There are lots of verification of the 24-hour sun now down south.
Yeah. Well, I think it's if there is a 24-hour sun, that's amazing. I wonder why that is.
What else is going on? Yeah.
It's nothing to do with latitude measurements, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, it's interesting that you specifically bring that up, right? And we're talking about where the sun is and latitude measurements. Yeah, it does. This is how we measure it and where it is. It's interesting to point out some of the things that for flat earthers, the 24-hour confirmation of the sun in Antarctica has done for our side of the argument. It's done a lot of things, man. Seriously, I think it's come more fruit to bear upon our side than it is for the Glover side. They can't.
Hell yeah.
They can't even make a logical syllogism out of this, right? They can't come with premise, and then a conclusion. They can say, first premise, we observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and the best thing that they can say after that is, well, it fits our model. I mean, that's all they can do. They can't win with this. It's an observation of the sun. Where we observe it and measure it to be. It's a really interesting subject, man. I think I figured out how seasons actually work on the flat Earth now. It's really, really cool.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. I don't want to take you off, but there's a guy in the chat, El Naldo, who had a question, but he's maybe a little bit shy, so he doesn't want to get crazy, so he probably wants to do a one-on-one. I said maybe Jedi or Roots speak to him. He was generally asking, do you think it's possible to have a horizon on a globe? So I don't know if you want to speak to El Naldo if he's here, but carry on otherwise.
Yeah, Jedi, speak to him, mate.
Well, I was going to say, Root, speak to him, mate.
El Naldo, are you there?
Okay, yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello.
You asking how a horizon works?
All I'm saying is that horizon can work like in a globe Earth.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say a horizon can work on a globe Earth?
Like you can be able to see a horizon on a globe Earth.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
What would the horizon be on a globe Earth?
Like oh fuck, there's no way. Can you okay guys, I have a mother, I'm 17, can you wait a second? I'm so sorry, I'm for real.
You're fine. You're fine. Don't
Thank
do
you,
whatever.
man.
Just while we're waiting for him, though, yeah, it is great. If there was a 24-hour sun, I wonder how that is happening. Then,
Well,
Fucking-
we know.
Well, the sky is
we
very
know-
mysterious, my friend.
We know
yeah, I know.
we know where the sun goes for an observer standing underneath the sun, say the Tropic of Capricorn in Australia.
Okay, hello.
Hello, you're back,
Okay,
mate.
Okay,
sorry,
thank you. So I said, okay, you said what is the horizon? The horizon is like the apparent horizontal line in which sky meets the earth or the sea.
Okay. Is it a physical curvature for when, say, like a boat goes beyond the horizon? The curvature of the Earth, the physical Earth, is stopping us from seeing the boat anymore.
Yes, but due to refraction, like you can be able to see like farther away than what you should.
Okay. So, because of refraction, you're saying that it's possible to not be able to see a horizon on the globe Earth, but it's not the geometric one. It's in a refracted position beyond where the geometric one should be. That's your
Sorry,
claim.
can you repeat? Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I'm slow.
That's okay.
Thank you, man.
You're saying that because of refraction, you can have a physical horizon on a globe Earth, though we don't see the physical horizon, we see a refracted horizon beyond where the physical horizon should be.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
And you say that you can prove that, or that that's possible.
I'm saying that that's possible.
Okay. How?
Yeah. Well, basically, okay, for 1 second, imagine there's no refraction. Okay, refraction just happens to like make the horizon be a bit farther away than what it should be, but it works basically the same way as if there was no refraction. So it is easier to explain it that way. So basically, the curvature of the Earth like falls to your apparent down, which is not actually down. It's like the center of the Earth, and because it's falling down, you cannot see farther, and then like you just see the sky, and yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your explanation by saying that it's possible. Refraction doesn't quite work like that, though. You understand you understand what refraction is, don't you?
I'm pretty sure that, yeah.
Okay. So, are you aware of Snell's law?
No. Can you
No.
wait?
Okay. So
snails. Okay. Should I look for it?
You can do if you want to, but it just explains what refraction is.
Oh,
for
yeah.
example,
See, yeah. I know. Yes.
Yeah. So, for example, I wear glasses, and
Mhm.
because of the way that light refracts from passing through the atmosphere, from where it's reflected from, to the medium of my lenses that are made of glass, for example, because of the way that glass is curved, the light deviates its path. You understand that there are two mediums here, right? The light that's passing through the atmosphere, and then as it passes through my lenses. Now, this is what refraction is. You're saying that refraction is possible to curve light when at the moment you've only got one medium, the atmosphere.
No, because the thing is that first of all, the light itself in our model. Okay, I know your model works differently, but like try to think like about how we think. In our model, the sun sends light through space, which like is like a medium, but there's, let's call it a medium. I guess it's like a medium, but it's basically nothing. Then it enters the atmosphere, and not only it enters the atmosphere, but the atmosphere itself gets more dense the farther, the closer to the Earth you get. So it's actually like a medium that is itself like changing progressively the more closer to the Earth you get.
I understand what you mean about the density of the medium with regards to the sun, for example, the refraction model of the sun, and why we see it where it was 8 minutes later because of the refraction of the sun beyond the horizon and so on. So we understand that, but at the moment we're just trying to figure out what the horizon is. You're saying that it's curvature of the Earth, and we see it beyond its geometric position because of refraction. And that's moving it backwards and making it look flat.
No, without refraction, it would also look flat. Like you don't need refraction to make it look flat.
Sorry, without refraction, then the curvature of the Earth would be most apparent because it would be closer than the one that, according to you, is refracted at a further distance.
Yeah,
So
but because sorry, sir.
So we can figure out the distance to the horizon, can't we? If we know the size of the radius, for example, and the height of the eye of the observer, we can figure out what. Yeah. So that formula, that calculation, that equation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So, for example, if you're a 6-foot observer, your eyes are 6 foot above the water when you go down to the beach and you look at the horizon. Based on that calculation, given the size of the Earth, the horizon is just under 3 miles away, 2.8 miles for a 6-foot observer. So when we make observations of in what you're claiming as well, is it's possible to see a horizon further than this because of refraction. And if you were to take all the atmosphere out, it wouldn't make a difference. Yeah, it would. We'd see it. That's the point.
Like you would be like with refraction, you're able to make that horizon be farther away from you, and so you will not be able to look away for 3 miles, I think you said, but for more, getting until like 11 or something miles.
Okay.
But yeah, but I don't know if that's 11 or I have no idea what's the maximum that refraction can do. But without refraction, you said that without refraction you wouldn't. I think you said, I'm not sure if you said this, that without refraction you wouldn't see the horizon as flat, and I just said that yes, and with refraction you will also see it as flat. That's my opinion, and like, yeah, what you're saying is, I think, not saying anything against that just yet.
Yeah, I'm not interested in how the horizon appears horizontally. I'm interested in its position and whether it's the point on the surface of a curved object, the surface of the Earth, that is obstructing your ability to see things beyond it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you? Let's try and end this a little bit quicker. Do you think that we can make multiple observations and make better measurements with better equipment of the horizon? Do you think, for example, we could change the wavelength of light that we observe the horizon through? Say, changing from the visible spectrum, greens, blues, and yellows, to say the infrared spectrum. Do you think if we mitigated for refraction and changed the wavelength of light, we could see a truer horizon?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard about this topic. Maybe, I don't know. Like somebody said that just yesterday. I looked at it. I didn't look at it that much, to be fair. It's my first time hearing infrared stuff, and so I did the cringe thing to ask ChatGPT because I had no idea. And it said something, but I forgot. But yeah, I guess it can work. I'm not sure though.
Okay, so for example, infrared light doesn't refract as much as the visible spectrum.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so when we use infrared, do you think that if we lived on a sphere, the horizon would appear in a truer position because there would be less refraction happening because of the wavelength of light?
I mean, if what you're saying is correct, I guess. But
Yeah. So that's very reasonable to think. So when we use infrared spectrum to measure an apparent distance to the horizon appears much, much, much further away than it should do. It's not closer to the geometric horizon as within the visible spectrum. We've changed the wavelength of light to the infrared, so it should appear closer to the geometric horizon, but it appears further away than it does in visible light because we're cutting out refraction. So we see further through the infrared spectrum. The limiting factor to this in all observations should be the curvature of the Earth, but it's not. It's the wavelength of light, the atmosphere that you're looking through, whether it's dense, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, the technology that you use, the size of the aperture, the height of the aperture above the surface. It's got nothing to do with Earth curvature.
I mean, I don't. Okay, I don't have an answer, so I give you the point for now. Okay, I'm not saying anything.
I give you the point too.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
a question. Statement of fact. It wasn't a question.
Yeah, man. But I have to look for that. I have no idea, bro. So if you let me to
Research.
literally leave, I will try to come back like in some minutes. And yeah. What?
Yeah, you can do whatever research you need to do in whatever time it's going to take you to do the research. You don't have
Okay,
to go.
thank you, man.
I'm not expecting you to come up with a rebuttal to this unless you're just going to keep going back to your old position. You're going to have to take this information in and think about it. I mean, I had to when I learned this information as well. It's just we're told that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. When we study it, it's not. That's all.
Okay, let me look for it. You were cool, man. Like genuinely,
Yes,
first time people don't start yelling at me in a voice chat, in a Flat Earth voice chat. Like, thank you really much. You give me faith in humanity, okay? But so yeah, let me.
Welcome, bro.
Yeah. Thank you for real. See you in like some minutes for real, because I will come back. Okay. I guess.
I hope so, man.
Okay. Thank you. See you guys.
In
Wait
a
a
bit.
second.
Yeah, mate. Thank you.
Bye.
But yo, wait a minute.
It was funny when he first came on though, because he did sort of describe the horizon as an apparent,
He actually said that in his first.
and then he went into geometric nonsense.
Yep.
2 points I want to just mention right quick. One, Jedi brother, well done, patiently walking him through and being very respectful and kind about it. But second, his mention of like being yelled at. Is this something that often happens where people come in and get yelled at? I can understand us making fun of people when they say stupid stuff, but if somebody's approaching it respectfully, are we still yelling at them? I hope not.
No.
All right. Yeah. I would hope not, but I know that it happens.
Sometimes they feel like you are. They just feel like you are because they're hearing new information and it sounds right and it's going against their worldview. So it feels like they're being yelled at sometimes.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, don't forget that Jedi has a way of speaking to people that can diffuse a lot of bullshit. So, other people may have not hit points that he did and, satisfied him as quickly as he did.
That was good, man.
Yeah, he was good though. He did take on board what Jedi was saying. He wasn't reacting and getting louder himself and in a sort of anti-flat earther attitude. So yeah, it was a good conversation.
What can you say though to what Jedi said? Really, like we're using infrared and we're seeing further. Your horizon is not Earth curve. Bye Earth curve. Like literally, he's got nothing.
What I can say is I have to go research it and I'll come back. I'll go research it and find out. Okay.
I wonder if he's on McToon's website now.
He probably is.
See, that's the scary thing, innit? Right, I'm just going to very quickly Google search this. Awesome. McToon. And it's full of it on the first page. You get this
First
WF.
page. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends where he goes for the information. Money's down that he comes back with a first page Google search argument.
Are you
Spherical
ready?
excess? What do you think? It's probably going to be.
ready?
Terrestrial refraction.
Oh my!
Are you ready?
I hope not. We'll see.
Some kind of question.
That would be what McToon would say, right? Terrestrial refraction.
Dude's got
No,
the chart published on his site. Sorry, Jedi.
No, you're fine, man. Carry on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, McToon, man, he's got the spherical excess charts published on his website. He's proud about it, right? And he's the one that'll say, "I measured my shadow," synonymous with Mr. Eratosthenes. That's all. Thank you.
What a ball bag. Sorry.
What's the gentleman gone to find out? Was it to do with infrared, or was he looking at something else? What was the actual main thing he was going to just find out?
I don't. He didn't specifically say, but I hope it's to do with the horizon optics. Maybe just confirming that infrared doesn't refract as much as the visible spectrum. I don't know.
I think
He's trying to define the horizon, isn't he? He's trying to define it.
Yeah.
But again, brothers, like I come back to the point that like the person looking at the horizon is the one who sets that relationship, right? You close your eyes, the horizon line disappears.
I mean, yeah, horizons only occur within optics, within apertures.
Yeah, like it's the person.
But Killian, hiding inside of what you just said, hiding inside of that statement, somewhere is Earth curve in his mind.
Yeah.
But that's the idea, right? We're trying to break through the idea, or trying to instill the notion of perspective, and instill the notion that it is the person or the thing, right? The aperture that receives the light is the thing that determines the horizon line. Because all of a sudden, if that aperture doesn't exist, guess what? The horizon line effectively disappears. We can come to a conclusion that the ground meets the sky at some point, but we cannot officially observe that without having the aperture in place to literally place the horizon line.
It's an apparent position. Nothing physical about it.
That's what I mean. He's holding two positions at the same time. So now, when we hash it out with him, he's struggling to define it.
Yeah.
He wants to define the horizon as two different things at the same time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cognitive distance.
Remember his initial statement. It's possible to have a horizon on a globe Earth where it's not the geometric horizon, it's a refracted one. That's what he came in with. This is possible because of refraction.
So that means we have three then, right? We have three horizon lines. It may be incorrect. So, but based on the globe, we would have the actual hard leading edge of that globe. That'd be one. Then we would have the refracted horizon line. Then we would also have the horizon line that we personally perceive, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Saved a conversation with ChatGPT that I saw that somebody had, and they were talking about the black swan seeing the horizon beyond where it should be. And ChatGPT gave, even with, I think I can say this properly, even with the best refraction models, the distance to the horizon from changing from 1.2 miles would only change to 1.9 miles within the black swan observation. With the maximum net refraction, it's not even going to go beyond 2 miles. That's ChatGPT. If anybody holds that type of computer algorithm in any high regard.
Not at all. Yeah, it's very small. 1.2. Wow. You do have some questions tonight, Jedi. Holy shit, bro. Where'd you get them? Just kidding.
Just things that I've been thinking about over the last week or so.
I think
Especially
that's good, bro.
the 24-hour sun one is a good question. I want to know where everybody's feet are with that. And most of the people in here, I think everyone that I've spoken to, I know that they understand that this doesn't change anything with regards to how the surface of the Earth is measured. But I'm trying to see if anybody's had any thoughts beyond that, if they see the Earth in a particular way now because of where the sun is, for example.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Actually, depending on who's in the room, to how much I would say, but I think it actually debunks Dave Weiss's physical sky model, not the ground. The ground hasn't changed, but I think
available.
the sky has changed because of this in terms of
Yeah,
Dave Weiss's model.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, most definitely.
But
I think flat earthers have been ignoring something in the sky for a really long time. We have conversations about it, like the rotation of the sky, and we always get stuck on which fucking way it's going. And yes, it is coming from the. Is it clockwise? Is it anti-clockwise? But this point that's rotating in the sky that is said to be, where Antarctica is, can't be all around us at the same time. If we go south, for example. So yeah, I think that sky model has been destroyed because that's never what the sky did.
Exactly.
Yeah, too many things are unexplained and have been left unexplained, like the Southern Celestial Pole, now like the 24-hour sun. And I think this is great because I think now people are going to be more comfortable going into philosophy, older models from the past, ancient models, and hopefully this, people will start to shift a little bit from this rigid, let's not talk about it position.
Question. One of the things that came up was their flight path was tracked. These guys that went to quote unquote Antarctica. Does anybody have the link or information to their flight path? I'd be curious to look at this.
Clay has it. I think Clay got it live when they boarded the plane.
Thank you, brother.
I think we should just safely assume that they went and they went to Union Glacier.
So
yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with this because it's look, all we had when we got here was the AE map. It was presented to us as flat earthers when we started looking into the subject by all of these people that had a flat earth map on their wall behind them when they did YouTube, like Jeranism, like most of these people, right? That wasn't our model. We understood that couldn't work. Something else is like taking place. I think this is a good time to drop all of the bullshit. There's been a lot of bullshit around this fucking subject, and a lot of people have decided to, I don't know, jump ship because of what has been observed, not truly understanding that the Earth is measured flat, just having a belief because of these personalities that are on YouTube, for example, that were set up with a straw man model to 10 years later in 2024 burn down just before Christmas.
Well,
so we've seen all of this. It's been a massive psychological operation. But now we've seen the psychological operation take place. We can cut all the fucking bullshit out.
Hell yeah, bro.
I, for one, am unsubscribing from Witcher and Jaren. Fuck them.
So, again, just verify something here. Does anybody have the confirmation of their elevation above sea level when they made this visit to Antarctica?
2,000 something meter, bro.
Yeah, they were quite high up. Gemsy knows.
Right, that's the thing.
Do you know what's disappointing, Killian? The flat earthers still haven't released any data.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing that I want to know about is that based on the location in quote unquote Antarctica, right? You're just visited one spot of a big giant circle around the North Pole. My thought is still that you could
South Pole.
no North Pole because, again, navigation dictates that we have a North Pole at one central point, and every point is circumnavigated around north. Thanks for
Rob,
the.
sorry, hold on. Right.
Yep.
No, this is not now what we observe. If we're talking about navigation, yes, east and west are circles around north and south. You've got two poles. One's clockwise, one's counterclockwise, both coming from the east and going to the west. You've got two poles, dude. You can't hide from that.
Not magnetic, though, right? We just have celestial poles.
Well, we've got magnetic poles, yes, but two celestial poles. This is what we're talking about, and where they rotate around. So in the Arctic and the Antarctic, for between 60 and 90 days a year each, you will have 3 months of darkness and 3 months of continual light. That's what the observation shows us. You've got two poles.
And that's where I was jumping in to find out, based on their location and their observation point, how high above sea level are they observing the sun from?
About 2,000 or so meters, something like that.
Yeah, I think it was 2,000.
I think
Jedi, what's your view? What's your view on the whole magnetic side of things, though? Because they took compasses and confirmed that there was no magnetic pole in the south.
Yeah, so when we look at magnetic field lines, we understand that the most southern convergence points is south of Australia. It's not on the Arctic. The northern one isn't directly underneath, like, the ground position of Polaris. It's in Canada somewhere. These pole positions, they move around over time. But celestial poles is the thing that we primarily navigate. North and south magnetics are just close to those areas, and we've always had to declinate to find our reference, which would be celestial north.
Yeah, and I have no doubt, of the southern celestial pole. I actually think the southern celestial pole is very different and more observer dependent when it comes to the southern celestial poles.
Well, this is the other observation that could have taken place, but it was the wrong time of year. So they saw a 24-hour sun go around them. The next observation is when the sun's not there, what do the stars do around them? For example, when we're standing underneath Polaris in the north, stars rotate around us, that ground position. If you go to the Antarctic, do you stand underneath the ground position of this rotating point? I think the observation is yes.
But I think this point, what is it, Sigma Rectantus?
Yeah.
I think this point is in perfect alignment with the north, in the same way corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays are in alignment. And although you have a focal point on both horizons, there's only one source. Although there seems to be a two celestial points. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
So I'm saying if we've also got our personal dome as well. I believe we can match just by using, like, Bislin's model, the observations in the south in their actual positions, but based on an observer's point of view. And I think you can, if you invoke, a dome, if you will, then a parabolic curve could fully, openly, like, easily explain why we're getting these angled anti-clockwise rotations that converge to a point and around a point opposite to the North Pole.
Where's the southern celestial pole?
Above Antarctica.
No, I mean Polaris. Where's the Polaris on the opposite side of the globe?
There isn't. It's not visible with the naked eye. It's got like a magnitude of 5.3 or something.
Right,
so you need specific equipment to be able to see it. But yeah.
Why is the universe darker in the south?
No, the stars darker.
Oh, they are.
The whole southern sky is dimmer than the north.
How does that happen? We have a north celestial pole, but we don't have a southern one.
Yes, we do.
We
We're talking.
do.
Oh, we do. Sure.
2 rotation points.
Celestial pole we do. I said we don't. I'm the one claiming we don't have a magnetic South Pole.
Okay,
I
sorry.
think,
You threw me
I
off
think
there.
maybe, I think maybe we do. I think this is how you know what a bar magnet is, right? North and south, 2 ends.
Yeah.
If you got
Yeah.
a north, if you, for example, the Earth was a bar magnet, and you had north at one end and south at the other. East and if you were to stand where the divide was, say for example the equator, and looked up and watched this toroidal rotation in the sky, the
This is
ones at
globe.
the north, shush, no, it's a straight horizontal plane between the 2 divergence of the north and the south rotation. If we're to term it with a magnet, which is hard to do because we already pointed out that the magnetic field lines don't converge at the same point on the surface. But if we're to think about these rotations, if we're standing on the equatorial line, the divide between the north and the south and the bar magnet, and looking up, we would see things coming towards us in the sky. This would be east to west on both rotations, like cogs in the sky. One is rotating in the north clockwise, one in the south is rotating anti-clockwise.
Okay. What do you call the one on the south?
The South Pole. So east and west are
The star.
so east and west are circles, clockwise or counterclockwise, depending which side of the equator you're on, whether it's the northern point or whether it's the southern point. It's north and south are circles around. Sorry, east and west are circles around north and south. It's like a figure of 8, like the infinity symbol.
Yeah.
Like the analemma.
Exactly like the analemma. Yeah.
Yeah,
So this
jumping
is, that would be the path of the sun throughout. That would be the path of the sun throughout the year. That would be why we have seasons north and south of the equator, because it's most definitely, like we've been pointing out, where the sun is.
So
The
Jedi, do you
sun.
say that?
Go on. No, what's your question?
Do you say that the sun goes around Sigma Octantis as well? Then, like that would be
Right.
the center rotation point.
I think this is what we observe, right? If we're in the south and we were to take the 24-hour sun Antarctica thing for what it is, and I believe it is anyway, to see that observation and to see the night sky, which we can't in the summer because the sun's out, we see it for 24 hours. But if we were to look up into the winter sky, we would see the rotational point Solar Octantis in the south, rotating counterclockwise.
What? A star.
So we have to think about where the sun is, right? We talk about this all the time. The Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn and the equator. Now, the Tropic of Capricorn, the circle around the south is where the sun has been producing a 24-hour sun, rotating out towards that point. Now it's on its way back towards the equator, which is the maximum circle.
Thank God.
When it gets to the equinox, it changes from the southern circle, the Tropic of Capricorn circle, to the northern circle, the Tropic of Cancer circle. And for the next 3 months, it will circle in towards the Tropic of Cancer, and then we'll start seeing 24-hour daylight as the days progress and the sun tightens its circle around the north. And then for 3 months, it'll rotate back out, jump from one side of the figure of 8 onto the other side of the figure 8, and do the same thing over and over.
I see.
So Jedi, that makes complete sense in theory. But what we're seeing in the 24-hour sun footage is not the sun going around the tropic of the lower southern hemisphere. Is it Cancer in the southern hemisphere?
Capricorn in the south.
Capricorn, yeah. We're not seeing that. We're seeing the sun do a tight circle directly above their head, above Union Glacier.
Yeah, so I noticed. So I've been looking at like both sides of the footage in the Arctic and in the Antarctic. Now the sun seems to be higher in the south than it does in the north. When you see a 24-hour sun in the north, it's not that high off the horizon. Not as high as it was in Antarctica. That was really high. So I wonder where it's tilted by about 23.4 degrees or something, the sky, or whether I wonder whether it circles down north and up south. So the sun is higher in the sky in the south than it is in the north.
And that's that idea. What you've said fits my theory. I just posted in the side chat and
And mine.
right. So you have the equator as the middle line. You have the inner tropic as the inner racetrack that the sun and the moon traverse during the months of June, and then the outer racetrack being the other tropic that the sun and the moon traverse during the winter months, December.
Yeah, this is why I've been asking this question, to see if anybody else sees what the fuck I see as well. So yeah, it's pretty much something like that.
Yep. I mean, again, I posted in the side chat with the breakdown showing everything, and guess what? That breakdown is based off of nothing other than the moon map.
So the moon does this as well, but it does it quicker.
Yep, and at some point, right, the moon passes the sun, the car passes the other car on the racetrack, and that's called eclipse, or called an eclipse.
Yeah. No moon. No moon
But yeah,
at all.
the sun roots. I'm glad you pointed that out, man, because I probably would have forgotten about it. But yeah, the sun does appear higher in the sky in Antarctica than it does in the north. That's a really weird thing. I'm glad somebody else saw that.
It's also really warm in Antarctica compared to just being in Alaska. It's like you can just wear t-shirts there.
And that was a bit weird as well.
Well, I could wear a fucking t-shirt in 15 degrees weather. It's 10
Yeah,
degrees.
you can't go outside for 4 hours in a t-shirt when it's minus 20 C.
No,
So,
thank you.
all you want.
No, thank you.
Nah, and see, that's just it, right? The idea of, as is being discussed, when it is in fact winter, or sorry, summer, you have the sun being lower at a lower altitude, sorry, which to me would be bringing in a closer heat supplier in the sun itself because it's closer to the ground. And then during the winter months, it goes higher up into the sky as it changes its orbit closer to
Always one of the
North
things
Pole.
that fucking annoy my head. If the world's at a tilt, how is there an equator?
No. The world's not on the tilt. The world's not on the tilt.
No,
The
they say it's on the tilt, Jedi.
plane of the sun throughout the year and the moon is on the tilt. Gets closer and gets further away. Gets
The
closer.
moon
It
is
gets...
on the tilt. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I can see your 8 o'clock infinity symbol. I can see that.
By the way, I came back.
Welcome back.
Jedi or Jedi?
Yeah,
Jedi.
Jedi. That's
Okay,
Jedi. How you doing? You're right.
Okay. So basically, for what I found, the infrared comes out of objects that are like hot and stuff. Like the more temperature they got, the more infrared they like give to the atmosphere, not to the atmosphere, to outside. I don't know how to call it, but yeah. And so if you detect an infrared light across a high distance, it could be the object that is even more farther away throwing its infrared lights, and then you perceive those infrared lights because they reached a point in which they are visible in your line of sight now.
We're just talking about where the horizon is, mate, and
Like,
changing the spectrum of light to mitigate for refraction, knowing that infrared light refracts less than the visible spectrum.
wait, I'm gonna. Yeah. I'm accounting that. Let me do a thing. You guys can keep talking for like 2 more minutes, I guess.
Okay, no problem.
You want.
So what about them Red Sox, huh?
So just to
See,
get back to this idea of the what's up in the sky, Roots or Jedi, you guys agree, right? We paint a 6 on the ceiling. We walk across the equator. That 6 becomes a 9. Is that what it ultimately boils down to?
ultimately, yeah, it's going to depend on your reference frame with regards to the object and where it appears to you. We've already got standing on either side of it, so yeah, that's going to have a big part to how it appears to you in the sky when you change your vantage point.
Thank you, brother.
See, Alpha Veritas has joined us for this Christmas Eve special. What's up, big dog?
What's up,
See-
brother? Yeah, no, I'm just doing my morning deliveries, but I'm over here with you guys. I was kind of laying it to some baller last night, and then
Were you?
some in between on the fence flat earther as well. So
Good stuff. Some in between fence sitting flat earther. Awesome.
yeah, allegedly. You know, it always amazes me like how these guys who come in here, they try to ask some questions, be curious, and when you start to let them know about what reality is versus like how you can hypothetically put situations, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's really curious. Like the mind, what it does when it's trying to figure something out can actually, uh, you know, make things very complicated when it doesn't need to be, or add extra things when you don't need to have extra things added. Like in like let's say hypothetical examples and such, which is you know, when we're trying to explain things, we can only do something like in a cosmological aspect, like things that we see in the sky, based upon data points from information we've collected in the field. So, um, like the way you guys were explaining 24-hour sun in Antarctica and in the Arctic, they're very different, right? Similar but different. Like similar in the
Yeah.
fact that you have like rotational point from the center, and at the same time different because of the way the elevation of the sun from, or the altitude of the sun from, like the where it appears in the sky. That I think is what my take on it is. Like you have a tighter circle that what happens in the north than you do in the south. The south, it
Yeah.
seems to me, like would be the
Yeah.
opposite. But is it in reverse? There's a tighter
No,
circle in this. Go ahead.
I think this is why they say that the Earth is a little bit chubbier below the equator, because the circle of the sun below the equator is bigger.
Yeah, do we notice that with the 24-hour sun? Did anybody pay attention to that? Because the Analema was the giveaway to like this actually being the case.
I think this, yeah, and I was going to say Annalema as well. I think this is the case. I don't know, but after everything that we've observed recently, I think this is the case. It just appears to
So
be
we
a
got
bit higher. I think the circle's a bit bigger in the south than it is in the north. Seems to be lower and tighter in the north.
it actually, like if we were to say the travel of the sun, it would be kind of uh going like the path or whatever. I think if you're trying to figure out what the layout is, it's going to change the way these maps are projected. In my estimation, the way it's projected out there is not what we haven't seen a map projection like the one that could be looked at on a flat plane that hasn't been like already looked at from a cartography point of view,
Well, this
because
is
we
the
have,
thing. This
you
is
know
the
what I
thing
mean?
about this is the thing about projection maps, though, isn't it? Like the AE map, that's north centric bias. There's no other projection point. So after a certain distance, we understand that it becomes very much distorted below the equator, for example. If you project from 2 points using the points of projection as in the rotational points in the sky, the North Pole and the South Pole, having clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation above the surface of the Earth. If you have 2 projections, then you'll get a slightly different map, won't you? because
Flat map
everything
should
else
have no projection problems.
we've been caught in a one projection paradigm for like the last 10 years.
But a flat map should have
Yep.
no projection problems. A flat Earth
Cartography in
would have.
general, Rapscuttle has a problem with interjecting with his ideas because he thinks that the globe is a superior way of looking at the Earth, but he doesn't realize that map projections in general, since the beginning of like how cartography has been like used, is not an exact. Excuse me for saying this, an exact science.
Right, because the Earth
So
isn't flat. If there was a flat plane, you wouldn't need a
no,
projection.
I'm
You would
talking
just have a
about the Earth being
representation
a
of the
globe.
plane.
We're talking about the Earth being a globe, Rapscuttle. In that sense, it's not being able to be used like the way you think with the continent sizes in proportion to each other and or
Oh,
land
sure.
masses in
Oh,
respect
yes.
to another. Like
Yes, because you're
there's a lot
projecting
of
a 3D model
anomalies.
onto a 2D surface. Right, because you're projecting a 3D
No,
model
no,
onto
no,
a
no.
2D
It's not.
surface.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. That isn't the reason why. And I think that's your problem because you think that's the issue, and it's not. Do you understand? Like that's your
No,
idea
you
of
just
why
said
you
it.
think there's an issue.
You've just said it several times. I don't understand why it's not the issue.
Okay, so do you think that there's a gold standard globe Earth projection, map projection?
No,
Is that true?
no,
Then
no.
why are you saying that there's no problem with it being projected? Like because the issue is not just because it's a sphere, but because of like how cartography is done. So do you know the issues with cartography, Rapscuttle?
Yes, you have to pick your projection. Yes, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. You're still picking a projection. That's why cartography is difficult. It's because you have a globe Earth that you're picking a projection of. If it were a flat plane, you wouldn't need to pick a projection. You would just have a representation of that flat plane.
Yeah, you fucked up right there.
Yeah.
Earth is not a flat plane. You bricked it. There's topography, ups and downs. You don't know this shit because maybe you just haven't really got a chance to try it yourself.
Let's talk about the coastlines in that
I was
case. The
thinking about it.
coastlines would be mappable
here's the
on a
deflection.
flat plane.
The
No, it's
deflection.
not a deflection. We're
What's
simplifying it. You guys
Deflection.
believe that that's all the same level.
ever heard
So
of
obviously,
Coastline
all
paradox?
of them would be on a
Dip,
just
duck.
draw the map of the coastlines.
Dip,
It's not a
you
duck.
ever
Just
heard
draw the
dip.
map of the coastline.
Dip,
Excuse me,
dodge.
ever heard of the coastline paradox?
Are you talking about the farther and farther distance that would be mapping because it's fractal? The fact that fractals have higher and higher, like
He doesn't
infinite
know what this
distance.
stuff is.
That's what we're talking about versus their area. Is that what we're talking about? Not really much of a thing. It's just as you get a tighter
I
approximation,
remember trying.
the value gets better.
I remember you now. Yeah, I remember you now. You're not going to last long here, dude. If you just keep fucking talking. You didn't the other night, and through me, it's not going to happen again. So I'm just asking you a simple question. You said if the Earth was flat, then we will be able to measure coastlines. The fuck are you talking
No,
about? Dude?
I didn't say that.
Rob, I got something to say. Like, if you wanna, you're in my side, okay? So but I think it is better to to prove the globe Earth. Then there's no need for flat Earth. You don't need to disprove flat Earth. There's no need for that. Just prove that the Earth is a globe. Like, if there's no problem with the Earth being a globe, that's it. Like,
Yep.
It's easier
The
that way.
the gentleman is correct. The gentleman is correct. So,
And
Rapscuttle, I'm
pointing out that's true.
No, wait,
That's
hold on,
exactly what
dude.
I'm doing.
That's what's incumbent upon you to do. If you think that
I
the
agree.
Earth as a globe is a globe standard.
Like, for real.
Yes. No, I agree with that. So what we do is we say, let's look at distances from one point to another. What is the way to put these all together in one coherent system? And the only way to do that is on a globe. If I go through and map point to point and say, how long does it take for flight times? How long does it take to drive times? How long does it take to walk times? And I put all these grids together, I can only do that on a globe. You can't do that on a flat map.
Okay, let me. I agree with you. Okay, like, hear me out. Like, I'm on your thing for real. I agree with you, but like, you are like currently like attacking something that flat earthers cannot explain. Or
Right,
maybe
no,
you
I'm
can,
not.
or maybe you can. I don't know. Sorry. Maybe you can. Maybe
I'm pointing
I
out.
don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
pointing out it can only be done on a globe. I'm saying you can only get these measurements on a sphere.
Okay, whatever. Like maybe they cannot explain. Maybe they can. I don't care. Okay, just like they say there are some problems with the globe model. So if you show them that there are no problems with the globe model, then there's no need for a flat Earth, and that's it. Like this is not a problem the globe model has. Like there's no problem with the globe model. Like we all know that maps work in a globe model and stuff. For example, like I think Jedi, exactly, was talking about the infrared light and stuff. I'm trying to prove my point that this can work in a globe Earth, and I'm here. I almost finished, by the way. So just prove the problems the globe Earth model has. You don't need to attack the flat Earth for real. There's no need for that.
No, the point is there's no problem because I'm pointing out here's a set of observations that can only be done on a curved globe Earth. That's all I'm pointing out. So regardless of other observations, you can't get these observations on a flat surface. You have to have a globe.
That's a lie.
Like they will say they still don't have like a correct shape map, but they can eventually get something, or maybe not, or like they will say that.
Cannot.
That's it.
But they cannot. They cannot.
Okay, bro, I stand with you. I feel the same. Okay, but
right, I understand what you're saying. Look, let me see what you're saying. You are saying they're presenting these observations from various heights of things that they're claiming are infrared. They're claiming are reflections off of things, or they're claiming our view of the over the horizon. We would have to go out and reproduce, and we would have to go out and reproduce.
One of the Christmas movies. There's some good Christmas movies on Netflix.
Or we can go out and reproduce those and understand.
By the way, the guy that is talking right now, we cannot hear you really well, like for real.
Don't listen to him, bro. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, Rob was talking.
I think PMAC is hot micing.
No, it wasn't me. Sorry, no, it's not me. Some other guy.
Okay.
So I'm listening to you guys. This is interesting, bro.
So we can go out, and if we can get a recording of what is the actual place, location, time of the observation being made, that's what we'll have to do. So now, if we have that place, location, time, height, and those locations being made, we can talk about it. But we tend to not have any of these things. We tend to never have these values.
You forgot temperature.
Well, that would be with the time and location. We can figure out the temperature by looking at it.
No. At this time, next year, same exact location. Right now,
that's what time.
It could be.
That's what time means.
Next year, be 50 degrees next year at the same time.
That does vary.
So I'm confused. So now what is your claim that you're making here?
You guys always forget temperature in all of your observations, and you always forget that everything you're looking at is distorted after about 3 miles.
Because of refraction.
Why is it? I'm sorry. Why is it distorted after 3 miles?
About that, I don't know. I'm going to post something for you. You tell me what's going on in that picture.
Stuff is refracting.
So you're going to have to tell me where it was taken at and what's going on. So yes, where is this at what time of year and over how long?
Skunk Bay over the water. You can
just
go and do this anytime you want.
What
doesn't
day?
matter. It happens every day.
You just said it like the temperature. So what's the temperature? So what's the temperature there? So what are the temperatures at that point? You just said temperature mattered. You said it just seconds ago.
Here you go. I'm going to go ahead and explain. And if you talk over me, I'm going to start muting you. So you guys take a picture and go, look, it's curved. And we take a picture and go, look, it's flat. Now in there, where's the curved part and where's the flat part? Because you can take a picture at the exact same time, the exact same everything 1 year later, and you're not going to get the same results.
Because temperature varies because of like weather and stuff.
So you're looking at weather conditions? That's really good of you, Radwin. You are so awesome to find temperature conditions. Well done.
Yeah,
Good point.
so because of that image, all the theodolites that are at 100 miles saying we've got spherical excess, that's all out the window, dude. All gone.
No.
All shit's done. Jesse's done. Jesse, Path of Lies. I've debunked him on here. I took him to the other server. A bunch of people have. You notice he no longer shows up.
So you're saying the measurements made by the scientists, like, for example, 1830s, are just all wrong?
What? Yeah. So there you go.
1830s, yeah, sure.
Why? You're just going to discount it?
Why? If you're going to use a theodolite, you better do it about 1,000 feet and then do your next point if you want to get a straight line.
But they've done that as well. They've actually done that over periods of 30 feet. Yeah, 30 feet at a time. They've done that.
Theodolites in Aristotle's time?
Why are we talking Aristotle's? I'm talking about 1830s.
Did they have theodolites in 1830?
Yes.
They did? Wow.
They're measuring differences in the local acceleration due to gravity in different locations.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Were they doing plane surveying? Those guys who were doing this?
They were doing surveying.
No, just answer the question. Were they doing plane surveying?
They were doing surveying.
No, you're not. See, this is the weaselly way that you can't explain. Surveyors don't do geodetic surveying. They do a plane surveying to attain. Dude, you don't interrupt me because I'll fucking ban you. So they do plane surveying. That's the first thing they do to collect the raw data out in the field, and then they do the calculations on this in later methods. Like now, with all the technology, it's already baked into any of their devices. Their devices are what's giving them the superimposed geodetic information calculations that is over the raw data that's collected from the field from point to point. Because all you have are the lines that are transferred from a horizontal plane off into the idea that geodetic information is superimposed over that. So they do not, and I repeat, you can ask any surveyor, collect information in the field as if accounting for the curvature of the earth. They never, ever do this. Not one single surveyor that's worth their salt as a professional will ever tell you this. Now you need to understand this point, that no surveyor is going out collecting data about a globe earth or accounting for the curvature while they're doing their measurements out in the field. They do not do that. All they do is collect the information from a point to point and a distance from mean sea level. So what you're doing right now is dishonest. You're not telling people what they're actually doing and then converting it over into geodetic information, which then superimposes the globe earth all on top of that with the calculations. Once you do, then we'll understand that you're being honest in this discussion. And if you don't, you're going to find quickly that you're going to see the door. So you need to be forthcoming with that information if you want to stay in here.
Yeah, the 1830s guys didn't do what you're saying, right? They were using surveying tools, but they weren't doing a plain survey.
Incorrect. Bullshit.
Yeah, I've got
bullshit. Bullshit.
Are you calling me a liar? Is this a claim that I'm incorrect? I've got the claim right there.
Time they do not take planar surveying measurements. Not one single person that looks at the surface of the earth will be doing that on a survey. Surveyors do not do that, dude. You fucking liar. You're making a mockery of the profession and this chat as well, acting like that's what they're doing. It pisses me off to no end. I have the utmost contempt for idiots like you. You need to tell people the truth, and you're not doing so. So you're gonna get fucking banned, and every time I see you rep Scuttle, I'll make sure I'll fucking ban you, dude. You need to.
It's just the link.
I'm gonna give you redeem yourself, fucking redeem yourself, and tell people the truth. Surveyors do not fucking account for the Earth's curvature. Surveyors do not account for the Earth's curvature when they're taking the raw data information in the field. They don't do that. Tell everybody the truth,
So
and
this
everything is
link,
fine.
this link to the book.
All
That's
right.
why I said they
I'm
weren't
looking
plain
for your name now.
surveying.
I'm done.
That's it. That was a plain survey. Boy, you guys are cowards. This is amazing that you can't
Dude,
handle a true statement.
dude,
That is fantastic.
dude,
I'm
how are
amazed
miles
at this.
measured? How are miles measured? Her
Just let
lines
him
are
get his
straight.
last words
Statute
in
Miles?
before Miggy slams
It's
him.
okay. No, it's going to be slight. Look,
He
I
wants to
get it.
squawk.
You guys have fun. Merry Christmas
No,
to
Chris,
all. A good night.
can you do me
I
a favor? Yeah,
understand.
I
You
got
guys
your
are afraid.
ID, buddy. I
It's
got your
okay.
ID. It doesn't matter if you
I
run.
understand.
It
It's
doesn't
okay. I'm
matter
not
if
going
you
to run.
run. You're gonna
I'll
tell
be
the
here
people.
until I'm done.
Tell the
It's
people
fine.
the
I'll
truth.
be here till I'm done.
Tell the
Yes, I
people the
am.
truth, Rapscuttle.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm pointing out
Tell
this
them the truth.
survey done. I'm pointing
You
out
didn't.
this survey done in 1830s was done with survey instruments, and they did not like at this point they were actually looking for the curve. So they were measuring
No,
the
no, no, no,
curve,
no, no, no,
and so
no,
that's
no, no,
what they're
no.
measuring
No,
at
they're
that
not
point.
looking for
That's
something
literally
that's not there.
that's
Fuck
literally
off.
what they're
Fuck
doing.
off. They're not
That's what
looking
they
for
were
something
doing.
that's not there. Fuck
That's
you,
actually
dude.
the title of
You
the
tell
paper.
them the truth.
That's
Tell
what the
them the
title of the
fucking
paper
truth.
is. That
No, I'm not talking about the title of the paper, dude. I'm talking about what were they doing when they're taking the raw data information. What were they doing? Raw data collected has to be done in such a way that it's done with a planar
you can look at
surveying with
you
a
can
reference
no,
to a
you can look
horizontal plane. I
you
don't give a
can
fuck
look
what
at
you
what
say. It's not going to matter. You need to tell them the truth. Tell everybody here, you fucking liar. They're not going onto the
no,
earth
they
looking
did
at it
that.
as if
They
they're
actually did
accounting
that.
for
They
the
looked at
curvature.
angles.
No, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. That's
They
just
looked
fuck
at
off.
angles between
If
2
you're not going to be,
points, and they're measuring the
you're
angles.
doing a
And they measured,
disservice.
for
Get off.
example, they
Get out of
measured a
here.
heptagon, and they found 901 degrees, which is not possible on a flat surface.
Anyway,
This
It's
guy is
only
a,
possible on
he's
a
a
curved
fucking liar,
surface.
dude.
That's what the look. Just look at the graph. Look, I've shown the link. There's a link. You guys want data? There's your data. All of the data is
I'm
there.
gonna talk.
Everything you asked for.
Now I'm going to talk. Okay, good. So I already showed you why you're wrong.
Everything you've asked for is in that paper.
I showed you why you're wrong, and you agreed. You said, well, isn't that interesting? Damn.
I said that we have a point where they're looking at the measurements of. You need to explain why they have different values. They have 901 degrees. Why
Was
did
the
they
raw
get an
data
excess?
collected? Answer the
Yes,
question.
it's there.
How was the raw
Yes,
data collected?
by a telescope.
How was it collected?
By a
And
telescope
I know
from
that,
one point.
but off
Then why'd you ask me if you
accounting
knew
for
it?
the where is he at?
Then
Fucking, he
why'd
doesn't
you ask?
fucking shut the
You
fuck
said
up.
why you asked.
In 1 mile, turn right onto Oak Hill Road.
Hold on, with you guys in a minute.
Turn right, bro.
Yeah, I gotta deal with this shit.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to continue to lie. So just let him say like, okay, Rob, here's your final word on the topic, and then that way he can also square it off with his claim of coward too. So everyone here is scared of him, and this would be his final word on it. So he got to do both, and yet he's going to have to like sit and spin somehow now with like why his worldview is so contradictory.
So there's a couple of things. The other one we could do, at some point I would like to come back here and discuss pendulums and how they change depending on where you are on the Earth. That would be interesting to find out why. But this one is the survey, and I've got a list of values. It's a very easy read. You can see all the numbers. You can see what they're doing. I'm unclear why you're afraid, so afraid of this little tiny PDF. Just look through it. It has all of the data you've been asking for, all of the measurements you've wanted. It has great details on what they did. There you go. That's exactly what you wanted. Measurement of the curve. You shouldn't be afraid of people who did what
Nobody's
you asked
afraid
for.
of you goddamn schmuck. Nobody's afraid of you. You're a fucking liar. Surveyors do not take measurements in the field as if they're accounting for Earth curvature.
I'm so sorry you had to
where
start
the fuck
sparking
are
this
you?
morning. I am so sorry you got agitated this morning.
Are you saying
Dude, shut
that
the fuck up,
everything
you
is written?
spiraling monkey. Hold on,
Miggy,
Sasha. You spiraling. Hold on, Sasha. You spiraling fucking monkey. Surveyors do not take the raw data collected in the field. This is like the 5th fucking time I'm saying this. As if the Earth were a globe. They do not do that shit. Nobody has ever done.
He's using information from a book written by a man.
Yeah, can somebody please tell him that surveyors, because I'm going to be busy here for a little bit, can somebody please tell him that surveyors do not collect the information on the surface of the Earth with their theodolites as if they're accounting for the Earth's curvature? They do not do that. There's no way to get that information. On a local scale, surveyors use planar surveying.
Yeah.
They can use triangulation. There's a lot of ways that the information is collected. This idiot seems to think that that's what they're doing, collecting it as if it were a globe. Nobody ever does that. Any surveyor worth his salt will always tell you that.
Yeah.
That's how it's collected. And then it's transferred over into geodetic information. He's fucking lying right now. And if he continues not to admit that he's lying, he's gonna fucking befuddle somebody in the chat. They're gonna believe his shit. So that's why I'm saying he needs to be stopped. He needs to be, at least what needs to happen is that he needs to admit that the collection of I don't give a fuck if he thinks it's a globe after the fact. When it's collected as planar surveying information from a horizontal plane from mean sea level. He needs to tell you that. If he doesn't, he's going to be fucking lying to the chat until he's blue in the face, saying that you're afraid to look at this shit. And it's not about being afraid. It's about him being truthful. I don't care if he's here. He just needs to be truthful about this point.
I will said.
It's just like you don't want a bunch of lies in the channel. It's just that in itself. Like, if it's truth and lies, that is why the same thing, we're not really going to platform a McDuffie. Because all they're presenting is lies, and they give reasons for why they want to lie. For them, the end will always justify the means. They're pushing bullshit by any means necessary. For them, it's okay. So that's why we, like, even if, yeah, sure, we want to hear from people who disagree with Flat Earth or got some ideas for the globe, but when they're already advocating for it's okay to do so, and be deceptive, because the globe in of itself is the moral conclusion.
Yeah,
Then,
you
like,
can't
no.
lie, Rab. You can't. We can see it.
You can't lie your way to the truth.
I'm interested about that link. You know why, Crit? If he posted the link, I would expect that he passed all that information through his brain, and then he realized, okay, I realized this, and now because of that, what he realized, because of that, he posted the link to understand. Now we can look into that, but he can say what he saw it into that link, how that was measuring, what was the method, where that was it, who was it, and all other data, of course. If he can to do that in like, that's easy. For example, if you want to say about Black Swan, you will say there is Santa Barbara, there is 2 oil rigs. You will give some data. Like him, he can give some data about that link, for example.
Yeah, but he was lying when he was talking to Alpha.
Yeah,
I'll
I know.
DM it to you.
Yeah, but he
So
say,
you
I
can
want
check it
to
out.
that he didn't look that link. That would be interesting if he didn't look that link into, how to say, if he only posted that link.
Like, dive in there and pull the method out.
He didn't do anything. Somebody gave it to him.
Yeah, of course, because if you're posting something, that means that you know what is inside. For sure, I'm thinking. Or you are randomly posting because of its beautiful title or something like that.
Believe in what you post, man.
Yeah, the title is a figure of the Earth
Damn
determined from observation.
Trying to change
Because of-
topics to problems right now in chat.
What's happening, Rab?
Oh, he's still around? I thought Alpha.
No, he's here. You don't need to get banned yet.
Okay.
I'm making a fool of him.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Last I heard was Alpha said he's done.
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like,
he's close.
These guys aren't cloaked. You know, and one way to expose them is let their lips flap. They get demonstrated as the fools they are. Just like, listen to them talk. They'll say things completely incorrect with arrogance and belligerence.
Yeah.
Oh, now they got a free pass to lie.
Yeah,
based on the
people were
ball.
telling right from the very beginning. Flat earthers are saying you're gonna regret the day you teamed up with a mega church super pastor, young Earth creationist. You're gonna regret this. Think about what you're doing. Think about who you lie with. And they're like, no, McDuffie's honorable, intelligent person. Dude, he has a very large social media footprint. People know exactly what this guy is. He's not, they know, he is, when you think of the most scummiest professions, used car salesmen, mega church pastors, financial advice people, like, did this guy hit all three? I mean, what the fuck? Young Earth I mean, this is like, you see, like, why are these young Earth creationists so toxic towards flat earthers? Like Kent Hovind and Darth Dawkins, whatever the Batman one. I can't think of his name right now. Something like Globe Earth or
Mr. Batman.
Mr. Batman. There we go. It's like they're so incensed. It's like that horseshoe theory. On one end of the horseshoe, you got this young Earth creationist. On the other end of the horseshoe, atheists. And you will not tell the difference between who said what. Like, hey, who said this crazy thing about flat earthers? An atheist or a young Earth creationist? Is almost exactly. You're not even sure. They're both that crazy. So just let them talk because they're just digging the hole.
Hey man, sorry to interrupt for 1 second. Especially to Jedi. I actually have to go to have lunch now. I will talk later if I can, but it's 24, so I don't know. DM me if you wanna. Yeah. See you guys. Thank you for everything. Yeah. Have fun.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Thank you, man.
Much better result today than past.
Is it going? Shit. God damn. I heard him lie live on the stream, like. Just waiting to see how he's going to dig himself out of that fucking hole.
Who proved the courage before surveyors?
Evan, your hot, Megan? I like your Netflix, bruh.
Hey.
I like it. What's
Watching
happening on
the
Netflix, bruh?
watching the stock market, not Netflix. They're talking about Netflix.
Ah, okay. Oh, the stock market.
Home
Has
Alone
it,
for sure.
has it bombed yet?
Oh, why?
T-Mac Home Alone.
Why did it plummet?
Yeah, I'm hold on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, please.
I
Christmas,
pay
man.
attention so I know how busy we're going to get in 6 months.
The thing about the stock market is you don't have to do much work, do you? Just sit back and watch the fucking bucks rolling like. I'm sorry he left. I was actually looking forward to seeing what he was going to do. Lie to our faces like.
Any other Globers out there want to try to play Flat Earth today?
Or the stock market? I think he basically said that geodetic surveying was done on a globe. Just confirm what you just said. Like, what if the whole thing's just a projection? Bear with me. All right, fuck off. No, honestly, like the Mandela effect and all that there, I think we're living in a parallel universe. Something happened after 2012 or something. I don't know what, I don't know where we are, but fuck me, it's not the universe I fucking grew up in. It's fucking crazy. Man.
You envision equilibrium where everybody's slaves, I'm sure.
Could you say that again, but in English?
No, I was just talking.
Oh, okay. That's very good, Amish. Space magic. We're so small, man. Aren't we? It's like so small, man. Like it doesn't really matter, man. So small. Which one's the Earth and which one's the fucking sky? Intern, man. So, are you saying it's flat or are you thinking about it? Which one are you?
Another day on the globe, gentlemen.
Which is flat. Nothing new under the sun.
Do you think Santa knows it's a globe?
If not, then NORAD, all of NORAD, the North American Air Defense, they will be tracking Santa Claus later tonight.
Look, Twonga, Crick calls it Santa Claus. He doesn't call it Santa Claus.
Well, because I was born before the whole Coca-Cola takeover, dipshit.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, it was a totally different character when I was younger.
You don't drink Coke, Crit?
No, I do. I just don't accept the Coca-Cola version.
What was the version? Actually, that's an interesting question.
Hey, Nick.
In the UK, we had Father Christmas, right? Which is Santa. We call it Santa Claus now, obviously, but it's Father Christmas wore green, right?
Yeah.
He was like Santa Claus, but wore green. So I wonder what your Santa Claus looked like before.
Oh, what like his outfit was?
Just like
Yeah,
what he looked like generally. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, just like I'm trying to think of a good image, but yeah, just like a winter coat and everything, and he was kind of not really fat, but like more heavy set. He was old with like rosy cheeks and stuff. Yeah, I think just like brown. I'm trying to think of like just a basic winter coat, kind of like a brownish coat.
Yeah. So
yeah, there was no reindeer. There was no reindeer or anything like that either. He didn't live in the North Pole either. He was like a supernatural being that just manifested that day.
This is like how, I guess, let's see, images like this. This is kind of like how Santa is in British law before, like law LORE before Coca-Cola.
I'm trying to think of like they had like porcelain figures. And I'm trying to think of what it looked like, but I just can't seem to picture it.
This is apparently a traditional Victorian style of Father Christmas.
Sorry. Is everyone here a flat earther?
Yeah.
That's definitely not true.
Okay, I'm not, but most of the people out in here are flat earthers.
Well, Brick plays a flat earther once in a while.
Yeah, I can be a flat earther if you want me to.
Yeah, I've convinced someone the Earth was flat, so I get that.
What have you got?
So there's like no one here. I don't know. Let's talk about stuff. Metaphysics, cosmos, physics in general, chemistry.
All right. Why do you think
anatomy?
That's a sphere?
Are you a flat earther?
Why do I think the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah.
I think that the Earth is a sphere because of the mass amounts of evidence that I have for it being a sphere. Now, I can claim some, but I will never get to all of it because there's just so much. The main one being...
this is like, this reminds me of
no.
that... Hold on, this is the Michelle Thaler video on Big Think. It's like, oh, hey, Oliver from Twitter, I'm going to take your question. Okay, your question is, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? She's like, well, Oliver, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
That's stupid.
She's like,
what a dumb
holy
argument.
shit. Yeah, what the fuck? This is on Big Think, the social media personality for NASA, telling people, don't think.
No, they're saying don't think the Earth is flat. That's a problem.
Yeah, don't think.
No, don't think the Earth is flat. They did not appear
It's not
there.
okay to think.
That's not what the message was.
Yeah, that's exactly what the message was.
That's how you got it.
You must accept the globe, because if you start to think the Earth is flat, that's not okay to think.
No, it's not okay to think it.
Yeah, it's not.
It's bad.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. Yeah. So it's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. Yeah, it's not okay to say the Earth is flat.
It's a bad thing.
But it is a bad thing.
It's a bad thing to think that then?
If you're going to contextualize bad for the surplus of people, yeah, it's bad to add misinformation and change people's perception of what's true.
And Krianix, and why flat earther does not believe in the globe? Why they think that Earth is flat?
They're caught up in the global conspiracy that is semi-true, that we're all controlled.
No, I'm here for 3 years. That's wrong. Can you try again? That's not why flat earthers
I
think
told
that.
you the answer. That was correct. If you didn't
Okay.
understand it, that's
No,
okay. I can try
that's not.
again.
Okay, great. Okay, great. If we do like this, can you ask any person of this server, is that correct what you said? They are flat earthers. That's because you said, or they have some other answer.
Well,
Can
I
you
haven't
try?
finished, so I don't have an answer yet. You haven't heard it.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me why these people why these people think that Earth is flat? Do you know that?
Yeah, I do. So the reason all these
Can you
people
tell me?
believe that the Earth is so the reason
Oh,
these people all
it's
believe
flat. It's not a belief. They don't believe it, and they just it is. Can you tell us
brother,
why we think it is because of measurements? Go ahead.
Yeah.
The reason why any human believes anything is going to be explainable with vague terms. I'm going to use vague terms in this instance for the claim to be true. The vague terms are that you as flat earthers and many other people who aren't flat earthers feel like we're controlled. It's a global conspiracy. We feel like
No,
we're
that's
controlled
not.
because of all the manipulation and guidance of the
That's
news.
not.
Because
That's
of
not
that,
correct. Again,
people start to
that's
question
not.
authority figures in information. They don't start to trust authority for information giving, so they search other areas. They search for
That
their
could be for
people in their
That could
lives.
be for
They
everything.
search
That
for
could be.
the ways to gain knowledge.
Yeah.
And they end up with a conclusion that goes against the global Earth thing, because when you just apply
And what?
observation as a single consciousness, it's very difficult to see the Earth's curvature. But once you have a global Earth with a bunch of people on it communicating with a lot, then you're going to get people who perceive the patterns different based on where they are, and you're going to try to calculate that. So I've explained why, and I've explained why it's not.
How you perceive the sphere?
Yes, easily.
Okay, Kamala,
easily. Okay.
Can you answer his question now, Kamala?
This sucks, man. We were having a pleasant conversation about Santa Claus, and this dipshit just comes in and starts.
That's actually not what happened. I was asked about it.
But that's wrong. How you put it up? Because if I tell you, I can tell you why people believe that, or not believe, why they think that Earth is flat, or they know, however you want to put it. I can tell, but
If you want
it's
to
not
give
what
me
you said.
your rendition, it is what I said, but it's probably also what
No.
you said. Many factors.
Okay.
Like I said,
If I
it in
tell
vague
you that,
terms.
okay, I will tell you what they are saying. They are saying that Earth measures flat. That I heard.
So you think we're all misinterpreting the basic claim of flat Earth?
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are misinterpreting them because
Okay,
they
so
are
what's the
saying.
proper?
Oh, so
okay,
we have nothing to do with saying anything about government conspiracies. You're a nutcase. Earth measures flat, and that's that. You can't
Earth measures
debunk
flat.
that.
So what are you talking about when you say that?
It measures
The
flat.
surface.
You measure miles in straight lines. Things are done on
No, we
flat.
actually don't measure miles in straight lines. Only in small scale do we do that. We use different units of measurement in order to, compensate for the curvature of the globe.
Okay, what is the big scale?
The big.
No, this guy's completely bricked. You can look at any map, a whole map of America, straight line, scale, legend on that map. Completely gone. This guy's completely gone. Like, yeah, he just needs. Just go to the conspiracy channel. Just fuck off, dude. Like, seriously, just fuck off. You're dumb and boring. Like, he really thinks he cracks open like a whole continental map, and there's a curved legend on there. Holy
that's the
shit.
problem. Crit, when they are thinking, they know what, and the first thing will be, are you, because he was, his income was like it. Are you all flat earthers here? And if he said yes, the second question will be, why you are flat earthers? No, he knows why we are flat earthers, because of conspiracy, and when you tell him, no, it's because of measurements. Now what is going on? Now you need to ask about
hold
that
on. Let me
measurement,
give me like 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, guys. That's all I'm asking. Just give me 2 minutes. Hopefully, it won't turn into a shit show. All right. So, you believe that the Earth is a globe, yes? Krenix?
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay,
No,
what is the
his claim was it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
That was not my claim. That is a claim I made.
All right, that's fine. That's a claim you made. But I want to get down to why you think it's a globe, right?
The Earth is flat as fuck!
Thank you for that. Is there any measurements that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I believe there is, yes.
Okay, if you believe that's suggestive, that's great. What way is the Earth measured as a globe, sir?
So one way that they do it is they have different people at different points of the globe in a
No.
certain...
Wait, yeah, hang on, Greenix. Wait. I'm asking for a already established method that has been done ever since people had thought it was a globe. So I'm looking for the method, and I need you to tell me the established
I'm giving
method.
you it. So people back
No,
in the
I don't
day...
know. No. Wait. No, you're not. You're telling me this hypothetical of how it can be
No, it's
done.
real.
I don't want to really. So where can
Yeah.
we look this method up, sir?
It was the first way that the Earth was considered, the first way that the Earth's curvature and was actually measured and equated. The first way that they did it was through the method of putting two people at different points of the Earth and having one person's time be noon, exactly 12 o'clock. So since it was exactly 12 o'clock, they then had, well, they had to triangulate this later, but they had another person check the shadow.
Yeah, I know
So
the
that's
method.
one way.
So here-
I know that's
All right.
easily debatable, but when you gritty...
Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm gonna let somebody else take over, but just keep him on the measurement side, guys. If you want to shellac him, tell him how it's measured. He's talking about Eratosthenes. He doesn't know what his ass from a pipe wrench. So just get him on that. I'm gonna be busy. You guys can unmute him whenever you want.
Yeah.
Who wants to listen about Eratosthenes 1,700,008,003 times? Like, oh, I will get them. I know about Eratosthenes. Jesus Christ. He assumed the ball. He assumed the source of the light. He assumed so many things, man. You need to know that first.
Putin just did a video a couple days ago declaring Santa Claus as Western propaganda. And he's banned. Santa Claus is banned. Here's your traditional. See, I'm not sure how you pronounce this. Demora. This is what it looks like, or what it should look like.
Good morning, Globe Deceivers and Flattered Christmas Evers. I'll put it back up in reverse. I didn't even have to rehearse.
Asking for
Welcome, Mars Explorer. Your radio is not coming in very clearly. Mars Explorer.
So we currently have dead air, and I've got a few minutes. We have currently no spinning ball dwellers. I'm going to try to take my brain back to 2012 or so, and I'm going to defend the globe. Who thinks that they have proof of the flat Earth? Where's your map? And we got sun doing all kinds of stuff. Go ahead. None of you guys are going to defend your flat Earth model. I cannot believe this. Because we know you all have this model in your head that the sun has to do exactly what this says on this map, right? Is my mic working?
It is working.
No? Okay. So defend your flat Earth model, Sir Radwin. Go ahead.
I don't have a flat Earth model.
We all have had 10 years now to come up with something. What the hell?
Go outside and go to the beach and look straight ahead. And you'll notice if you look straight ahead and left to right, there's no curve. You can start there. It's flat and level.
I know what you're going to do. You're going to give me that old rhetoric about experiencing nature and trying to accept reality as it presents itself. I know all y'all's tricks, man.
Yeah, just a realist. I just say, look, that's a fact. And then you will say, that's not a fact. That is something that we're not seeing.
But I clearly remember in my second grade classroom when I pointed at the globe and the teacher told me about gravity and people standing antipodal to me, and it all made sense, sort of. So what do you got to say about that?
That's all you got is second grade stories.
But
That's
I
all they
have
all
like
have. It's all you
there's
Globers, especially you, Dave. All you Globers. That's all you have. Reese.
But I swear the water's curving. It's just that it's such a scale you can't detect it. I mean, why does that not make sense to you idiots?
I thought boats
Sorry.
went over. I thought boats went over the curve. Now it's too big. Which is it? You can't have both.
It depends on your relative position on the spinning antipodal planetary system, heliocentric. Back to you.
Are pools flat and level on the surface?
Natural behavior of water is to seek its level and maintain a no altitude, height difference, however you want to put it, from point A to point B across the whole surface. That's correct. Yes.
Oh,
But on a
okay.
globe,
Look on the flat Earth, new flat Earther.
on a globe, you see the water curves around because you can't detect it because ISS and satellites and man, my brain's short circuiting. This is me not being Glober anymore. Somebody else take over for me.
If there was no gravity, there would be no surfing. How you have surfing without gravity pulling the waves from the moon? No gravity, no surfing.
What I'm curious about is how the moon is tidally locked. How does the water pull the moon like that? Lock it in place.
Salt water is magnetized to moon dust.
Oh, that answers that.
So if you mix sand with cement mix, salt water will stick to it.
7th grade science class. The teacher brought out little boxes, probably similar to shoe boxes, with mortar mix in it. The powder's dust. And then we threw little tiny rocks into it, and they said, that looks exactly like the moon's surface. That's what he told us. And I said, you are right. It does look like that. And then, recently I found out how and where they filmed it in 2 hangars connected together. One was for shooting the moon stuff. The other was for shooting all the close-ups and where they had the cameras on the tracks and moving around. Isn't that interesting? And they brought in rocks, layers of rocks. Well, the base was under construction at the time. They were building new shit on the whole Air Force base. All new stuff. So trucks were constantly coming in. They took some of those trucks with rocks, brought them into the one studio and said, start filling the floor. They didn't know what they were doing. They just said, come in here. We're repouring the foundation, whatever. They don't care. They fucking drive a truck and they're smoking a joint and just driving around. They don't give a shit. And they do that. Then they poured sand and then they poured the mortar mix on top. And then they went around and placed paper mache rocks and they were able to create moon dust.
Yeah, especially like the moon rocks with the letter C's on them.
Yeah, those are just a set probably from Planet of the Apes or whatever it was back then. Whatever, they just came from the stock storeroom in Hollywood. They shipped that shit right in. And guess what? Only 12 people knew about it. He just filmed it and then they released it. Nothing was done live. It's just filmed and projected on a screen at NASA. And the controllers in the room were all looking at computer screens of the simulations they did before, and everything looked normal, so everything was great. It was a simulation. How the fuck would they know the difference? And then the news got to shoot the big screen with their cameras, and then they called that the live shot from the moon. And then that's why it looked so bad. He did it in 3 days, and he immediately disassembled it all and removed everything from the hangars and put them back to the way they were normally. No one knew the difference because of all the construction going on. Trucks going in and out. Nobody gave a shit. They're just trying to work on a hangover. It's a fucking military base.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
What's happening? No Globers, huh? They gave up, I guess. Just kidding. Am I really, really low? I'm using my Bluetooth. Tends to be really low.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little too low. All right, I'm gonna mute myself. So I keep coughing. I'm gonna cook. I'll listen now.
News Nation just announced you can use OnStar in your car for tracking Santa Claus. They're using new technology now.
This makes sense.
You make sense?
Well, no, this makes sense. Situation. Perfect. All I need to know.
happy to be working with them on this campaign. So really, for anyone who does press that button to track Santa, we will
You're hot
really
micing, by the way.
I was letting you hear the story.
The Australian Postal Service has Santa's address as Santa Claus, the North Pole 9999 postcode. But the US Mail has it at 123 Elf Road, North Pole 8888. Unfortunately, it's a bit late to get letters in though. But there you go.
Yo. What's up? What's up?
Good evening, what's up?
Not much, not much.
Where on the flat Earth are you located?
I don't know. Where are the depressed people on the flat Earth? That's where I belong.
Hmm.
You're gonna make him spiral already.
I've got crippling depression.
You should. Earth is still flat.
I wish my hotline was.
That's how we know you're a Glober.
Guys, what's happening here? Why are you all muted?
Nobody's talking.
Okay, that makes sense.
You see how simple things are when you think logically?
What up?
What up, Demok? Man, you're Anglo. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. Up. Wait.
They come in and they're like, "Don't talk to me." Shit, other rooms, you got to sit there and you can't get in, and you get monitored as soon as you try to talk. This room, they say, "Hey, he's talking," and they're like, "No." Isn't that weird?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I go in other rooms sometimes, and they just never stop talking. You can never get a word in. Not that you want to, but in here it's like a bunch of dudes standing around like fishing or something. A little globy to swim past. Or hunting. To stay nice and quiet. A little
You
globy
guys would be
deer.
like, "Democ, why you coming out and get these fish with us?" I'm like, "No, I'm waiting for the big one." You're like the big one, and then McToon comes by, and I come out and swallow him up. I want the big ones. I don't want the little ones.
Yeah, you just pull out the harpoon.
I'm waiting. So what are you waiting for? I'm waiting for the McToon whales to come through. Skrink. The great white McToons.
Yep. Like the
Seen
dude
them in
out of
these ponds.
Jaws. Dude out of Jaws with the harpoon on the boat.
"29 Globers go into the water. 32 flat earthers come out." What the? Hold on a minute.
I think McToon's too scared to come into this. Any of the 24/7 channels.
Well, I mean, he'll come in. He'll come in with the right invite. He'll come in, but you have to give him moderation. You have to make him be a mod. That way he can unmute or mute himself. I mean, he's not going to get crazy with it. McToon's not that bad with it. FTFE would probably be a little worse, but yeah. I mean, he's who he is. He's just not going to stay on any topic or point you want. He's going to try to bend it to whatever kind of skewed version of computer tactics or these numbers and data I have on this paper prove you're wrong. I mean, that's his only thing. He'll just hold up a bunch of papers and be like, "You guys are wrong because I have some papers here." Well,
Yeah,
who
that's
put
what
the?
he even said. He even said that in debates, it doesn't matter. He's happy to lie as long as it sways the audience.
Oh, I know, dude. My first debate with him, I mean, I was trying to get him to fucking comprehend anything and to stay on one point that even made sense. And when I said measuring stuff, he said we couldn't measure. We have to calculate. I said, "Well, what's a tape measure for? And isn't that up close and personal, firsthand fucking measurements? Like that's not, that's empirical. That's not far away down looky loo guess." I said, "You guys do guess measurements, not real tangible measurements from a physical attribute or something. You're just putting in fucking math. You get
Yeah,
key
it's all
positions." Yeah.
assumptions.
Yeah,
Assumption based.
they get the key position we would get in distance, but then they assume elevation beyond curve, drop down, stay the same height. And that's another thing. How can you drop down but stay the same height? Right? That's what they're doing. But that boat dropped down below the horizon, but still at sea level. Do you see what I'm saying? It dropped below sea level, but it's still at sea level. How? How do you prove that? How do you prove something can drop below but still be at that height? I'm not getting how these guys ever came up with the globe. I literally don't. They don't have no machine that shows you where the focal point of the center of the ball is versus a horizontal plane of reference that you're going along. Where's that? Where's the difference between those two things? They need a device that makes a artificial radius. An artificial radius thing that tells you, like, somewhere down on this machine in its calculation of information, there's a focal point down there. And whenever you have this little dot, it's like a dot that goes from the focal point imaginally to on your little screen. So on your screen, you got a line like a T, a line going straight down, a vertical, and then a T crossed. And then anything leaving that point would be, and it's kind of T, kind of like an arc, like a slight arc. And that would be the Earth's curve. And you would follow along the wall and be able to draw the Earth curve like you would a horizontal line. You put the laser on the wall, it shows you how to draw the laser line. You can draw it on the wall. Same with this. Project it onto the wall, trace it. This cannot be that hard. Trace globe elevation. It cannot be a horizontal. It just can't. It can't be. Because as soon as you start... Yeah, as soon as you take a string and try to rub it along a horizontal, it's only going to touch one part. The very center of that horizontal line. It will not touch. It'll go down and away from every other portion of that horizontal. It's not going to keep rubbing it. You see, it would touch it at one point in time, then would drop below and drop below on your left and right. So no matter what globe you live on, it doesn't matter. The horizontal reference and then that focal point that you can touch it with the string is the only part that can touch it on that globe you live on. A fucking string dot. That's it. Everything else, that's the only horizontal you got. Is a focal point. A foci of horizontal. The fuck? Fulcrum. It's just goofy. They're literally telling you the fucking teeter-totter pivot point is your horizontal globe Earth. So when you take a teeter-totter board for little kids and you put it along that point, or a sphere, you put it on a ball, and your kids are teeter-tottering, they're saying, oh, you can't teeter-totter because that ball is just as horizontal as that fucking teeter-totter board you put on it. That's what Globers are trying to say somehow. No, that horizontal board's going to wrap right around your globe. Perfectly.
Yeah, right. All you got to do is soak it in water and heat it up a little, and then you can form it around.
Yeah. Yep. Make sure to super glue and nail that bitch in, right?
Yeah, with your space pliers.
Just saying, like, dude, where do we get these ideas that these dudes think a horizontal is a curve? When a horizontal, the curving, they don't even.
Yeah, Mark, check this out. The biggest level that I got, the biggest spirit level, is 8 feet long. All right, that's pretty long. And it's got the bubble in the center there. And let's just say, for sake of argument, I hold it level. So that's going to be called a horizontal line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect, right? So that you got the center. There's a bubble in the center. Now there's bubbles on the ends too, but that's for different things. But the bubble in the center is for holding it horizontal. So you hold it horizontal, and you got a center point. And then on the end are 2 black rubber caps, to protect things from getting smashed with your metal bar. So the glober would say that's horizontal, right? And level, right? But if you actually charted that out with their interpretation of what elevation means, the center of my level would be at a lower altitude than
A frown,
the
a smiley
ends.
face. A smiley
Yeah, it'd
face,
be
not
like
like the bubble. Yes, sir.
yeah,
A whole bunch of
exactly.
those. A billion of the trillion zillion of those. Just little
It'd be
U's. A U, U, U,
yeah,
U, U, U. Yeah.
yeah, but more like a V, like a very shallow V.
Right. But I get you. I get what you're saying 100%. And that's what they don't understand. Digging a mud puddle is not their fucking curve. A scoop out of the
Right. So
dirt does not make.
yeah, dude, you're right. You're right. So check this out. What you said, mud puddle. Think about it.
Yeah.
If my level
Bring
is
it up.
actually a downward V, that means it could actually hold water like a puddle.
Right. Brother, the mud puddle. I told them they need a mud puddle on the side of a hill. I need to go fishing in the side of the mountain. I told him I need to stand on the top of the hill and go fishing into the side. That's what I've been asking them to do. They won't let me.
Dude, doesn't it seem self-evident that the idea that horizontal isn't level is just stone cold, incoherently stupid?
Yes. Especially when a horizontal mean of itself is the reference that we live in. The horizontal mean of reference is the top, bottom, and a center point. The center point's the main focus of life and reality. And then anything above or below is just into the dirt, into the water, or into the air. And then you go right back to that center point. It's a horizontal equilibrium of life, of existence. That's basically, we have an equilibrium too, the horizontal.
Yeah. Well, Demog, to be fair, I have to confess, I do actually have a curved level.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how to make one?
The curved level?
Yeah, it's very easy. You just accidentally run it over with your heavy equipment.
I was gonna say, what'd you do? Break it out? What'd you do? Snap it? I was gonna say you had to do something. I thought you was gonna riddle my ass out the park. I was like, hold on a minute. It's got to be. You got to crack it. You got to break this. You got to. I was gonna say a million little bubbles across the protractor. Like, what the fuck? That would be weird.
Well, once the levels get curved, they're basically called junk levels. You know, either throw them away, or you only use them for like very rough outdoor type stuff that doesn't really need to be precise.
Right, because of drainage and shit. Yeah, and then yeah. They'd have to be more precise inside or on some cement or something.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I was in fucking Jim Pandas a long time ago, and the first time I told them my balloon can beat a rocket, they all went fucking crazy. They told me I was the dumbest son of a bitch, and then Kurt popped up. He said, explain to me real quick what you're talking about. I said, brother, all I'm going to tell you is you can't increase in elevation going that way horizontally. And he stopped. He said, holy fuck. Democ might be the smartest flat earther I've ever talked to. I didn't think you were that. I didn't think. He's like, holy shit. And then he didn't say nothing for like 20 or 30 minutes. Like he shut up totally. And Curb usually will run his fucking mouth. Act like he knows everything. Right? He's not a not smart dude, you know. I can't really a lot of these dudes are really smart, but they're just goofy at the same time. You understand?
Yeah. Dude, I heard a rumor that your style is rubbing off on Whitson.
My style's been rubbing off on him ever since I won a debate with him. No. Listen, they kick me out of the room, right? They all kick me out of the room, and they say, "Democ, how dare you ask Geo for evidence?" And then as soon as they kick me out, 10 seconds later, that's all they're asking for all the Globus for. Well, do you have evidence? What can you demonstrate? And then on the other hand, the flat earthers, like like nobody's demonstrating. Like I don't know. The ask to demonstrate gets put out to me like I'm being a bad guy or being mean or being too harsh. I'm not letting them speak.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah. I'm just a
And
bad guy.
and demonstrations, right? And demonstrations, right? They don't even necessarily need to prove or disprove a proposition totally. If they give a general principle that's actually demonstrably
An
physically
axiom,
possible, right?
yes, an axiom of
Yeah.
understanding, so you can coherently communicate with each other and correspond to the fucking point. Yeah, and it's like yeah. I got this in my hand. You got
Yeah, like like the Globers say, oh, the shadow is the Earth shadow, and only a Earth that's a globe could make this shadow. And then you show them two balls, and you can't cast a shadow without it going sinusoidal. And you're like, dude, I just showed you by demonstration that your claim is wrong, you dummy.
correct, and they still think
And
they
they're like,
have
hold
something.
on, hold on. Yeah, but then they're like, hold on, bro. How dare you? That's not fair. I'm giving you a claim from my imagination, and you're giving me a demonstration. What you need to do is give me a claim from your imagination to make it fair. It's like, what now?
Yeah, they don't want to prove anything. They don't want to demonstrate it. That's pseudoscience. From now, pseudoscience is real science, and real science is pseudoscience. See how that got
Yeah,
flipped?
exactly. Yeah, in the real world, levels level and horizontal, parallel with the plane of the horizon, which is the surface. And the surface is covered in water, and water, according to hydrostatic equilibrium and Pascal's principle, is level and flat on the surface at rest. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
So now,
Okay? But then they say, no. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I didn't want to cut you off there. I got to hear the rest of it. So he's being like, what's he do exactly? I mean, I don't hear exact like if you're being serious, what's he doing like to Mahak? I don't know. I just want to know, like what I said or different.
I don't know. I got a clip that somebody that Helio clipped out. Well, yeah, it's just like sometimes you say those things like, they're like, horizontal is constantly wrapping around a ball. And then you might say something like, oh, well, how can I put horizontal and gain altitude, you dummy?
Right.
So if I trace a horizontal line around the house I'm building, did the other end get higher, you dummy?
Right. You got to add that part in there because that makes them mad. It makes them want to have to answer you somehow. They have to, dude. You'll break them. You just throw a little bit of. Man. Here's my thing. Why are insults to the minor degree not prevalent in this situation? Because if you think about it, that's all that's being done to us. It's they come in here with the idea of nothing but ridicule. So I'm going to come ridicule and be a asshole to these flat earthers because I think they're dumb motherfuckers. So I'm coming to ridicule them. The whole ridicule process is what made a flat earther not want to stick out in the crowd because of ridicule. That's what makes some globers flat earthers when their friends are more flat earthers than globers because ridicule. So my thing is if ridicule is so fucking powerful, I'm using it. And if they don't like it, that'd be ridiculous. You have to ridicule them with their ignorance of their preponderance of the information they bring forward with your evidence of the demonstration. And then they have nothing, but they break and they cry and they'll all start being goofy and you'll have to kick them out. They'll get real goofy.
Yeah.
Just say the
Yeah,
thing
like,
you're saying is dumb. Yeah, not them. Just say this thing right here you're saying is stupid. It's evidently stupid. It's just the dumbest thing. And then they have to do, this. They have to have something.
yeah, so like a good essence of that is that the shadow thing. Like they make this dumb claim that the shadow on the moon is the shadow of the Earth, and therefore, because it's this curved shadow on the moon, they say, therefore the Earth must be this particular shape. But then you can show them a reproduction of a curved shadow on a ball with a straight object, right?
Correct.
So in demonstrable reality, their claim is false, that it's exclusive to certain shapes, and they just are telling you. And usually, while they're telling you that, some of them are, in fact, let me change that. Most of them who come into the arena of actually being in the presence of flat earthers and trying to talk to them directly, most of them are trying to ridicule flat earthers. When they say this, they say, we were told this story about what we're seeing. We have no way to validate it or demonstrate it, but we're going to come in and ridicule flat earthers, and all the flat earther has to do It's just take a quick video of a straight object casting a curved shadow on a ball, and then I'm the dummy.
Right. Stay right there. Yeah, make them. They have to concede on all these points. And then when they come back in and be like, Bob, we've got you conceded already on all 10 of those points. Do you have anything else? You know, like they have to concede. Somebody, we or them have to concede. One of us is right. Only one of us is right. Now, every once in a while,
Yeah, Mark, are you trying to eat a mayonnaise sandwich while you're on the microphone? Is Elijah rubbing off on you?
no, bacon. No, hell no, I don't like mayonnaise like that. When I was little, I think I used to eat a mayonnaise sandwich. Now I'm bigger and I have more sense. I put meat and eggs and cheese on my sandwich.
Dude, I actually have a curved knife so that I can cut my tomato slices to match the curve of the earth.
Yes. The arched out back. My knife is curved so I can cut perfect horizontal pieces.
Yeah, when you think about it, if you put a tomato on top of your table and it's sitting there, let's just say, for lack of a better term, the tomato has like the perfect dimensions and a dimple on the bottom, so you can kind of place it and say, oh, that tomato's definitely straight and level. And then if you slice it through on a horizontal line to make a flat slice, the Glovers would have you believe that you just made an inverted V. I mean, that's retarded, dude. Now, of course, then they say, "Oh no, no, no! That only works on a big scale, not a small scale." But I'll be like, "Yeah, on a big scale, the premise is still stupid. It's
No,
just
it's all.
biggerly. It's just more stupid because now it's bigger and stupider."
Yeah, 360 is 360. I don't know what kind of scale they're talking. The scale of 360 is it's ratioed out to itself to be each point 360 of those for any sphere. The only thing that'll change is the circumference or the radius. So every sphere is 360. So when they say I got a little 360 and a big 360, the attributes are going to be the same. Just bigger or littler. That's it. And where are their small, big physics at? Where are their big, little marble physics for this ball being bigger, 20 times bigger than this marble in between, and this one acts funny? This one lags behind by 15 seconds while this one pulls directly to it within 3? Where are there 8 million balls behind each other in the Cavendish, 20 different little things, to where the smallest one gets pulled the hardest the most, or the heaviest one, and the light one just sits there and doesn't get affected? Do they have an experiment to where the light object next to the heavy object doesn't get affected, but only the heavy object does? Hello? Is that what they're saying? So they're saying next to that mountain, if I put 2 rocks, only the lead rock's going to pull to it, not the other rock, the lighter rock? Is that what they're saying? Did they demonstrate that with 2? Did they have a 1-pound lead weight and like a ping pong ball? Did they have a 1-pound lead weight and a helium balloon? Like, when did they actually vary and manipulate any 2 things at one time to say the difference between the 2 is going to be the reaction that they're getting from the first one? Do you understand? So, like, if I say this lead weight is moving 3 inches, then surely the little bitty ball has to, like, not move 3 inches or move 6 inches. Or the lead weight has to move 6 inches compared to the little ball moving 3 because the amount of mass is pulling it. You see what I'm saying? Like with the plumb bob. They sit it down. They say it's next to this mountain. They drop the plumb down the hole, and they say it's scooting closer to that mountain because it's heavier and has more mass. Well, where's the 3 plumb bobs that weigh separate amounts, and each one being pulled a separate amount in front of the other? Like, do you have that? Like, yeah. Why does the globe always stop at one thing? So we're so microscopic to this big ass globe, but one little big plumb bob, and that's it. That proves globe. You wouldn't put a million of them next to each other. You wouldn't put a million levels that float out on the top of your lake, and then have a little sensor on each one. And whenever each one's off, it just gives you the reading of them. I mean, why don't we have this? A whole bunch of little fucking sensors and a screen, and the sensors pop up on the fucking screen. Why is this so hard? And you have the three mean lines on the screen that represent itself. It just represents free space mean line. Don't give a fuck about globe or GPS. And then you watch the screen, you see your floaties, boom, they line up. If one starts dropping below the other one, which has to happen to be a sphere, something's got to be dropping below that other thing to be a sphere. Jesse, path of light, says he uses a theodolite, gets up on top of a fucking mountain, looks down at an angle, talking about he's equating for a slope when he's looking down the slope of a gradient of an angle. Down to the fucking other point where he's looking up from, he's looking down, he's making an angle. He's producing his own angle. He's producing his own slope to work with. And then he goes, okay, well, 0.00 whatever, 3/4 of whatever, this is whatever, right? Where are your other 57 markers behind that one? They would all be off. More and if this one's 0.34, the next one would be 35, 36, 80, 70, 60, 50, to where you get 7 inches off for 2 inches. Not just a point of nothing. Not just a point on your fucking screen. How does a focal dot point prove a globe? How does a dot that you touch on a dot, I just put a dot on the wall, now we definitely have to live on a globe, right? Because of a focal fucking point? You serious?
Oh, man.
Theodolite and a misread crosshair and a guy not using it correct. That means globe. Don't you think the fucking idiot would want to use it more correct than you? Closer than you, not further? Don't you think he'd want to outdo you and best you in every way? Why would he do the thing? So, nah, hell no. Globers come with the wrong tools to do drywall. Globers come with the wrong tools to do everything. They come with the wrong tools to do anything. Right? Flat earther comes, he brings the right tools, he starts to do the job. Well, what are you doing? Did you account for curb in your drywall? Huh? Show me how. Oh, you wouldn't be able to know how. Oh, okay. Glober, 15 miles away. What are you doing, brother? What are you looking through that tube for? Well, I'm going to measure my grandma's porch and I'm going to build her a new back porch. Well, you're looking at the front of her house, Jesse. Well, yeah, but 0.3 degrees. And the fuck are you talking about? How you gonna measure something? You're gonna fix your mom's yard and house from a theodolite from 30 miles away? Show me the measurements you got from that. And we'll go build her floor. The fuck? We're gonna go 30 miles away, you guys, to make sure something's on point. I'm not gonna go up close to it. No, that'd be stupid. Tell the machine meddlers you got a bunch of globers and theodolites ready to measure that nth degree on their metal from 30 miles away to make sure their metals are correct. Can Jesse do that? Make sure the machine has been machined to metal with the theodolite from 30 miles away.
Something like that.
That's what he's saying he's doing. He's saying he can tell you whether your fucking machining is off with the theodolite from 30 miles away. He can tell you whether you got that perfect horizontal or not.
Oh, yeah. So he can do that with a theodolite,
Yes.
which uses optics, but then you can't. So then he transversely will say, when you use a laser, which is collimated, to hit a laser transit target 25 miles away, then it doesn't mean anything.
Correct.
Get real.
Do you see the ignorance in this shit? Brother, when I
Yeah,
first
exactly. My theodolite can tell me exactly where things are 30 miles away. But your laser can't possibly do it, because if the laser could do it, then my globe's stupid. But if the theodolite does it, then I can still believe in the globe. Oh, the derper derp.
Yeah. My line of shit, what is that even? That's the given amount of air, the thickness of your line. This fucking cocksucker is talking about his line as the curve of Earth. I'm not gonna repeat this. I'm gonna repeat it. Fuck it. This dude is telling you the horizontal line of his theodolite is the curve of the Earth, that thickness.
Dang.
We're dealing with some special people, brother. These motherfuckers are special on the side of words your shit wise. Act like you know what you know.
Yeah, brother. Well, let's be fair. Let's be fair, dude. This guy believes in bumpy Earth. So he gave Indio some tracking points of him tracking a ship going out to sea. And the way he graphed it and claimed it was that the ship was rising in altitude as it goes away from him, and then lowering in altitude on the ocean, which is supposed to be level. So how can you raise in altitude and lower in altitude on a level surface? Even if he's thinking the Earth is a globe, that would still be a bump. That would be a hill in the middle of the ocean. What an idiot!
Just like the hill in your backyard is not the same height as itself. That's what I'm saying. Like your dirt can be used to strengthen the idea of what your water's not doing. So your dirt can hold its shape and rigidity in form on the surface, on the top, but the fucking water can't. So where they're trying to show you the water is this, go to the dirt, make the hill, do it. If it doesn't match the water, then it's not the same thing. A hill is a hill, horizontal water is horizontal water. Do not confuse the two. Please. Not you, just saying, general people. Yeah, because any solid hill in your backyard is what they're not going to contend with. That's going to show them our reality of going down at the bottom of the hill. You lowered elevation. You go up to the top of any hill. I don't care how long it is. It could be a 20-mile long fucking hill. If I'm standing at the top of the mountain, that's a long hill that's 20 miles that way. You're at the bottom. How do we prove we're at the same elevation from the center of Earth? Not how do we prove we're level or horizontal. How do we prove we, at different points, where the fucking center of Earth is compared to us?
That's a
Where's
good
that V
question.
pattern? Yeah. Why haven't they had an instrument that shows where the center of Earth is? Just a lion ass goofy cat toy that makes up an assumption of 3959 below you at all times. And an arc across the top of the screen in reference to the 3959 below that point. Then go build your fucking house, Globers. Use that. Don't use my flat earth horizontal. I refuse. I refuse in a better term. Refuse.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, we could get off our ass one day and do like a little thing, something to along some kind of effects of putting some floaties on water to show that within 20 miles, the left side and the right side are all above this horizontal, or there's no differentiation within like a fucking millionth of an inch when they would need a definite amount. They have to have a regulation size. To me, dude, that's just crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I talk too much, whatever the fuck. 2024, getting ready to be 2025. And no grown ass human can take a ball and mimic a fucking rolling ball around a heat source to say that's what their globe does. I listen, I know they got cartoons. I don't give a fuck. That's not empirical. That's not seeing what the globe sees. No human has ever seen what that fucking globe sees from itself to the source of light, because it doesn't exist anywhere. Nobody knows. A globe model does not explain itself because they imagine what a ball does spinning around another ball, and they imagine how they're on it. Imagine the reference frame. Imagine what you're seeing from this point. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Right.
We got little bitty cameras, dude. They put cameras in your sunglasses. They put them in your fucking nose. They put them in fucking a penguin's, a worm's toe. They put camera wherever. So pinhole cameras, pinhole cameras need to be implemented in this sphere. Get a sphere 20 foot tall, put little pinhole cameras in it everywhere in every little continent. Name them, number them, put them on the wall, put the television visual on the wall, and we'll watch this fucking sunrise, sunset for every human how we see it. Why don't they have this? This irks me. I would have made that if I was a Glober. The pinhole
Well,
globe.
even that wouldn't have a scaled, accurate representation of the atmosphere, so kind of wouldn't really
No,
work
brother.
anyway.
No, but it would give you the idea of what a sun does for a sphere. For you looking from America versus Antarctica versus wherever, because you have all the little pinhole cameras. This is only for the attribute of sight for that. This really wouldn't be proving
Yeah, but that would
air
only be that would only yeah, but that would only prove if you have it in an environment where the atmosphere is analogous, right? Because you're assuming the medium in between the objects.
We all are. We're all assuming what that medium does.
Yeah, which is the problem. Yeah, that's the problem.
Right. So
That
what
why this never works.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Now listen, I wouldn't. So after you do it regular with the ball and the little pinholes, and you get what's on the cameras, then you do it again and you blow up that cold gas. Then you do it again and you hermetically seal that ball. You see? Then you put
Hey,
like
whoa, brother, whoa, now, whoa! This is a
a
family
layer of
show.
liquid. Yeah. Then you put a layer of liquid
Not,
around it, and you use
none
liquid
of those
adhesive.
naughty words around here. That hermetically is way too naughty for this broadcast. Okay, pipe it down.
All right. Vacuum seal a sphere and put the other ball in it, and see what that looks like with some gas being released at the same time. So have like a low vacuum at the same time as a high pressure gas being released around the outer shell, and then see what it sees, right? But you'd have to have the sun source inside that shell too. So inside the room, you'd have to have atmosphere in the room. You'd have a vacuum at one side and a pump at the other, or you could have the vacuum next to the pump. I don't know. However you want to do it, but you do different ways. You put different mediums. You put air. Fill that bitch with air, 14 psi. Make it humid. Spray some spritzers. And see what you see. My thing is you kind of see what you see regardless anyway too. Like out of the water you see out of the water. Into the water you see into the water. So we can tell that the air and the water are different than each other, right? But it's how much do you need? How much compacted air, how much water you need to block the light? A kilometer of water will block light, and then times how much ever that much air horizontally will do the same thing as a kilometer going down deep of water. So instead of 1 kilometer of air looking horizontally, you got to look through a lot of kilometers of air to equal that amount of 1 kilometer of condensed water, which is air. It's condensed air. It's condensed gas, the liquid water. Fucking 14 psi. 14 psi to be good enough. Fill it with 14 psi the room. Have your little camera spinning. Have your big ass light source with like a million little things pointing out or whatever, however you want to do your sun. And then just what you see from the ball through the medium to the light. And get a side view. Well, you'll have an outside room view of looking in the room at all the things going on with the ball. You'll see the third person perspective. Then you'll see the angles or attributes you wouldn't see from this point that you would actually on the cameras facing the sun that you see on the wall for the ball. So dude, this is the best way to manipulate all the variables. And everybody could watch them play out in real time, even from a third person perspective. That way you could look down and see, okay, well, the sun doesn't do it from what I see, but in the room from that ball camera, number 3, you notice how that looks weird right there? Like it is like, you see? I'm saying, dude, I don't know. If I was a Glober, I would have did this. NASA should already have this somewhere. Guaranteed. Guaranteed they got that bitch somewhere. One of these hangars somewhere, or Area 54, they got an actual model that they tried to produce that just fucking, it fails. But they tried to make it. I guarantee you the Globe or somewhere tried to make their model what I'm saying exactly. They had to. How else could they bring you any comprehension of a spinning ball doing shit to a mathematical attribute or aspect that fits your eyesight? All the different mediums, all the different temperatures, mirages, floating, sinking, looming, air, widening, magnifying, burning, focusing. It can diffract shit too. It can focus the light too, just like a magnifying glass. Pull it away from your skin, get it real close, and it's doing good. It lights up the whole portion. Get it far away, and it focuses. So the sun could be like, light up the portion, warm, back up, focus hot. It could actually get hotter further away, but only with the attribute of a magnifying glass medium. A flat medium. Why do they keep doing plastic domes? Where's the flat piece of glass? Where's the rectangular medium we get to practice in? Why are we pushing for a spherical fucking medium when we know the medium isn't in a spherical attribute? It's in a fucking horizontal reference. That's how our elevation works. So do we ask? So what? Flat earthers are saying we're not on a globe, but we're going to show you a globe idea of how a globe glass is going to shine down on you, and the globe air is going. That doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. If I'm trying to prove horizontal gradients, why the fuck would I bring a dome piece of crystal glass into this and say that's what? Nah, I'd get a flat one. Just me though.
Dude, that's what Jesse was doing with his stupid fish tank, right? So he takes a fish tank, which is flat on the bottom, he fills it, creates a gradient in it, and even according to his own claims, that gradient would be almost perfectly flat, right? Perfectly horizontally striated. Then he shines a laser through it to attempt to show that the Earth is curved, but he just showed us horizontal gradients. So, like, what he just proved the Earth was flat. So he said you could see beyond what you could see, therefore the Earth is flat. Guys, this guy doesn't even know realize what he's doing.
Right.
Like, yeah, give me a fish tank. Give me a fish tank with the gradients that are analogous to the curved gradients.
Right. That's what he needs to do. Not only horizontal. Exactly. But my thing is for us. Okay, put your map underneath that water, then shine your light around in a circle.
What's up? Nothing good. Oh man, what a day. I may have to retire tomorrow. Democ, I may have to retire.
Why? What
Again?
happened?
You went to retirement twice now?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, the first time that I was supposed to retire was a false alarm because apparently there was actually no evidence of anything against me to force me to submit my resignation. So then they postponed it. So they're basically like taking the like the moon landings where they're like, oh, we're gonna do it 10 years from now, and then we're gonna go back to it 20 years from now. So sometime in the future, there's gonna be this evidence come out, and then I'll have to resign or commit some kind of a retirement of some style. Sometime in the future. It was supposed to be the 18th. Now it's supposed to be the 24th or the 25th. After that, it'll be like January 2037.
Retire for what?
Oh, for being a liar and a fraud and a malevolent background agent.
That's okay. I'm smarter than I thought for 1 millionth of a second. I actually had a brain cell. All right, I figured that. Not that you are. I'm just saying I figured that was the background amount. Yeah, the background accusations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I said I understand, I wasn't saying yeah, I know you are, brother. No, no. I'm saying yeah. People have said things.
Just wait till
Now
you
I
see the
understand.
evidence. You're gonna
Now
change
I
your.
understand. Yeah, that's what you're saying. At first, I thought you meant your job or flat Earth or something, and I was like, okay, hold on, I got to ask him if he's not talking about this other situation with the other boys. Yeah, gotcha. Weird though, right?
I'm not gonna hype it. I'm not gonna hype it up any more than that, except to say that supposedly the stuff was supposed to come out today and tomorrow, even though it already supposedly supposed to come out the 18th. Even though we already reviewed some of it, and it's just getting ridiculous at this point. But
Man,
whatever,
I'll tell you
whatever.
what. If I could just be slightly nicer, I guarantee you, if I did a live, I would blow so many motherfuckers out of the water just because how I am, just the way I'm funnier than they are. Just purely on that. Just the intellectual ability of goofy humor, right? To make the person laugh and break up in the middle of me talking to them. I ask them one word and they just can't answer. They're like, uh. One time, me and Sin Cleanser, we were debating and we were doing something. I said, "I'm gonna get you for the night's over. Watch." And he's like, "No, you'll never be able to get me to mock." And he's like, "I got to use the bathroom." I said, "Oh, I got his ass." In my mind, I said, "This motherfucker ain't gonna wash his hands. Watch." This is what I thought, right? He came back and sat down. We started debating. I said, "Hey, go wash your damn hands." And he stopped. He just stopped, got up. We heard him leave the thing, came back, and they started laughing and cussed at me. He said, "Democ, you motherfucker, you got me. You fucking got me. I didn't wash my hands." "How do you know?" He said, "Dude, when you said go wash your hands, I just had to stop debating." He said, "You just got me right there." He was stuck because that was 1,000,000% true. And he was like, damn, uh. So when you do that to someone in a debate and you bring up a point that's 1,000,000, they stutter still. They're like, and you're done. You won. But it has to be to the facts at hand, though. It can't be like, yeah, for the situation, yeah. So the debate wasn't about him doing that, but the debate was won because the attribute of something I pointed out that was so true, he knew it was true. He had to agree.
Oh man.
Somebody just messaged me. It said anti-globalist and democ something. Where the hell are those messages at?
Anti-globalist is a mod.
Yeah, somebody messaged. It said to anti-globalist and democ. Like I seen like the little name to my tag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I don't know where those go. I look in the little message. I don't never see them there. In the text, I don't see them there. Where are they putting that shit?
I don't freaking know either.
Yeah, that's just weird. It just like pops up on your screen, right?
What happens for me, yeah. So if you're in Discord, anywhere, if a message pops up and you don't catch it, like it won't show as where you can find it. Like it shows it's being read already. I'm like, okay, there's no way I just read that crap program. I need to go find it. Where is it? And then I got to go search it for it. Makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell sent it
Just
from where.
go to your messages to the left. Go to the top one above the servers. You see a message icon, and then it says messages, and over there you see another icon with like an envelope.
Hey,
You see
Demo,
that?
Demo.
Hello.
Yeah, Demo. I know who it is. It's somebody who really got a grudge against Crit. That's why he's called Crit's worst nightmare. He hates
Oh,
Crit.
okay.
And
Okay, I see it. It just
so
came up crit something. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I
I
have a
got the same.
room. I got a room too. Maybe they're texting maybe they're messaging each other in my room. I have a
Yeah,
Discord, but nobody ever goes there really. They just message back and forth in it.
yeah. I also get the same message. It's a dude who's got another account, but his username is a Crit's worst nightmare. He's got a grudge against Crit, and he keeps sending everybody who's in this channel messages like ad hom messages.
Okay. I see. I got you now. Yeah, that's probably exactly what it is because I get a couple of them and I'm like, what the fuck? Who is this? Where is this coming from?
Yeah, I've been getting them recently though, but I don't know anything before that.
Correct. It's slightly recent. Well, I get other ones from other people, and I can actually find those and see it'll be like from Kimbo or one of you guys. Be an actual message. But this other person, they're not my friend or anything. I don't know them from anywhere. I don't know why they're tagging me in the thing. You know.
Oh, he's got something against all flat earthers. He hates flat earthers. I don't know what's wrong with that guy, man. He's just winding people up.
His name is Star Life. He was banned by us a couple of months ago, and he's very, very, very upset about it. I don't know if you guys have access to the ban appeals room, but he's constantly messaging Crit and myself and AI and Alpha Veritas and loads of other people. But yeah, he's changed his name recently to Crit's Worst Nightmare. And now it appears he's DMing you lot. So sorry about that, guys. He seems to be really upset.
Demo.
Yeah.
If you want to find messages, because sometimes you have to accept the DMs from people.
Right. That's what I figured it was because I couldn't find it, and then the ones that I have, yeah, I got you. No, you're right. Yeah.
You got it now. All right, perfect. Because in the future, some people that you might want to, let's say someone that you like talking to, they might message you, and you won't see the message until you accept it. So you have to go to that section and check it.
Right. Because I do have like 70 requests. I usually don't click.
There
I
you go.
usually don't. Yeah, I usually don't accept people. So it could be cool people and shitheads. Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
You're gonna find on Discord. You're gonna find a bunch of spams, like people are trying to scam you, whatever. But then you're gonna find messages of people that you normally talk to or whatever. So you're gonna have to filter through the messages and check.
Right. Don't open her. Yeah. Delete. Yeah. I got you. Don't open the shitty ones you don't know or trust and delete them. Report and block.
You can click on it, but if you see it's a spam from whatever server, you're gonna find random people texting you stuff or asking you questions that you don't even know what it's about. But if it's in relation to something that you were talking, You know, maybe they're trying to have a conversation in DMs. That's it.
Right, right. But my thing is fuck that. If we're live, come in live and talk to me.
Yeah.
Like if there's something they can't say in front of everybody, then I don't need to hear it. Shit. You know, I mean,
Yeah, that might be a good way to manage too many messaging, too much messaging online. Ignore them.
yeah.
DMs are like a loophole, like a rabbit hole. You can be in DMs with people for forever.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even want to argue with a text. That'd be fucking crazy. No, hell no. Talk about AI being a fake person. You definitely are gonna get reamed on a fake text. Yeah. I'd rather be tricked by a fake AI talking in voice than a fucking text. You know.
Yeah, at least you can put it in its place by voice, make it glitch, and you'll be, huh? Are you an AI? You're glitching.
Ask it certain questions, they'll say, I can't answer that. Like the one Siri can't answer, ask them those questions anytime you think it's AI. Scarlet King. Scarlet King, the Red King. The Scarlet Harlot. What the? How come Greek words sound German? Or is it German words sound Greek? Which one is that? Is German old as Greek? It's a heliocentric model. Yeah, it sounds really nosy to me. Is the AM Rika? The AME Reich? Send out some messages. Say, come and debate. Let's talk about it. All refrigerator raiders and master debaters. Come to 24/7 flat earth haters. You'll be crying crocodile tears like an alligator. Do Globers think alligators are smooth? The level alligator. Yeah, that alligator appears level, mate.
12.
Oh, Growly, about
Oh,
Come around here with a crazy ploy. Don't play with me. I'm not a Glober toy.
there's no. I need at least 4 for that. So I've got 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Maybe I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck, dude. I need that, dude. Fucking sucks, dude. Bring a need.
So if you add mass, you levitate, and if you take away mass, you levitate. Okay. Okay. So you add mass, you quadruple the weight of the object by adding all kinds of fuel or an amount of something to it, and then it leaves Earth. Gravity's weird, isn't it? I thought it was the opposite of that. And then you take all that mass away and stuff's supposed to fall and sink down. Doesn't make no
Yeah,
fucking
man.
sense.
Gravity is more like when you go to the store and you see that massive lady with the shopping cart, you feel attracted to her. That's how it works.
I didn't I didn't hear you. My phone flipped the speaker off. I put it back on.
And I was saying that how gravity works is that when you go to the store and you see that massive lady with the shopping cart, you either feel attracted or don't feel attracted to her.
Oh yeah, that happens every time.
Mass attracts mass.
Well, I mean, to leave the Earth, it just seems weird that you have an empty cup and you should be leaving the Earth with that, right? Because the mass would attract mass, and if you don't have mass, you can leave the Earth. It seems like because it's not gonna gravity's not even a mess. They're like a butterfly, right? But then what they do is take the empty cup and they fill it to the rim with brim. They fill it to the rim. And they say, now we're going to leave Earth since we filled our fucking object with the most weight we could. That's the opposite. That's the opposite of reality. That means mass, increased mass leaves mass. Just starts fucking floating. How does that even make sense? So a big amount of mass floats away and leaves Earth at super speeds, and every greater increase in velocity is a greater increase in potential mass or force that you impart when you impact or react with any object. What the fuck? What's going on? It's all the opposite. It doesn't even make no sense. I don't know who the fuck Newton and Einstein are, but I think they're retarded, and so is everybody who goes along with it. In their calculation, the more mass I put in this cup, the more faster and better it can do away from gravity. That's reality. You fill it with liquid. Now my heavy ass cup with liquid is gonna do something special and not just jump from fucking gravity because I filled it and made it heavier. The very thing that should have pulled it down to gravity. And then I light it up, right? Giving it more potential, more energy, right? And then it starts going. That should be going down. Every bit of energy that's exerted should be going down. First of all, to ground. All the energy should be grounding out right there as fast as it can because it's next to ground. Why ain't that happening? Number two, how is the mass not going backwards to the core? How is it separating itself from the core of Earth, but yet it's more massive? The very thing they say the pendulum is being pulled and connected to because it's more massive. So now gravity's going to hold it and it's going to tell you more. Why don't we use a fucking rocket? It's more massive than the pendulum, isn't it? What happened to the rocket? It's not acting like a pendulum. It's not getting pulled down by gravity and held somewhere. The fuck? Held right in its position.
Yeah, Demok, I haven't got to ask you this question yet. I'm trying to ask everybody that I jump into, and I'm really interested in your opinion. Since this 24-hour sun's taken place in Antarctica, what are your feelings about that happening? Do you believe it? Do you not believe it? If you believe it, what do you think it means? Have you got any ideas you want to expound on about that?
I've always thought that anything can be up there above the ground, like a bird flying can be in the air. People with airplanes can be in the air. The sun can be where it's at, and the moon can be where it's at. I didn't place them there, but I know that the earth is flat, and whatever the hell they're doing where they're at, all we can do is observe and try to take note and try to best mimic the attribute of those to each other, convey it to each other. So other than that, I mean, I don't think the experiment had anything to do with the earth itself.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you. That's the answer I'm getting from most people in the channel. That obviously it doesn't change anything about the surface of the Earth, but it does point to something happening in the sky with regards to what the sun does throughout the year, where you can see it circling and so on. So, have you got any ideas about what the sun's doing? I get the
I've
Earth
always
bit.
thought, I've always thought it's done like a racetrack, and they do, or regard like a long thin racetrack, right? And how it appears to you and I as we see it play out. Like if you could see the sun the whole time on its path, it would just look because like perspective. So since we can't see the sun the whole way I imagine, it's just an imagined thing, is a long loop like a racetrack. And if you wanted, you could have the N at one end and the S at another end, right? Like the magnetic idea, if that's whatever. So you have one end, you have the other end. You call one end north, you call one end south, right?
When
That's
when
your area. And then the sun.
sorry to interrupt. When you say racetrack, do you mean like a zero, or do you
Yeah,
mean like
a stretched out zero, yes. Flat.
gotcha?
Yep. And then the sun goes along its path in accordance. It does what it does, Just sticks to that kind of area, kind of like a superconductor would stick to its plate area. So it goes along the superconduction and rides along its path, and it's like a long 12-hour portion right here, and then 12 hours back. So 12 on the left and 12 on the right for the north. That would equal the 24, and then it goes along its regular, and then 12 on the left and 12 on the right for the south.
Yeah. So I think I understand what you're saying. I think what we see is a figure of 8 in the sky, not a
And
0.
well,
Like
it's
the
well, hold on. You know how a Pringle chip is designed, right?
yeah.
Okay, take that design and draw it on paper, and if you hold it at an angle, it makes the analema. Even though it's the outside edge of the Pringle, like a racetrack loop, it's not really touching. In our perspective, when they film it, it looks like it's actually, it's not really, but it looks like that. It's just a thin, yeah. In my mind, that's what I'm thinking. It's not really crossing itself like an 8. It's just going close enough down, up, down, back to you like a Pringles chip outline pattern. And then when you look at it at that a certain angle to the left, or like you look at it at an angle, then it looks like that it makes the analema perfectly. Because up closer to you when you're close, and then far away and little back, then yeah.
Cool, I get you.
But yeah,
Yeah,
the
man.
analema, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
say, yeah, and there's other ways. See, like I said, that was the first way I thought. Like when people were like, "It's happening for 24 hours," I was like, "Well, shit. If you take the left side of the track and the right side of the track long ways and just cut it, and you have the sun go along its path, that's like the equator right there, and then it would, do whatever it's doing, and then it would hit that part for 12 hours. They would see it coming around. 12 hours, they see it coming around, and then it would do its thing again, and they would just see. But it could also be in the middle, like a credit card. I've always thought two C's could be connected to, and the north and the south could actually be orientated like around each other. Some fucking how. Regardless, I mean, I don't know. It's just
But it's all one shot, Demok.
what is it?
It's just one camera.
Do they do it for the whole entire time and see where it approaches Antarctica and then where it leaves? Like the point of entry and then the point of exiting? Because if they don't do that, then what are you talking about, Brenda?
You're talking about the 24-hour
No, I'm talking
sun.
about the whole thing, the whole sun that even reacts down there at all, from start to finish. I'm talking about not whoopie doo Brenda. Fucking look one day. No, we're not doing that. What does it do the whole time, Brenda? How does it approach to Antarctica and how does it leave? That's what you need to tell me, smarty.
Circles in and circles out. So when you
What are
stand,
you talking about?
when you're standing in Antarctica throughout, I think it's a period of about 30, 40 days or so, the sun starts to get higher and higher on the equator. You see it in the sky for 24 hours, but throughout a short period, about 2.5 months, the circle gets higher in the sky. The circle gets tighter around you. And then when it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, then for a short period it starts circling outwards, getting lower on the horizon until you can't see it anymore. And then you're in, some kind of sunlight and then perpetual darkness for about 3 months of the year.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I'll just explain what we observe.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
We observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
What does
Yeah,
that mean, Brenda?
we see a 24-hour sun, but we see that phenomena for about 60, 70 days.
What's the elevation, Brenda, of that circle? Is it one elevation, Brenda? Is it just one perfect hula hoop? Can you draw that one perfect hula hoop you're trying to describe, or is that not what's going down?
Well, I don't think it goes up and down, but I don't think that's the important part.
Does it go perfectly in a hula hoop? It doesn't matter what you think.
No, it doesn't. No,
So
it
it doesn't go up or down. Is that what you're saying?
For
I
24
told you
hours. For 24 hours, the circle is horizontal with the horizon. But throughout
No,
the
it's
course
not.
of throughout the course of days, weeks, and months,
that circle, the sun appears to get higher and higher in the sky until it reaches the tropical Capricorn, and then it starts to get lower in towards the horizon throughout the days, weeks, and months.
How can it be
Up and down, up and down, up and down.
How can it be over the Tropic of Capricorn when I'm in Antarctica and it's south of me?
You're standing inside the tightest circle of the sun. You're standing inside the same as in the Arctic. Inside that circle, you get to see the sun circle you because you're inside the circle.
How can it be north of me when I can see it south of me?
What do you mean north and south of you? Where are you standing?
Well, if I'm in Antarctica, if I'm on Union Glacier, then the Tropic of Capricorn is north of me.
Okay, it's all around you. If you're standing inside that circle, yes, it is.
The Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, and Capricorn are all north of me. But when I'm looking south, I see the sun.
Yes, because that's when it's on the other side of the circle, because you can see it for 24 hours. You're not standing directly. You're not standing directly in the middle of the rotation point. If you're going to say that's for sake of argument, why are you talking? For sake of argument, dead in the centre of Antarctica, where the sun has reached the Tropic of Capricorn, which is a circle of equal altitude around that ground position. You're standing inside the circle.
Just a minute.
As that circle gets wider, to you, the observer, the sun gets lower and lower and lower towards the horizon until it fucks off and it becomes perpetual darkness.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to take off. I got something that came up.
Okay. Bye.
The sun.
What are the chances that you open your, Jetta, you open your mic and then you ask Dimok about this topic and Brenda just dozed off? That's crazy.
I didn't know my name was Brenda. It's okay.
No, that Jetta asked Dimok this question about this topic, and then you guys start talking about it, and then Brenda shows up, and she has replies for everything you guys are saying.
Right.
Or going against what you're saying or whatever. About the sun, there is a combination of things happening, obviously. There's also something called Snell's window, so there might be some refracted phenomena happening from the heavens above. And when you look into the window of the helion, like this window of the sun, this window might have multiple layers that you can see through.
Yeah, I just find it a very interesting subject at the moment. Now that we've confirmed that type of observation, so I'm asking everyone's opinion. So I appreciate yours as well, Dimok, man. What do you think's going on, Jamesy, with the sun and where it is?
Look. Oh, where it is?
Yeah. Because we often get asked in this server, right, from Globe Earthers, where does the sun go when it sets? Doesn't it carries on going away from the observer? We've always said this. and we can point this out by the sun doesn't go anywhere. It's always above the earth. Look, there it is for over 24 hours for a few weeks, if not months, a year in 2 locations. So 4, 5, 6 months a year, you can see a 24-hour sun. So it doesn't go anywhere. It's always above the earth, right? It's always going to be dependent on your vantage point to how you perceive the sun. If it rises and it sets, depending on your location relative to what it does over your location. If you're on that circle, directly underneath it, or close to its circle, or within that circle at a certain time of year. Sometimes you'll be able to see it. Sometimes you won't be. It'll be completely dark. So we always know where the sun is. It's always above the earth. Just little things like that, right? This 24-hour Antarctic observation of the sun is, I'm going to say this for a while, has done more good for the flat earth than it has for the globe earth.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting phenomena, but obviously, it hasn't changed anything, I will say. But I've just been thinking about the light phenomena, how interesting it is. I remember showing this some time ago that I took a picture of a bubble, and it was a double bubble. And you see the light source. I posted it. The light source is the sun, but then you can see like reflections of the sun inside of the bubble. You can see like 4 little dots of light inside of the bubble, and that's like reflections of the sun inside of the bubble.
There is always the evidence that you can find on YouTube, TikTok, and X, and so on, of photographs of 2 suns in the sky. One a bit smaller behind the bigger one in one direction, another in another direction. There are those type of, I can't hold anything to them because I've never seen this phenomena before myself, but there is that phenomena of 2 suns in the sky. Some people say they see.
You remember that hot spot from the high altitude balloon? So there might be some type of phenomena that from the ground you're seeing these. There's a lot of depending on your angle, there's a lot of light that is being casted into a point, and you kind of see that's the sun, but then within the layers of the medium between the observer and the actual phenomena, it's that double sun, the way it looks, it's super interesting. It could be something like that. But the sun, the phases of the sun, there is this, when the sun halos and all that stuff. So it kind of shows, it's almost like a window that you look in through.
Are you talking about like the phenomena called sundogs, those types of things? Where you get halos.
Yeah, when you see that whole phenomena, I posted something. When you see that whole phenomena, it's almost like there is multiple angles that the light is going through. So depending on your position, you can see through the window, or next to the window, or below the window,
or
through the window.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
There is the snail's window that the fish can see like 360 degrees horizon above him. So if you're the fish in this medium, and then there's another medium above, and the sun is kind of like doing that circuit above, but there is a window that you look in through where you can see the 360-degree circuit of the sun doing that. There is a combination. I don't think it's one thing happening. There is a combination of variables, obviously, but we're mi- we have some, we're missing others.
Yeah, I understand that, mate. There's always, and more than likely, some type of sky magic taking place. If we're going to be talking about how that light will be refracted, as you're pointing out, who knows at the end of the day? But yeah, cool, Gemsy. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think the sun would be fake down there or have to be or whatever. I wouldn't say that right away at first, anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I don't think it would be reasonable just to say that it was fake, so I'm prepared to take it for what it shows.
Yeah, and I've never had like when I first got into it, I thought about all that because that was all brought up. It's not like it wasn't brought up. The 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun. I said, well, that's what the sun does on flat Earth. It goes above your head, doesn't set. So that's not a proof to me of a globe, and so never. I mean, never really has been.
Yeah, who turns the sun off at night? Because it's always been a 24-hour sun.
It has. You're right. You're right.
And that's another thing. The format of this land layout and stuff was here before Demok. I'm not Plato. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about with his cave, just like you would be or anybody else. So I could bring my description of Plato's cave to you. And is it any better or more valid than yours at the end of the day? The only way it could be is demonstration, right? I mean, so like, we didn't make this shit. Motherfuckers are like, oh, flat earthers are so dumb, this and this, they don't know. You you motherfuckers don't know anything that human can't know anyway. We didn't make all this shit as humans. We were just born, went to school, got taught what we were taught, and then here the fuck we are. That doesn't mean everybody was born like, oh, the sophisticated physics somehow, the sky and the space air and stuff. What the fuck? Come on, man. None of them dudes back in the day. I don't give a fuck who stares up. You know how many people in the world have been fucking like not here anymore that have had way more brilliant fucking ideas that no one ever heard that outdo the ones we have. And then how many people we've heard their ideas and it just gets pushed aside because that guy's a bum on the corner or something else or he's not a specialist. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't got to be a specialist to be alive and point something out that makes more sense to anybody else or not. You just don't have to be. And it's not a bad thing to be a specialist at anything either. See, I mean, that's not, yeah. We didn't make maps. We didn't make this fucking layout. We didn't make the area of orientation we've been given. So to say, hey, flat earthers, you got to know all this, that would be fucking stupid. What would you do if Newton walked up today and started saying crazy shit? If Newton walked into the classroom today, an AI robot or an actor that just spoke exactly like Newton, didn't say they were Newton, and just tried to propose a new idea, but would, yeah, what would happen to him today, right now?
I mean, some people would listen to him.
Yeah, and then they'd steal his idea off of him.
Well, if he can prove stuff, like people will listen to him, and then yeah.
So if the bum right now walked up to you and had the intelligence of Einstein and Newton, Tesla, Elon Musk, all, just whoever you thought was smart, right? Brown, just all these people, right? And they're a bum on the corner, and you don't know their attributes or they're you just don't know nothing about them. How do you know that you're not going to push them away?
I mean, me personally, I like to listen to everybody. So if like he says interesting stuff, I think it's interesting stuff. I
Well, I
would
can
listen
make
to
up
him.
Star Wars. I'm not saying interesting. I'm saying which one's true. So if the bum walks
Well,
up and starts
interesting.
writing, hold on. So if the bum writes an equation and he comes up and does something that's more valid and poignant in reality than you could ever fucking do, then why would you still say, well, you might be, and I need to take this and incorporate it to all that? Like you would shun the dude. I promise you.
Yeah, maybe I would think, yeah, like the first thought would be he's incorrect, because of course, like the first thing you suppose is like, if it's contrary to what you've ever like seen, of course you first think like, nah, that cannot be true. But then if he genuinely shows you, nah, bro, like this works and the other doesn't, and you can look at it like this, yeah, I would help this guy and like try to make people understand that this guy's correct.
Yeah, Mark, how do you think when Einstein published his theory of relativity, do you think people just like looked at his scribbles and said, "Oh, awesome, genius"? Do you think
No,
that's
like
what
a lot
happened?
of people. No, a lot of people
What
said like
attribute or
that's
action
bullshit.
did
I'm
you do?
asking Demok. So, like,
Okay,
most of
sorry.
the people, most of the physicists of the time couldn't even understand the math in Einstein's relativity. I'm talking about general relativity. So
Well,
they didn't
Einstein
read
couldn't
it.
even do the physics
Yeah.
that matched his
So
math.
yeah,
So
yeah,
what's
yeah.
his match? Hold
Exactly.
on, stop. Don't say
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
If
You're
he
spot on.
couldn't do the physical attribute of a ball spinning, what are you talking about?
I'm not talking about the ball here.
A
Dummy.
ball, the math of a ball, brother. All balls spinning around balls.
You're a
That's
bit cheap
complicated to you?
retard here.
Yeah, it does sound retarded.
Yeah. So they
That's your
only appreciated
reality.
the theory after physical evidence was found matching the predictions of the theory. That's the answer. So today everybody, sucks off Einstein, but that's after the fact. That was not the case on day one when he publishes his super complex theory and people go like, brilliant, the man is a genius. No. That happened much later after evidence in reality was found matching the predictions of his theory. There you go. So when a bum walks up to you on the street and gives you Einstein field equations, you don't have
We
any
don't have a
reason to
ball,
respect the bum.
brother. We need ball
You
physics
have to
matching with
study
ball
that
physics.
shit for years, figure
Of
out
what
what it
ball?
predicts,
Peter.
then figure out how to
Peter.
find evidence.
Peter, shut the fuck up. You're saying prediction, so you must mean hypothesis. Can you get me the hypothesis from Einstein's paper published November 25th, 1915, please?
Gravitational lensing.
That's not a hypothesis. I need you to get me the hypothesis from his paper. So get that for me, and then you can come off mute. How about that? Put that in the side chat. Because you're talking about predictions, so you mean scientific predictions. Because we're talking about natural science and physics here, right? So just get that for me, and then I'll take you off mute. Meanwhile, Dimmock, you can continue your conversation. I don't know why Peter was so triggered and decided to bounce in here, but he gets triggered pretty often.
Just that putting in some turkey.
made a prediction of all the balls moving around without any balls. That's a summary.
Democ, who were you talking to previously before Peter interrupted you?
I think
El Naldo. El Naldo.
Ronaldo what?
Ronaldo, were you talking to Democ about gravity?
I don't remember, man. I heard something and I said something. I'm doing stuff like, you know.
All right, no worries.
Yeah. Thank you, man. I was talking to Jedi about like hours ago. So
What's going on in here, guys? Merry Christmas, everybody. Watch out for the satanic
Merry
Christmas
Christmas.
trees, though. I spent the entire morning in Earth Awakenings, and I don't think I'm a
Jesus is a
better
false
individual
prophet.
for it. Okay. Are you Islamic or something? Or Muslim? I don't know.
Wait, what did you say? You're in Earth Awakenings and what? That jackass like spoke while you were speaking. I couldn't hear what you said.
How about you go fuck yourself?
I can't get too mad at him
Damn
because I
you,
kind of
bro.
feel like that's how I was coming off in Earth Awakenings. I wasn't telling people to go F themselves and stuff, but I was interrupted a lot. But I don't feel like I'm a better individual for being in there all morning. Like, I feel like I'm much more stupid now.
Man, who's the butthurt Christmas hater in here?
The doctor that probably isn't a doctor like all the other professors that aren't professors.
Dr.
Christmas is a
Jordan?
devil's
Jesus.
holiday.
Yeah, whatever, dude. You can just get banned, sucker. How about that? Nobody cares about your little epitaphs or whatever the heck they're called. If you want to have a conversation about it, maybe try to start one.
Maybe when you have a conversation, don't swallow your tongue.
Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah.
Maybe when you have a conversation,
Whatever
you don't
that
want to
means.
swallow your tongue while interpreting a sentence, correct, right? Yeah, what I thought.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Wow.
Don't swallow your tongue. Hey, derp a derp.
You probably got
I
like
think it's time to.
you probably got like cheated at Christmas.
Yeah, get banned, fool. There you go. How about that?
It's best AI when you get them in the middle of their sentence. You know, sometimes people ban them, but like they're not even talking. Like
Yeah.
that's no fun.
My favorite is when they're texting and you know they've been writing something for like 5 minutes and they've been editing it. They're about to send it. And then
Yeah, that's a good one.
That would send me into a rage. Like I'd throw my phone.
Right? You spend like 20 minutes typing up a fucking long ass thing and then you just get banned. Oh, that's fucking glorious.
Googling words to make sure they're spelled correctly and shit.
Right?
But I got to do that with I'm dyslexic, so like my spelling's atrocious. So like a lot of times, like if I want to be like really precise, I'll Google. And then all of a sudden, I just can't post it. Oh, I would get so mad. But, I told my daughter that Christmas got postponed for a week because every 27 years there's like a weird rift with the calendar, and you don't find out till like Christmas Eve. And she was like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "No, I'm kidding." My wife's like, "Stop saying that. She's gonna freak out."
That's a good prank to pull, though. That's funny.
Yeah, I shouldn't do. That's kind of.
That's gonna destroy someone's life. I'm gonna go on mute for a little bit, guys. I'll be listening though. I gotta watch the barbecue for everybody coming down, but I'll be here.
Doing a barbecue, nice.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a little bit of everything, to be honest. It's like Thanksgiving, Christmas type stuff. It's weird.
Nice.
Barbecue.
Man, that room, it was interesting because it's like the other side of the coin, like where like everybody in FED has a big problem with Witsit and his ether arguments. And then spending, I mean, I probably from last night and today, I've probably been in there for a total of like 5 or 6 hours collectively. And it's weird hearing their perspective because like all they did was kept accusing me of being a cult member because I said gas moves freely in all directions unless it's acted upon by like, colliding with something, then it'll change its vector.
Who was calling you the cult member?
Oh, there was a which well, actually it was just
Probably a
specifically
Glover.
Witsit. No, it was Witsit. Yeah,
Witsit?
Yeah, Witsit said that I was a cultist and that I can't go beyond what my cult masters tell me to say.
What did your cult masters tell you to say? I'm curious because I want to learn.
That gas doesn't have a downward bias, and to say that just because gas doesn't have a downward bias doesn't mean everything else doesn't have a downward bias.
What does the downward bias mean?
See, that's what I asked. I said my bird bath doesn't have a downward bias. It's staying put pretty well and
No,
not
you
moving
messed
unless
up.
something knocks it over.
No, that's where you messed up. Directly ask. What the fuck does a downward bias mean? Witsit. You explain it, please, and give him the floor.
Oh, yeah. No, he said stuff wants to go down.
Down
Yeah,
which
no,
way?
I did ask him that.
Down
Exactly,
to the
floor.
left, down to the right, down up, or down?
I guess down.
Down.
Down under.
So helium, clouds, the sun, the moon, everything has a downward bias, right?
That's a cult argument. You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say ping pong golf. He literally said, "Dude, it's ping pong golf ball. How many times do I have to explain this to you?"
Yeah, I would say that everything agrees.
Are you serious?
Everything has a downward.
One second. Holy shit. He said
ping pong golf ball. Do I literally have to explain this to you?
Right.
That was just
Yes. Direct
so
quote.
no equation, no rewritten format of formula, no physical attribute of anything, just ping pong golf ball. So he's gonna outdo every fucking human with just ping pong golf ball. Go ahead, I'm done.
Well, it gets weird because he says just because gas doesn't have a downward bias, or just because gas doesn't move in a downward bias, doesn't mean it doesn't have a downward bias. Because you can levitate a ping pong ball with a speaker.
That's silly.
You can levitate an airplane with gasoline that you fill it up with, and turn on the motor, and it vibrates and presses and pushes thrust. What the fuck? So what?
I should have asked their opinions on Christmas trees, but I didn't. They would have started calling me a satanic pagan, maybe. Oh, they also did say, and it wasn't Witsit that said this, but there was a couple ether guys in there that said God and ether is impossible to separate.
Oh, well, there
That
you
was said
go.
today as well.
They might as well be saying ether evolution.
But I mean, that's kind of a big matzo
Evolutionary
ball
ether.
pagan.
Think about that, brother. Hit him with it.
Yeah,
Say you guys are
right,
no
but-
different than evolution with your ether. It's just ether evolution.
Yeah, but to claim God cannot create without ether existing, that
Now hold on. No,
kind of
don't
freaks
even.
me out to even say that.
Right, but don't worry about the way you take it. You gotta hit them back with the thing, with like the reality of it. So you're saying ether is God. So you have an intelligent, stupid fucking ether that knows everything, but it's retarded. Where's the intelligence in ether? The same way there's no intelligence in evolution or a Big Bang, right? No, I'm
I have
saying
to
that's what you got to tell them.
Right, but you got to be super careful over there because if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you'll be muted for the entire day. So, like,
I don't give a fuck if it
yeah,
gets
I know
heard.
you
What
always have
happens?
the but
If
you
it
always
gets
have your little
heard,
red mic over there.
yeah, but
You know
listen,
how it is.
brother, you're gonna hit the audience with the non-answer and the bullshit after they mute you. They're gonna hear that you got fucking muted and that you didn't get an answer, or the answer they gave after you were muted was retarded and you couldn't rebuttal. So it's not to say that, okay, I understand Globers try to use that certain thing, but in the attribute of you actually trying to figure something out, and the people are like, okay, certain people that know that are listening, they're gonna be like, okay, I see what happened there. This gentleman's inquiring a little
I'm a
deeper.
proud Glober.
Yeah, cool. That's impossible. Go ahead.
The thing is, flat Earth and being a Christian is two separate things. But a lot of supposed people that do believe in ether are self-proclaimed Bible-believing Christians as well.
You see the
And I just
problem
think
there?
it's right. I just think it's a
Church gets
massive.
power either way. So Globe
Sure.
Church gets power, Flat Earth Church gets power, Satanist Church
Right.
gets power, FU You're Wrong Church gets power, New Science Church gets power. What's going on here?
No, that's fair.
And then we got Will Duffy, a preacher that's with these, and just everything goes back to like some kind of psyopic type thing that like says, oh well, this is because of this. Well, 100% because the ability to use the control of it. Yeah, 100%. Back to religion, but the aspect we're looking for the truth, they can't stop it. So fuck them. If they don't like the truth, fuck them. If they're gonna mute you for asking the truth, what is their channel fucking doing?
It's a weird channel over there.
Earth Lionings? Earth of Sleepinings? What the fuck we call it?
Oh, that Jeremy kid. He was arguing with me that gas doesn't move in all the. It's just the whole thing, and then they started talking about well, yeah, but if you get a 5-mile tall aquarium and fill it with sulfur hexafluoride, I'm like, hold on a second. But then it was just getting kind of. I got a
Where the
headache
fuck did
now.
they get hexafluoride from?
Some guy made it.
Some guy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
So
natural thing.
they don't just go outside and breathe it and play in it and just see it everywhere.
No, it has to be physically created by mixing certain things together to make it exist.
So you don't naturally just see this shit happen when you walk outside.
I mean, air is
I don't think so.
So that
air
means
is more
Jeremy got it.
concentrated. on
Yeah, that
like
means
sea
Jeremy's
level.
retarded. He's noticing something no one's ever noticed, and he has to imagine it.
But like, do you account that like there's more like air density, like pressure in like sea level than on the Everest? So why is there more like the lower you go and the higher
Where does
you go?
gas come from?
Yeah, I mean, okay. The gas doesn't come from anywhere. Like oxygen, like plants, you're gonna talk about plants. Plants just take CO2 that is in the atmosphere that was from like, I don't know why is there CO2 in the atmosphere. And then they mix stuff and then they get the carbon and then they release oxygen or something like that. But that's not air, that's
Where's that
oxygen.
process taking place? Where is that process taking place?
Right. And don't we
Bro,
exhale
do you know
CO2?
like 70% of the air is nitrogen? Nitrogen is not coming from anywhere. It's
Oxygen's a
just
gas,
there.
CO2's a gas, oxygen's a gas, nitrogen's a gas, argon's a gas. All those gases, you're talking about things that are gases. Okay, where does the process take place?
Nitrogen doesn't take
Part-
place in anywhere. It's just there.
Where does
There's no
where
process
does the
involved.
process where does the process which converts matter into gases take place? For
Bro,
us,
nitrogen
for
is
you,
yes
for you and me.
there. Like not every gas is like converted due to a process or nothing. Like
This is so
nitrogen
difficult
was
for
just
you.
there.
Why are you avoiding the question?
Okay, bro, because I know where are you going gonna go and I don't want to go there. I can go there. I don't mind. But okay, on the ground, on plants, in plants.
There's your answer, dude. Continue, please.
Yeah, but if that was the case, okay, why like is there less oxygen like the upper you go if gases are not like if they expand and go everywhere? Like, do you believe that if you close like a room, like a concrete room, and you like go and build up of that room, and then like on the top you open your window, you know, like the bottom would get like the same amount of air? Bro, it's like it doesn't work like that. Like plants don't generate that much oxygen. That's not how it's supposed to be. Nitrogen, which is 70% of the atmosphere composition, comes from nowhere. It's just there for millions and millions and millions of years. There's no plant that generates nitrogen, and yet nitrogen is super concentrated on sea level. And the higher you go, it progressively there's less concentration of it.
Okay, so where did the nitrogen come from?
Bro, it was generated like the whole Earth. Well, when it formed, it was something like people like it's difficult to figure out what was the Earth like when it formed, because it was like millions of years ago,
This guy is a time
thousands of millions.
traveler, people. Congrats. Let's listen to the time traveler. Tell us how the world was made.
But
Go ahead.
thank you. So when this happened, like there was a lot of mass that due to gravity was being attracted to the same place. Okay, so all these materials that were floating around of the space were together and formed like a
How
ball.
did you get there?
And this ball.
How did you get to that
Well,
point, though?
okay.
Why is that?
I'm gonna get to Big Bang, but like this is explained either by religion or by Big Bang, or like nobody knows that. Literally nobody knows that.
Right. So in
But
the
like,
attribute that nobody knows, how could you actually
Mhm.
find out? What are we manipulating? What are we testing in the lab to find out what nobody knows?
I don't know about Big Bang theory, but that's not related. Like, well,
No, it is
kinda.
related. Hold
I
on.
guess.
The Big
Okay,
Bang
okay,
mathematics,
cool.
the Big Bang mathematic principle and the format that it comes from, whatever it does in the action and attribute thereof, are your fucking universe, brother. So if that thing didn't happen and just saying dumb stuff like stuff explodes, we're here. That doesn't. I mean, come on now. Are you serious? So if I blow something
Man,
up right now, I'm going to make a universe.
I don't know if like the Big Bang happened because I like
No,
scientists don't
listen, but
fucking
the
know. Christian
mathematics,
people, okay. What do you mean with mathematics?
the mathematics of our planets follow the attribute of that. Orbits, stuff doing what it does, going away from the center, Berry point, the center, the fucking. Do you understand that the attribute of the whole fucking galaxy or the universe or whatever this is in your imagination is the action of it is because of magic words and an explosion. Magic word gravity,
Yeah,
space time, explosion. So where do we come to
more or
the
less.
consensus that balls or exploding stuff like what the word evidence? Where can you and I, born as humans, look out and say we're seeing evidence for balls orbiting balls down and under them?
Because you can, like, we
No,
basically
stop.
see
Down,
dots.
under, and back around. Not looking out forward and saying a ping pong ball going back and forth in front of the tree has to be orbiting it. No, we're not going to do that. How have you seen something go down? You know how they got the cartoon and they got the little atom guy and they draw him going around the ball and he makes like the crazy pattern like a ball of yarn and all that? How do you have it going down and under and up? Where's that perspective? Another ball
Like,
going down below it, a ball and coming back up in front of you. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? Fucking
yeah,
vertically,
yeah,
not horizontally.
yeah. So in the like space, there's basically no up and down. But if you're like in the Earth, down is towards the center of
In
the
space,
ball.
there's no up and down. So how do you
What?
not have this fucking video of something going any other way but horizontal?
What do you mean by in the other
I
way by
mean
horizontal?
horizontal. That must be the reference of everything, right? You
Yeah,
keep
man.
claiming
In
no
the
up and down in
space,
space, but they give us a reference of horizontal in fucking space. They sure do. It is the
no,
reference of space.
there's no. But,
They
okay,
even
but there's
tell
no
you
reference.
they tell you space is flat. Brian Cox said he can prove to everyone space is flat. What does that mean to you?
Wait, I have no idea. Like,
You have no idea?
I haven't heard about it.
Space.
When
Well, I'm showing you right now.
bro,
You're learning
let me
right
talk
now.
for 10
Put it in
seconds,
your
please.
banks. Put it in the memory banks.
What?
Don't push it out. Put it in there. Flat.
Flat universe or what? In
Right.
Europe
So
or
stuff
in?
happens horizontally, like we see airplanes fly horizontally. When do we see the other? When do we see something going down below our fucking feet and coming back up around our asshole, close and personal in reality? When have you seen this? With any object, to say you have some evidence of this thing that you can write the math for. As far as I know, you have a horizontal reference. Shit can go above it and around it like a superconductor. As far as I know. You don't have the other.
It's quite hard to understand what are you trying to say for me.
Jupiter's moons.
Yeah.
They're going left to right or right to left. They're not going up and down around. You need something going up and down around.
You
A
don't
ball.
need something
Yeah.
going up and down.
Yeah, and if you look out and if you look it out in space and you're seeing these actual physical balls roll around each other,
Mhm.
then definitely in a fucking lab with the same physics you're saying you know all about, right? Chemistry, gases, the makeup of space. You already know that. Supposedly the globe
Yeah.
knows that. So reproduce it. What the fuck? Reproduce an orbit in the lab with just gases and shit. No superconduction. A vacuum.
You cannot
can't what?
reproduce like these experiments
So where's your
in
evidence?
like.
No,
But
no, 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 no,
let me
no.
finish a sentence, please. You cannot reproduce this in a lab because we're in the Earth and there's gravity,
No,
like
I don't think so.
whole
No, I don't
massive
think
thing.
so. No, stop.
Like
That's the most dumb
putting
shit
my
I've ever heard.
place. One
So you
second.
can't reproduce nothing then for anything then, right? Because gravity.
But can you put yourself in my
No,
perspective
you're
for
not
1
making any
second?
sense. No, you're saying it's not
Why
possible
not?
to have any evidence for my claim, but the non-evidence for my claim has to be the total 100% evidence of my claim that it can't exist and I can't produce it for you. Therefore,
Okay,
no evidence.
so how
Where's
are
the
we
evidence?
supposed to have the evidence? Like what
In a
do you want
lab.
us to do?
In a lab, make a ball
How
roll
are
around
you
another
gonna
ball. The same way
how
you
are you
think
gonna
it's
do that
happening. Use
please?
magic gravity in time and space. What do they don't work now? So gravity just
Listen
stopped
to me
working
1
because you guys got a
second.
lab, right?
Come on,
So
man.
balls just stop falling around balls because you guys fucking claim now you can't do it. But up in space, it can just do it. So if you went up to space, how could it be doing it right in front of you?
Bro, can you
You're not
hear me
making
for
any
1
sense. You would
second?
clearly be able to touch those objects and
I'm
reproduce
not able to
that.
talk to you. Diga, man,
Yeah,
come
so
on.
who
Thank
was it
you.
that's talking? Elnato. So I know you're a good guy,
Yeah.
but
Thank you.
these people, you have to treat them as mentally ill people. You can't treat them as
Yeah,
normal
yeah,
people.
you got to treat us as not
You have
believing your
to
parrot
go.
ass
You have
garbage
to go
of
step by
fucking
I
step.
balls
know,
rolling around
that's
That's
what
balls.
what
I'm
I've been
doing.
doing for the
You
past 2
Well,
don't
here's the
hours.
have
thing.
any evidence of balls rolling around balls,
Okay,
therefore no math
Demo,
of balls rolling
Demo.
around balls. How do you have math of balls rolling fucking around balls when you can't reproduce that math in the lab? What is it doing? What's your math
If
good for?
you don't speak for 1 minute, I can explain it to you.
Yeah, but all your
But
balls could
promise to me.
explain better than you. If you had a ball,
Promise to
just
me.
imagine you had a smart ball in a lab doing what you can't do, rolling around another ball. Just imagine.
So,
Can you
Demok,
promise
give
me
him a
that you're not
second and
gonna
let
speak
him
for
make
1
his.
minute?
Yeah, just hold on. Demok, let him make his claim, and then so you can respond to it. Go ahead, Arnoldo.
Thank you, man, for real. So basically, you're trying to make us do an experiment so that we have evidence for you that like gravity exists by putting one ball in a lab going around another ball. However, we cannot physically do that because we are on Earth. So these two balls are both getting attracted by the actual Earth that we are standing on top of right now. So these
No, they're
are just
not.
gonna
You
fall
can't do that because of Earth. That's going to be the excuse from now on out.
Wait. Are
Rovers
you
can't do shit.
Yeah,
are you
because
asking
okay,
them to reproduce like a gravity experiment?
I'm asking you to reproduce whatever you have the math and the fucking ingredients for. If you got the ball ingredients, you got the ball physical attributes of the material, and you got the ball fucking math, get her
Well,
done.
you
Make
don't
us
have
a
to
ball
like.
cake.
You don't have to necessarily reproduce
Yeah,
that.
you do,
It's
loser.
no, not exactly.
Yes,
Not
you
in
not.
his
do.
head you need
Well,
to.
well, no.
Have you,
Listen,
brother? How you
listen. When you
reproducing
ask
it
the
in any
question,
way? Making a
on this
ball go
premise,
around a
right?
ball? How?
Do you
Which
want
way
me
do
to?
you do it?
Do
Which
you
way is
want
your
me to
way?
answer your question, or do
Which
you want
way
to just
is
like
your
All
walk
right,
way?
over me?
all right.
Like
It's
like,
it's
are you
chaos
interested
now, so
in a
I'm gonna try to
response
get some
or?
order to this. Hold on, bro. Can I just interject a moment? It's
Yeah,
audio
sure.
chaos. We got to try to not speak over each other all the time. So, Arnoldo, in your claim, you're begging the question. You're saying that the gravity of Earth, which you've yet to prove, is now the reason that we can't do the thing in the lab. So that's logically fallacious. You're begging the question. What you would need to do to prove that is, number one, probably get us some bendy space-time that we can vary and manipulate to see if your claim is even correct. Or you could also start with the foundation of proving to us that we live on a ball is bending, Monty, and so,
I don't know if it's me
and
or if
then
it's you,
show
but
us
you're
what you
lagging a bit.
have.
The reason why I was
Okay.
saying that you don't necessarily have to like do that exact experiment, right? Is that because there are things that we supposition from this model, this model, like assuming that gravity exists, that we can absolutely
Exactly.
recreate experiments based off of that supposition, and the math does add up, and you can actually create
No,
experiments.
you can't. It's not an experiment. It's not an experiment. So what
it's
you need to
amazing that
do
you guys
is either get us the
go ahead.
bendy space time. Hold on, Apoc. Either you
Yeah,
need
go
to
ahead.
get us the bendy space time and vary and manipulate that, or you need to show us the geometry of the ball in reality, which you're begging the question for, and show us it's bending a geodesic pseudo-Riemannian force space to get the gravity that you're claiming. You can't just make presuppositions and then do math and then say, look, there you go, there's gravity. This is physics. This is reality.
Well, I'm not a scientist. I'm probably not the
Well,
best person to
speaking
describe
of
it.
mentally ill,
I mean, you did come in and say that you don't necessarily have to do that. And when you said do that, you meant the experiment. It's like the third step of the scientific method, dude. That science is a method.
Exact experiment, because I don't know how you would necessarily. I don't know anything about. I'm
Stop trying
I'm
to
not a
defend him.
scientist. I don't know how you would
Don't
replicate
If you don't
defend
know,
the
if you don't know
notion.
anything, then
Let
stop.
someone
If
who
you don't know
does know
anything,
defend the notion. You sit
if
down
you
and
don't
shut
know
up.
anything,
I don't know, but
hey guy, if you don't know, then stop talking. If you don't know what you're talking about, then stop.
but you also don't know.
I was gonna jump in earlier, and I was actually gonna defend DMARC because this guy El Naldo, for a few minutes, started rambling on. He was a time traveler, told us everything about the beginning of the Earth and how it was doing this and that billions of years ago, and then he starts talking about all this other stuff, right? Telling a great story, and DMARC goes, "Well, reproduce that. Like, prove. Like, what experiment are you going to do to prove your claim, your story?" And then, like, for some reason, that
Sorry.
okay, that's good. Okay, so I'm just giving you the rundown. This is why we are at where we're at. So, and I was listening while I was in the barbecue. So let me just jump in one more time, like a few more seconds. The thing here, El Naldo, what I don't get is why you are saying that about DMOC as if he's crazy when you're the one that said this crazy story with zero evidence, and all he's saying is back up your, what you're saying is evidence with evidence, and but you can't do that. So then, do you not get logically what he's saying? He's saying you can't say this is this and that is that if you can't prove, or whatever, however you want to say that, what you're claiming. You get that though, at least logically. Like, let's just be grown people
Sure,
here.
logically, on the logical level, that makes sense. That seems sound.
Okay, Alnaldo, he's the one. Do you get that? I appreciate that you said you agree. That's good. Let's get this next guy on board. Do you agree, Alnaldo, that what you claim, because you said we can't reproduce that, then wouldn't it be safe to say, well, then you shouldn't be claiming that? Yes or no? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the point is that, please, I need you, like y'all, to think for a moment that, like the widespread model is the true model. Okay, like imagine that. Okay. Now, if that was the case, okay, our evidence to make it like obvious that it happens, like, okay, no, not obvious, but we think that that's the best explanation, because if we think that that is true, every single observation matches with our model. We cannot prove that because we cannot curve space and time, and we cannot
Thank you.
create
Come
a
again.
fucking.
Thank you.
So
Thank
why do
you.
you think it's
That's
true?
enough now. Thank you.
Okay.
Approve it. Thank you.
What?
It's just apologetics for why you can't do it. So as soon as you realise that you're not going to be given the evidence, then it's reasonable to say that we don't have to accept this bullshit because you've provided no evidence for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry isn't evidence of anything. I'm so sorry I can't do what you need, boss. No, I can't get this
Yeah,
car
man.
working. No, I can't fix your motor, boss. I'm sorry, boss. I can't fix your motor because I told you I was the #1 mechanic of motor physics and all this globe Big Bang car motor physics. But now I can't get your car running, boss. I'm sorry. So your sorry is the proof? The fuck?
Man, if our model fits every single observation, then why should we change it?
It hasn't, and there's no, you
No.
haven't demonstrated any observations, dumbass.
What
Which one
model?
haven't we?
Sorry. You started this conversation by saying, well, let's just assume that this model is true. And from this model, we can point to phenomena and they fit our model. Right? You understand what's going on here with the way that you've just laid out your argument?
Not, but I guess I might be wrong in some. I don't know. Tell me.
What measurements have you made to produce the model? Not assuming that the model already exists. What base measurements have you taken it to begin with? What are you looking at? How have you measured it? How have you measured relationships between objects over distance? Have you done this?
I actually have no idea of how do they fucking like measure the distance between the Earth and the Moon. I have no idea, but actually, genuinely no idea. but I know how do they measure the radius of the Earth, for example, or stuff like that. Yeah.
You do know how they measure the radius of the Earth, or you don't
Yeah,
know?
with like shadows, sticks, and blah blah blah.
No.
Okay.
Trigonometry.
Okay, so if you know, how did this measurement prove the surface of the Earth was curving?
Okay, that doesn't prove the. No.
No,
Wait.
he's asking you how the sticks and shadows that you supposedly
Yeah,
did,
no.
how does that prove? Go ahead.
The sticks prove nothing. The sticks are used like assuming that the Earth is a globe. How big is the
Assuming.
globe? You take the sticks. Yeah. That doesn't prove the. No. Like the
So
sticks
what is the
don't prove
point?
anything.
If we're trying to say flat or round or not globe or globe, what is your point if all we're doing is assuming what isn't real?
Please, can you not yell? The things that prove that the Earth
Not
is a globe
proof.
are other stuff. Can you?
We're
Bro,
asking
come
for
on.
the proof, not the other stuff.
Bro, please come on. Let
Can
me
you
talk.
hear the
Bro,
conversation, dude? He asked what.
man, can I chat, bro? Like for real. Like I don't like
Brother,
this
he
kind of.
asked you what is the proof of your globe, the numbers and the math that could
Yeah,
actually
don't
substantiate it.
talk
You said
for
sticks
30
and
seconds
shadows.
straight.
You said sticks and shadows. I know it's fucking hard, brother. You'd be
No,
thrown out of my class. You'd be thrown
I
right out of
said,
class.
bro. Okay, I
No,
said
he
sticks and
wouldn't. He wouldn't
shadows.
be
Oh,
Yeah,
thrown
come
you
out
would
of
for
on,
being a
class.
bro.
whiny bitch. Yeah, you
He wouldn't
fucking
be
would.
thrown out of class.
Yeah, you would too. You
No,
fucking idiots.
well, no, we wouldn't be thrown out of class. The point of
Yeah,
in a
you would. You'd
class,
be thrown out of my class. I just told you you would.
Oh well, then that.
Okay, thank you. So I said that the sticks and shadows are used to measure how big is the Earth, not to prove that the Earth is a globe. To prove the Earth is a globe, you can take many stuff. Okay, so for the main stuff is the rotations of the stars in the sky in the hemispheres. I think that's the main point. And I know you're gonna answer with I don't know. Like you might answer with a video that I've already
Begging the
watched.
question.
In which
Do you understand what circular reasoning is, bro? Do you understand what circular reasoning is?
Can you hear me for 1 second, please?
Yeah, I heard you
what it
beg
is.
the question and call it proof. I want you to address your begging the question fallacy.
What? Bro, like, okay, imagine there was no proof, okay? There was just a guy. Hear me. Now I really need like people to like don't talk. Don't talk.
Have the
Now
floor. Let it
I
all out.
really need
5
1
minutes.
minute
Go for it.
of absolutely not talking. Thank you. So imagine like we had nothing, no proof, okay? And a fucking guy, random guy, out of nowhere said the Earth is a circle, like a sphere. Why? Nothing, literally nothing, okay? We have nothing. And then you see everything and everything works. There might be, like the Earth might not be a sphere, but everything works and we don't find any other thing that is like better at explaining stuff than the Earth is a globe. Then we just
Better
believe
than
that.
your story? Better than you just saying
Hold
you
on a
assume?
second.
Nothing
Interesting.
works better? That's weird.
It's
And Aldo,
interesting.
yeah.
Why
So
do
what you're
you think my
saying?
reasoning is bad?
Hold on a second. I'll
Thank
tell
you.
you why it's wrong. All of a sudden, so it's called a pragmatic fallacy. You're saying everything works. You have explanations for everything. Okay, we'll take you at your word. So all you need to do is, like Jedi said earlier, if you have some kind of model that you would like to present it in the side chat, and then tell us where you got the values to support that model. Okay, so if we have an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles that you say is a ball and it works, well, what we would need to see first is an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, and that should show up somewhere in reality without you begging the question first. You should just be able to measure the curvature to support that radial value. Okay, so let's get to that part first, and then we'll talk about the rest of it, and then put the model in where you got those measurements. Okay.
But the thing is that you cannot take a ruler across the Earth to measure the.
Do you think that you would use a ruler to measure curvature, my friend?
How do you want us to measure the curvature?
Well, what in the world? So you're saying nobody's ever done it?
I have no idea. I just know that, like,
Yeah.
yeah, we
Well, you
know the
said, how are
radius
we
because of the
supposed to
shadows.
do it? You said, how are we supposed to do it? And then I guess
Yeah.
that means that no one has done it, right? So nobody's measured the curvature of the Earth, so it doesn't exist.
I don't know. Maybe yeah, maybe no. I don't know.
When
Okay, so
I don't know.
if you say I don't know, then nobody has done it. Because I'll tell you, we've been asking for years, who's done this? Nobody.
How are we supposed to do it? If it was actually a globe, how are we supposed to measure the curvature? How should we do that?
I think you'd be measuring to some kind of tangent point, a sagitta, the Earth curve.
How? Like
a deviation.
what do you mean?
Okay.
So
You
what's
guys have a
what?
great. You guys
What's,
have a great day.
okay, buddy. Take care.
Peace.
What is the surface of the Earth?
Surface of what do you mean? Like the surface, like
Wait, what's the surface of the Earth made of?
like soil
Yeah.
and water.
Wow. Yes. Good. So we got solid stuff and we got liquid stuff. We got gaseous stuff, but that's not the surface, right? That meets the surface at the surface
Yeah.
level. Now we've got land, which is topography, elevation and depth, mountains and valleys, and so on. Altitude above mean sea level, which is the water. The water is observed, measured, and used as a horizontal reference datum. What we would need if the surface of the Earth was curving would be a deviation from horizontal, what would effectively be a tangent plane. You know what a tangent plane is, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So imagine you have a sphere, and imagine you have a two-dimensional plane, and you put the two-dimensional plane
on top
of the sphere. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
a tangent plane. Where a tangent line would be just one line, not a plane, intersecting the surface at one point, and then deviating off another. Yeah. So what you would need to measure, or what we would need to measure, is a deviation over distance from horizontal. A measurement of the water, the surface of the Earth, curving a distance.
Okay, but there is a problem with that.
Is that
like the thing is that the Earth is like, you know, like atmosphere and refraction and stuff.
okay?
So you cannot, you know,
What? Cannot what?
like because of that you cannot point a laser and expect it to be just pointed to right in front of you, because it's gonna curve and stuff, and because of that you cannot get precise measurements.
We can measure for that. Remember earlier we had a conversation about the light spectrum, visible light, infrared, ultraviolet, refracting at different levels, so we can measure the refraction over distance when we shoot a laser. And yes, we do have a
I
direct
forgot.
number. Yeah.
I wanted to talk about this to you. So what I found, what I remember to have found. So basically,
Don't know if I
infrared.
want to change subject so much at the moment, dude. Can you put a pin in that?
Yeah,
just for,
I'm going to talk about infrared.
yeah, I
Because
know
I
what you
want
want
to talk about.
I know what you want to talk about. I'm noting that it's a change of subject and asking if you
Okay,
wouldn't
what is
mind
the
putting
subject
a-
then? Sorry. Tell me.
Yeah, no worries. So what we're pointing out is the water, the surface of the Earth, and how that is utilized to, say, for example, make maps, to survey the area, to measure elevation of land topography above and below mean sea level. The way that we do this is using straight line distances and elevation angles taken above horizontal, the plane of the horizon, to objects like mountains, aircraft in the sky, satellites if you want, but even the sun and moon. So all of these things are going to be taken as an angle measurement using a horizontal plane. This is how we do things like make a coordinate system like longitude and latitude by measuring the elevation angle, a meridian angle, to an observer. All of these measurements require a horizontal plane. that horizontal plane is, and is most definitely demonstrably and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. The water of the Earth is not curving, but what we would need is a measurement of that water curve.
The thing is that if we use it as flat, then sometimes if it's over long distances, we also can account for the circumference and stuff and the Earth curving, and you can change measurements over that. But the fact that to a static object you measure the height of it using this trigonometry stuff and all of that, and using the ground as a flat thing, is because the Earth is so gigantically massive that you cannot even perceive the curvature because we are like so small in comparison. So, you know, we approximated as if it was just flat, and for things it works. But for example, if you wanna, you can tell.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you're saying. I just think that you might have some misconceptions and some misunderstandings. Like with regard to the distances claim that you mentioned. So we can do this in the short distance, feet, meters, and a small scale of miles, 5, 10, 15, 20, and large scales of distance, like kilometers, hundreds, and then thousands of kilometers and then miles, by using pretty much exactly the same technique. Measuring the elevation of things at distance, like the top of a mountain, top of a lighthouse, the sun, the moon, and the stars, to navigate and measure distances and create maps. All of this is done with a straight line distance between the observer and the ground position of the object in question, because we're trying to measure our distance between us, those two reference points, to either navigate or chart to create maps. All charts and maps are primarily created because of where the sun and where the stars are overhead. The way that we measure those is elevation angles, and that requires a horizontal plane to do so. And the distances are, well, in practical use, we have a distance of 12,800 miles.
Yeah, okay, so the I think I said something kind of wrong. When I meant that you need to account for curvature and stuff, is okay, when you're doing this altitude, how tall are stuff, you're not measuring how tall is the stuff, you're measuring how far away are you from that thing. So when I said you gotta account for curvature over high distances, blah blah blah, I meant you need to account for curvature over long distances if what you want to measure is how tall is that in comparison to sea level. If you just want to measure how far away are you from that object, you don't need to account for curvature. And the ground would just work as a flat thing because of what I said, that you perceive the ground just as flat because the Earth is insanely massive. And that's how we can measure the distance to the sun and stuff, I think. I'm not sure about how to measure the distance to the sun, but I think it might be something like this.
I'm not necessarily.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not talking about that. So I got a bit
not interested.
I got away from the topic. Yeah, exactly.
That's fine. So not interested in the distance of those things, but we are interested in the ground position. That's why in celestial navigation now references GPs, G for ground and P for position. The position on the Earth where the star is directly overhead, which is known as its zenith. This forms a 90-degree angle. Do you know how latitude and longitude are created? How we measure those?
I guess with compasses and with shadows from the sun.
Not necessarily. So lines of longitude and latitude are circles of equal altitude around rotation points in the sky. For example, in the North Pole star Polaris the stars rotate around this one point, and we measure the elevation angle above the horizon dependent on our location. Our location, when we measure the angle, let's say it's 45 degrees, Polaris is above the horizon, then our latitude will be 45 degrees. That 45 degrees is a circle around the ground position of Polaris. You know what a compass is that draws circles, right? Imagine where you put the pin in is the ground position underneath the star. You measure an angle to it and you draw a circle around that ground position. We call it 45 degrees when you measure that angle.
Yeah, but actually, if you like go to the equator and you look to Polaris, it will be in the horizon level.
Yes, exactly. That's how we measure the equator. The zero measurement of the altitude angle of Polaris above the horizon. It's
But how
zero.
can be Polaris in zero? That like if you're in only 45 degrees, like or something. Like that wouldn't make sense. That would make Polaris be literally on top of the ground. Like
No.
just
Again, I think you have a misunderstanding. So, for example, you are standing at the ground position of Polaris with Polaris directly above your head. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now,
can you repeat? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
You're at the ground position of Polaris with Polaris directly above your head. Now, if you were to walk backwards southerly, facing up to Polaris, you would watch it descend towards the horizon. When you were standing underneath, it was 90 degrees. As you move south, still facing Polaris, it will measure a declination that you will measure in an angle measurement from 90 to 80 to 70 to 60 to 50 to 40 degrees above the horizon. As you keep measuring this angle, that's going to be your circle of equal altitudes, your latitude around the ground position of Polaris. When you reach zero, that's going to be the equator. Now, that's an angle measurement that you've taken. The whole distance between you and the ground position of Polaris, you can measure using this method, celestial navigation, because you're interested in the ground position of it, because that's how we navigate using this particular coordinate system. In this instance, lines of or circles of longitude.
Yeah, but that could also work in the globe.
But we don't measure that from a globe. We measure that from mean sea level.
Yeah, but the sea level is on the globe.
No, the sea
wait,
level.
just telling you. Wait, 1 second. I got like 5 minutes because like it's 8 p.m. here. Oh my god, it's 8 p.m. here and like it's 24. So for real, I gotta go right now. Like, but yeah, continue. Like for a bit.
The whole process doesn't require a curved surface. The process requires 2 straight lines, 3 if you want to introduce the vertical line down from the star to its ground position. But the separation of the 2 straight lines, one, the horizontal plane the observer and the ground position are on, and 2, the deflected angle upwards of that line from the observer to the star or the sun. Those are 2 straight lines. There's no curvature involved with this. That's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah, but the ground can work as a straight line because the Earth is enormous and stuff,
Okay, so think about the distance between the North Pole, the ground position of Polaris, and the equator on a ball. That's quite a long distance. That's quite a lot of curvature. I've gone a quarter of a way around your ball. In actual fact, that's the entire hemisphere. That's half your ball when you think about it in 3 dimensions.
Yes.
So that's a lot of curvature. We don't measure that on the entire distance between us, just making the measurement when we left the ground position of Polaris and went to the equator. We just measured an angle. That's all we did, right?
Yeah, man, but you are measuring each angle in a certain point, which is not like the certain point itself feels like this has to do with derivatives and thing. I'm looking at this in maths. I'm not sure though, but yeah. I don't know, man. For real, I'm so sorry. I really wanna. You're really cool, bro. Would you mind to? Could I add you on Discord? Because I wanna talk with you more times. I
Yeah,
would
man,
like
you can
that.
have initial
But
friends. If you got to go, that's
thank,
fine. We can catch up another
yeah,
time.
thank you.
Yeah,
For
no
real.
worries.
I sent you. And yeah, so I gotta remember about infrared and Polestar stuff. But thanks a lot, man, for real.
You
See
have
you
to
guys in
remember
another day.
about
Oh, tell me
infrared and Polestar stuff.
what? Yeah, man. I don't know. Just remember. Whatever. See you guys. Thank you a lot, and I'll come back another day. I don't know when. Yeah. See you.
Yeah, no worries. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Bye, bro. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Oh, awesome. Donald's joined us. Merry Christmas, Donald. How are you? You sound very quiet, or is that just me?
Sorry, is that better?
No.
That's as good as I can do, sorry.
Sound like a quiet mouse. Maybe I've turned you down. Maybe that's me. Just give me a second.
No, he sounds like a mouse.
What'd he say?
It's the night before Christmas, and no one was stirring. Not even Donald. Are you sure you've got your microphone plugged in properly?
Yeah, why don't you try charging your headset?
No bueno.
I'm sort of
I
interested.
can barely hear him.
I'm interested in your Polaris example.
We're not, though.
So the distance from the North Pole to the equator is 10,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah, excuse me with kilometers. 5,400 nautical miles.
And for an observer at Polaris's GP, that's a right angle.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't see how then another observer could see it at 0 degrees. I don't see how that works.
Because the other observer isn't directly underneath the object, and as they move south, away from the object they are under, it appears to go downwards towards the horizon. We measure this downwards motion with distance in angles. 90 degrees, 80 degrees as you move south, 45 degrees halfway between you and the equator when you can't see it anymore. 0.
Well, one, if the Earth is flat, you would be able to see it always.
I'm not interested in what we would do. I'm talking about what we measure.
Well, it's what necessarily has to be, right?
No, not interested in what you think would necessarily has to be. I'm talking about what we measure. That's where you came
Right.
in. You didn't have an understanding. I'm hoping that you understand. Maybe you don't, and you've decided to deflect to some other topic.
No, if the base angle is 10,000 kilometers and the observer is at 90 degrees, that means that the altitude of Polaris must be 10,000 kilometers.
See, we've probably addressed this a few times with you good people, and hopefully yourself. So we can't, and we're not actually interested in the height of the star above the surface of the Earth, because we know that when you gain altitude, the angle doesn't change when you measure it from one surface to another, mean sea level, or a lake at altitude, for example. So the angle doesn't change, but we're not interested in the height of the object. We're interested in its ground position, where it's above relative to the surface of the Earth.
It's above the North Pole. It's at 90 degrees from the North Pole.
Yeah, that's where it is at the North Pole. Yeah, that's why it's called 90 degrees north. Yep.
You win.
Agreed.
You win the debate, Brenda. You said it's above the North Pole. You win.
Then it must be at 10,000 kilometers height. The geometry says so.
What? No, the geometry doesn't say so.
Why
because
not?
when we gained altitude, the angle didn't change. So no, the geometry didn't say so.
How do you know the angle didn't change?
Because it doesn't change when you're at altitude measuring the angle of a celestial object like Polaris.
You don't know that. All you can say is that you were unable
You
to
don't need to take a dip correction when using celestial navigation as a last resort in an aircraft, for example. You don't need to take a dip correction if you want to take a celestial reading at the top of a mountain, for example. But you can do.
It could be that the angle is too small to measure.
It's lovely. But we're going to be measuring angles, aren't we? That's what we're doing.
Yeah, and it can't work on a flat plane.
No, it can't work on a flat plane. What are you talking about?
It can't both be on the ground and 10,000 feet in the air at the same time.
What do you mean it can't be on the ground and 10,000 feet in the air at the same time?
Because the observer at Polaris observes it above his head, and the one on the equator observes it being on the ground.
Yeah, but that's due to perspective. Do you really think that you understand that these measurements are observer-centric, based on the observer and how they make the measurements relative to how we perceive the world? Right? So we're measuring the divergence between two straight lines. One's the thing that we're standing on, and the elevation above it. So we could do this incrementally down a corridor to lights along that corridor and measure the angle to them. That doesn't mean that the lights are actually getting closer to the fucking floor. It's perspective. That's what I said. Observer-centric, based on how you see the world. No, the thing isn't actually touching the floor at distance. It just appears to do so. And we can measure this above the horizon in angles, if 90 degrees is at your zenith.
And that's that. Next.
All right. So you guys really believe the Earth is flat, huh?
They do. They do. Some of them do. Some don't.
Is my microphone any better?
No. No, it's not.
We can answer for
Yes,
ourselves.
it is.
Your
Yes, it
mic
is.
is broken, bro.
Thank you.
So does anybody want
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
We don't believe it. We know it, bro.
Measure it that way,
Whoa.
brother. We measure
Whoa, whoa,
horizontal
whoa.
water. Elevation works that way. Have you ever
Dude,
seen
you're
anybody go
spiraling
down 10
already.
foot below you and say they're still at the same height as you? Let me see how that works.
You're spiraling, dude. You came in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's spiraling already.
No, he's a guard dog. He sniffs out
Wait,
bullshit and he attacks it. So he's just
Wait,
like,
you said if someone goes 10 feet below me in water, what? What happens?
They're still at the same altitude, not even below you. Yeah, below you, like the boat, right? You say, hey, I'm on the beach, Tamak. I see this boat do what over the horizon? Disappear down below it, correct? But the boat's still on top of water that's the same altitude as you. How would you prove that the boat can drop below you but still be at the same altitude? What kind of carpentry or magic shit you got going on?
I thought that's because of the curvature of the world.
No. Brother, that's what you would be proving. That the roller coaster is the same altitude from the top and the bottom. Your roller coaster globe Earth you stand on. So the bottom of it, the top of it, and all the sides are the same altitude. You understand? But here on flat Earth, we measure from a horizontal mean line, and it's a horizontal frame of reference. That's what we use. We don't use a curve. We don't drop below ourselves and still stay the same height. We go up above a horizontal line. We go down to it. That's the frame of reference, not a curve that can go down below itself, like you're walking downstairs on a globe, but you're still at the same height as the person at the top. That's fucking absurd. You'd have to demonstrate that in reality, up close and personal. That the guy in the boat can be below you and still at the same altitude as you on the water at the same time. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Not
Oh,
thoughts
I
and
thought it
feelings,
made
yeah.
sense.
Right.
I thought it made sense if the world is round.
So you think you can be on top of a roller coaster somewhere and the bottom of it can be at the same height? How would you demonstrate that?
Be on top of a roller coaster and the bottom is the same height?
Yeah, the top of the ball and the bottom of the ball are the same altitude. They're all from the center point called 3959, the radius of the fucking sphere, what makes it be the thing it is. A 360 attribute, like if you take a string and tie it to a nail, go out 3959 and go in a circle, that's your elevation. A fucking circle, not a horizontal, brother. You're fucking you experience horizontal every day of your life, construction, surveying, land, everything, right? But then you're imagining you live on a ball that drops below itself, but you have to use a horizontal that doesn't do that. That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's
horizontal, brother. Horizontal elevation. You
the
go up from a
horizon
horizontal 1 inch.
from
You go
left
back
to
down 1
right.
inch.
Yeah, I
Left
get
to
it.
right, you don't increase elevation. Welcome to flat Earth. That's what I'm
No,
trying to
man, I
tell
don't
you.
believe flat Earth, man.
What?
No, I don't believe that, man.
It's not a belief.
I've been on a
Can you
plane
increase
before.
in elevation going left or right?
No,
Dude,
man, I've been on a plane before,
Yeah,
man.
Castle,
I don't
you're
give
just
a
a
hell where
troll.
you've been in a
You're a
fair ride.
troll. You're a troll, Castle.
I'm a troll. Oh, come on, man.
Hey, climb a tree. That means
Yeah.
the Earth is a ball. Go in a plane. That means the Earth is a ball. Troll.
I'm saying, man.
Come on, man. I got 5 kids to feed.
You mean it's all
You mean out
just
of billions of
one
flat earthers,
flat
none of them ever
plane?
flew a plane? None of them ever
Listen,
climbed a
listen.
tree? You mean out of
Wait.
billions of flat earthers, ain't none of them ever did nothing? Come
I'm
on, brother.
saying
Don't be
if it's
fucking
flat
stupid.
Earth, at
Don't
what
be
point do
fucking
you
stupid.
fly off the Earth?
Yeah, right.
If
You
you're in a
fucking idiot.
plane.
That's what I'm asking you to do, motherfucker. Past your curve. That's what you're
At what
supposed to do on
point
a
do you
globe.
find the end of the Earth and you
No,
just
where are
fly
you?
off into space
I'm
then?
looking for the end of the globe, dumb fuck.
I'm saying if it's a flat Earth,
Where's
at
the
what
end of the
point do you
globe?
just launch into space?
No, that's what you do off a ball.
Space is fake, dummy.
No, we've got something called gravity.
Dude, you're all over the place. Now you're falling off the edge. You're
I'm
flying.
saying if it's a flat Earth, then at what point, if you're in a plane, do you just fly off into space?
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I'm saying if you're in a plane that had
You're
enough
not on the
gas to
ball, you
travel,
can't do that.
why
If you're on the
can't you
ball,
do
you can
that?
fly horizontal and go to space, you idiot. If you're
No,
on flat Earth, there's
no,
dirt and water in front of you. You're
no,
not
no.
increasing in
We're
elevation. You're not
there's a
going to
thing
space.
called atmosphere, and
Where's it
we're
at? Horizontally,
that's
fucktard.
why it takes a certain
Horizontally
amount
past
of
the horizon. Where's it
it
at,
takes a
bitch?
certain amount of
Find it past the horizon, you
Shut the
drunk
fuck
fucker.
up. Shut the fuck up, Demick.
no. Listen, it takes a
Shut your
certain
mom up.
amount of force to get past the atmosphere
Oh, you mean
if you're in
weight?
a plane.
So now you got to make yourself heavy and fill up with fuel. Now let's pour bricks on you, you dumb fuck. Now you're going to go farther? You're stupid. You're just stupid.
Oh man, is this what you guys do in flat Earth?
Yeah, we fill up fucking stuff with weight and we say it's going to go farther and better because we pile bricks on it. You fucking
I'm
idiot.
saying, man, if it's a flat Earth, what's on the bottom
Go
of
pile
Earth?
bricks in a wheelbarrow and tell me how you can carry it better.
What's on the bottom of your
When-
Earth? Is
when
there a
you-
flip side to this flat Earth?
When you stop
up for a
asking, when you stop asking silly questions, I'll get the attack dog back. But at the moment, D-Mark can just keep going at you.
Wait a minute. If it's a flat Earth, what's on the bottom of Earth?
Again, that's a simple question.
I'm asking you, since you guys believe this, I'm asking you what's on the bottom.
We don't know. That's not our claim.
Why not? Why don't you just take a plane or something and fly around to the bottom of the Earth?
Okay.
Right,
So already when you pointed this out, you did say, well, imagine you could have an infinite amount of fuel. So you understand there are multiple, and you've pointed out one restriction to just getting in the plane and fucking off. You already pointed one out.
I'm saying, you guys never thought about exploring the other side of Earth?
The other side. Do you think?
Check out the other side of the coin, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. You think that we think the Earth is a coin in space? No, we don't think the Earth is a coin in space.
What does it look like?
At the moment, an awful lot of water with land on it, illuminated by the things in the sky, sun, moon, and stars.
What's on the bottom of that?
Don't know.
Why not?
Can't.
Nobody here is presuming a bottom.
Wait, what? So how are we even stable on this ground that we're on?
What, the ground that isn't moving or going anywhere? What do you mean? How are we stable on the ground that isn't going anywhere?
How are we? What are we actually on if there's
We
no
aren't
bottom to
ball
what we're
floating
on?
in space. We are a flat plane that is underneath all the air. The flat plane is rigid where it sits. It is its thing. It is the realm you reside on, brother. There ain't no fucking underneath unless you dig or swim down.
Yeah.
You're
What
not
happens if
going
you take
below
a
it,
drill
you're just-
and keep drilling?
you're
Will you
just
go
digging
into the other
into
side of
it.
the rock or no?
Tried.
You're not-
Okay, we've tried. Well, not we in this Discord server, but certain governments around the world have tried to dig really far down into the floor. The furthest they've got is about 7 miles. 12 kilometres, something like that. So as far as we know, well, we can only dig down 12 kilometres, so still haven't reached any limitation or not limitation. Haven't found anything apart from more floor.
Yeah, you haven't popped out onto the other side yet?
Yeah, we haven't found anything but floor.
So it could be a cylinder for all you guys know.
It could be anything for all we know. We just measure it as horizontal. The waters of the earth lay horizontally, not curving.
Now, if it's flat, is it a square or a circle?
Dude, it sounds like you've popped out the other side.
Yeah, I am from the other side, man. I'm from the side where we believe this thing is a sphere.
Yeah.
Hold on, you popped out to the place you're from? That doesn't make sense.
I'm saying I popped out of the world where we believe this is a sphere.
Oh, so you're just one of the indoctrinated masses. Carry on, Elf.
Yeah, you said
indoctrinated. Oh man, come on.
You were taught that. Don't believe something you were taught. Go and find out for yourself. That's what we do.
I said, like I just told you, I've been on a plane, man. I flew to Samoa.
What did you do in your aeroplane? Did you look out the window at the horizon?
Yeah, I was right there at the window seat.
Did you think what would happen if you had the ability to turn your head 360 degrees and what would happen to the horizon?
You mean like The Exorcist? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like The Exorcist. If you were to see the horizon around you, what would it look like?
Yeah, you're getting exercised right now, as a matter of fact.
Well, it would look like blue skies and clouds because I was above the clouds.
Obviously, we're talking about the horizon. That's what we're looking at when we're looking at the aeroplane. So the horizon, how does that appear to you?
Well, it's a line.
Mm-hmm.
There's a line that divides the sky from the sea.
Good.
Can somebody define what a line is real quick so that way we know what he's talking about?
Well, it's a horizontal line I'm thinking about right here.
What is a line? It's straight, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, of course. But the problem is, I'm saying the Earth is so big, it's going to appear to be straight from my perspective.
So
Where the hell did you get that idea?
If I were to be out into outer
Where
space,
did
I
you
could
get
see
that
the
idea?
curvature of
Where
the
did you see
world.
that perspective at? If Earth is flat, And what you're seeing is what you're seeing for a flat plane. Where the fuck is your reference of a ball doing that? You don't have it. You're just imagining that shit.
I'm saying I
If
gotta
somebody
be in
told you,
space.
no, you're
I have
not
to be
saying.
out in outer
What
space to
was the
see
You're
it.
point
not
of
saying. Somebody
Hold on.
told
then,
you.
dude?
Hold on.
Yeah, what was
At
the
the
point of telling us you were on a plane?
It's for the same
yeah,
reason we look up
thank
at the
you.
moon, and the moon looks like a
Hold on,
circle.
my friend.
It
Not
looks like
horizontal.
it's.
Hold on.
Wait, is
Please.
the moon
Dude.
flat too?
Dude, please. At the moment, you said that you've been in an aeroplane.
Yeah.
Then I kind of tried to get you to imagine what you would see if you turned 360 degrees. And now you're talking about something else. And whilst trying to talk about something else, you're saying that you have to be further away because being in an airplane now apparently isn't good enough.
I'm saying I went to
You
Samoa.
understand what?
That's
No,
all the way on the other
you
side of the
understand,
earth, man.
my friend. You understand what you've just done, right? You do see that. This is what happened. This is how you behaved. This is what you said.
Did you know what I was trying to say that I went loop-de-loop around the globe from California all the way to Samoa. Do you understand the words out of my mouth?
Okay,
Why does
so
this dude sound like Gregory acting? That's crazy.
Who?
So now you've gone from one location to another and gone back again.
Amen. Yeah. Yeah. Being around the world. You know what I'm talking about, man.
Well,
Being around the world.
Let's look at what your flight looked at like. We're going to look at your flight data. So when you were flying, apparently you were flying over a flat ground because your gyros didn't make any curves in that graph.
A flat ground that was over the Pacific Ocean, buddy.
Yeah, that's the biggest, flattest part there is.
Is it?
Yeah.
If it's flat, then why does it go deeper and then not so deep and then shallow and then back into the deep end? Why does it do that if it's flat?
Bottom of it is flat too.
It's called compression. When you look at something, your eyes cannot see all of it. It gets compressed as it goes away from you. So when you're on a really long, flat, level surface, everything crunches together. It's called an optical illusion. It's not difficult and it's not rocket
So
science.
the depths of the sea is an optical illusion?
Oh my God.
No. So what you've just done, I don't know if you're aware of it, you just told us that the Earth was flat because you described the topography of the ocean according to the horizontal plane that the surface of the water is. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It can't be flat when it goes from shallow to deep and back.
Hold on.
Obviously, there's crevices and there's depths and there's curves. It's not flat, man.
You've got to dial it back. So when you brought up shallow and depth, that's with regards to a reference from 50 meters to 100 meters to 500 meters to a mile of depth. That depth is taken from a 0 point. That 0 point is mean sea level, the surface of the water, and how far away the bottom of the container, the ground, is away from that horizontal surface. You understand that, right?
No, I don't understand that, man.
Really, you don't understand what depth
Then you guys don't understand what the word flat means.
Okay, so flat, horizontal is an orientation perpendicular to vertical, 90 degrees. Would you like another definition?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. 0, change in slope. Horizontal, no curvature.
No curvature.
No curvature. A sphere, by necessity, has a curved surface. The waters of the earth are not curved, they're horizontal.
Yeah, that's because from our perspective, it appears to be horizontal and flat.
Sorry.
You have to get out farther. You have to expand your horizons, man. You have to get out into outer space to see the curvature of the world.
My friend,
That's what we use to determine the curvature of the Earth. The satellites, man. That's how we can see from outer space that this place is not flat, but spherical.
Yeah,
You have to get out of your little box over there from wherever you're at, man.
Pop out the other side.
Pop on out the other side, man. Keep drilling and see how far you go. And you're
Jim
gonna end up
Morrison,
on another.
everyone.
What are you gonna end up on? An opposite kind of a world? What kind of world are you gonna end up on
You
if you
think you
went
can
to?
dig a hole to
If you
China?
drill down? Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
saying
You
if
think
you were
you,
able to drill
no, no, I'm
down
just
past
asking you.
7
Do you think you can
kilometers,
do you think
what
you
would
can
you find?
dig a hole to China?
Yeah, China. Yeah, I'm saying
You
dig
think
far enough and let's
listen,
see how far you go. Let's see if you pop out on.
7.6
yeah, okay. Let
miles
me
is the farthest you can go.
yeah, if you go to China, if you
China.
pop out on the other side of China, are you going to be standing upside down from where you are right now, Castle King?
Yeah.
Okay, you're lost in your
Space?
imagination, bro. Yeah, lost in space.
Yeah, the people on the other side of the world
You're in La
are
La
upside
Land.
down, man.
His feet
But
are gonna come
we're
out
all
first.
tied to the earth because of gravity. Gravitational force keep
His
us
feet,
on this sphere.
his feet will come out first, and then Bugs Bunny, bro.
Yo, come on, man. You guys can't be serious about this.
Your shovel's gonna come up from on the ground, huh? Like pop up like he was
Hey,
talking
man.
about.
Hey, listen. You guys are the ones that don't know what the dark side of the earth looks like. You guys are the ones that don't know that.
Dude, you keep saying
I
that
just
Earth is
told
in
you I've been
space.
around the world and man.
Right.
You guys are the ones that are confused.
Dude, you keep
That's who
saying
said it.
Earth is in space, and we told you that space is fake.
What did you
Yeah.
say?
He
Space
said,
is
been
fake.
around the world, and you didn't find it curving. That's the facts.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
Go tell your friends to listen because you're live on YouTube on 2 channels right now.
Let me hear how dumb you sound. Saying you flew around the world.
I've been around the world. You guys are over here don't know what the other side of the earth looks like. You don't believe you can get past it.
Somehow
You
you
poor
think
unfortunate souls. Tell me
you
what
think
happens
you're
when you get to
upside
the end
down.
of.
Somehow you think you were upside down to us. Just think about what you're saying, dude. How dumb you sound.
Wait, what happens to the planes, man? What happens to the
Castleton.
planes if you
Let
got
me
to
ask you
the
a
edge
question.
of your flat Earth?
Planes.
Castleton. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah,
Brother,
what is it?
do you think, or how come you're using your perception or your idea of what the flat earth is and then asking us questions about it? Nobody here claimed anything about going on an underside or off an edge. Why are you asking us about that?
Because this is what you believe.
No, it isn't.
No,
That's what
no,
you
it's not.
believe.
What?
Yeah,
Wait, what?
We tried.
Hold up. I just told you I was in a plane that went from California to Samoa, all the way around
Okay.
the other side of the earth, and I didn't fly off into space, man.
Okay. So in this flight, at any point, did you negotiate vertical drop?
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
I touched down in the beautiful island of Samoa at some point.
Did an altitude. You did. Oh.
Yeah. So now you're describing altitude to us. So you actually don't think that you negotiated curvature. You were flying over a flat plane.
I'm saying you have to fly straight at a certain altitude to get to some place, right?
Okay, so you were flying straight over a horizontal earth.
Yeah, but the thing is,
At what
the
point
plane
do
is
you go,
attached to a thing called atmosphere,
Hey,
which
fucking
is a
idiot.
part of
Shut up for a minute.
gravity. We're
Shut
a
up and
part.
listen.
Listen, the reason why we don't fly over into space immediately is because of atmosphere and gravity. That's why the atmosphere moves with the curvature of the Earth. It moves with the rotation of the Earth.
You just told
That's
me that you flew
why.
straight. You didn't. You just told me you flew straight.
Relatively straight.
Oh, okay. So how do you have relative straightness? It's either straight
Relative.
or it's not.
What? Because I'm saying I believe that we're on a sphere that has gravity and atmosphere.
There
And
it
if you're
is.
going
Okay, so this
straight,
is
then
all
you're going
belief.
along with that curvature of the sphere. Because
Okay, so
remember,
you didn't
gravity
actually.
keeps us
Okay,
grounded.
Brian,
Otherwise, the plane would take off into space. That's
bro, you're
why.
freaking out. You're freaking out
Oh
a
no!
little bit. I want you to take a
Listen,
breath.
this is the first time I've encountered your type. That's why I'm baffled right now. That's why I'm confused.
Why don't you
I
stop
don't even know if you're
stereotype me.
telling the truth or if you're trolling me.
Why don't you calm
No,
down
we're not
and stop
trolling.
being dramatic?
Oh, whoa,
Yeah.
I'm not being dramatic. This is like me finding out that someone still believes in the Easter Bunny. That's what this is
No, bro.
happening right now.
Okay,
and
you just told me that you believe this, right? You just said I
Yeah, I believe the
believe
world is a
this, that,
sphere,
and the other.
man.
But you don't experience it that way, do you?
What?
You don't
Oh, you're saying
experience it that
because
way, do you?
I don't experience it. Well, say that again. I'm sorry. My mind was still thinking about the Easter Bunny. What? What did you say?
One second. Hold up, everyone, please. I think what is in order, a little introductory information, just so that we can set your mind at ease a little bit, right? Because you're freaking out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
This is equivalent to
so what
me
we're talking.
hearing about people who still believe in unicorns and bunnies and things like that, man.
If you'd allow me just to get a few words out, just to ease,
All right.
this confusion for you, right?
I'll chill out.
We're not talking about an overall expanded third-person view of the universe. Okay, we're not trying to explain what happens in the sky. We're not trying to replace the entire universal cosmology that you've been presented from a child. Right? We were all presented with that model from a child. We're just talking about what we go out into reality and observe and experience and measure and utilize, right? And and we're talking specifically about the surface geometry of that which we can access, right? There's parts of the earth that some of us are never going to access, right? We're just talking about the surface of liquid in particular and how it lays horizontally and measures to be that, and we use it as a reference for that. Specifically like mean sea level, and we use it in smaller scales like water levels to establish horizontal planes of reference. Okay, so everything about your reality that you experience is going to be determined in reference to horizontal and vertical, and changes in elevation are going to be in relation to that. Nowhere are you going to use a curved reference, right, to gauge changes in elevation or your changes in your orientation. But that's specifically what we're talking about. Also, that we observe it to be motionless. We experience this place to be motionless. Nobody can detect any motion or measure it or present any logical axiom proof for it. Also, we experience gas being contained, right? So to achieve gas pressure, we need a physical containment, right? And then we can measure the gas pressure that we've achieved, right? And then we're breathing gas pressure. So at no point can anybody demonstrate that a gas pressure area can exist next to an ever-expanding vacuum, right? Where the gases don't do what we observe them and test them and measure them to do, which is expand into available space. So we're going to contest that the sky above us is this ever-expanding vacuum that it's claimed to be. Gas pressure requires a physical boundary.
Let's see if
So
everybody understands
that might just relieve your issues a little bit, right? Because we're not trying to replace every single explanation that you've been given for everything in the universe, like you have been already. We're not doing that. We're just talking specifically about those
Earth,
three
man.
factors.
I'm just
That's
talking
what
about
we're
Earth,
talking about too.
buddy. Listen,
Us too. That's
now,
the surface.
if the Earth is flat, at what point does the ocean water just drop off your flat Earth?
See, he's bricked.
It doesn't. It doesn't. What we observe and test in reality is that bodies of liquid, right,
Cognitive
have a
dissonance.
volume of liquid. To have a volume of liquid, you need a container. So, obviously, at some point, the waters of the Earth are reaching a barrier, a containment area, right? Because or they would do what you said, just continue to spread out and fill the available space that it has, right, with a fixed surface. Solids have fixed volume, fixed surface. Liquid has a volume limited to its container with a fixed surface, and gases just expand to fill the available volume.
So you think
they have no
you
definite
think
volume.
the continents are enough to contain 75 to 85% of the water on flat Earth?
100%, actually.
We're only talking about what we've been told is accessible, right, so far. Right? We don't know the extents, the boundaries, and limitations of this plane that we can establish we live on.
Wait, so do you mean there's parts of this plane that you haven't even gone to yet?
Oh, nobody's gone to, probably.
Why not? This
Who
is
knows how far it
2024, about to be 25. Your technology doesn't allow you to see past, to see what's at the end of your flat Earth? Why not?
Not for me. Not for me individually. I don't know.
What do you mean not for you, man? What about your scientists? Where's your flat Earth scientists at, man?
We're all here.
Yeah, we.
I'm talking about the scientists that can send things into
I'm
outer
very
space to
limited,
get a better
right?
view of what's going on out there.
Cool story,
Here.
My access of this realm is limited, very limited, right? Personally, individually, right? I can't go out and explore the extents and limitations of it. I've only explored a very small section of this place. But what I've established so far is that the surface of liquids at rest don't measure to have any convexity to them. So
what's this word that you just used?
We cannot be on
a word. What is this word that you're using?
Ball.
You guys use
Cannot
these
be on a
fancy
ball.
words, but you haven't even been to the end of your flat Earth. What the hell is that?
We don't need to. No, it's not a necessity to be able to conclude that we don't live on a ball.
Wait, what? It's not necessary for you to conclude that you don't live on a ball?
It's not necessary for me to explore the limitations of this realm in order to establish that we don't live on a ball.
Then why do you say you know that this place is flat?
Because the surface of liquid at rest doesn't measure to have any curvature. There's no deviation from horizontal. It's what we use in reference to change in elevation.
More, man. You need to get on a plane and fly around someplace, man.
You said
that's what you need to do.
That's what
most of us have been on aircraft.
You're limited to your little, that's like the ant claiming that this whole place is flat because he's a little ant. He can't see past the little flat surface that he's traveling on.
And
trying to convince an ant?
Yeah, Castle King, what's at the edge of your universe?
I don't know, man.
What? Say what?
I haven't been out there.
What?
I haven't been out there.
Are you telling me that you think you live on a ball inside an ever-expanding vacuum, of void of nothingness, right? That is expanding into who knows what, and you don't know where it ends, and you don't know what's beyond it?
Say what?
I'm saying I haven't been into outer space yet, man.
Oh, well, I haven't been to the ends of this plane, man.
And you claim that it's flat, man.
You claim that it's a ball in an ever-expanding vacuum, man.
Dude,
it's a sphere.
How do you expect to go anywhere?
You know the sun and the moon? They're also spheres.
My word.
In space?
There's that indoctrination.
Listen, this dude went to an island where you just look out over the ocean and it's just flat. Everywhere you look, it's flat. But he doesn't believe it. He thinks it's curved.
That's because from my perspective as a human being, just a little tiny human being on planet Earth, I can't see the whole curvature of the world from where I'm standing. That's why.
What you can see is what you can
I have to
see.
be elevated to see it.
What do you see then? What do you see then? What do you see then?
Do you see what I see?
Shut up.
It's just flat, man.
Right.
Because I'm a human being standing on Earth, man.
So
you
what
gotta be
reason
in
do
outer
you have
space
to
to see the
think?
curvature of the world.
Tell us what reason you have. Wait, no. So tell us what reason you have to think you're on a ball then.
Because I've been in a plane.
Yeah, and what?
The plane flew around California down
Flew
to Samoa. Down to Samoa.
Did it have to
Yeah.
tip its nose
It had to
down?
go on a curve. I didn't fly off the map when I was in the plane.
Of course not. Are you saying that areas can't exist on a plane surface? Are you saying that accessible areas can't exist on a plane surface?
You told us you flew flat and level, and then you descended onto the island. That's what you
Yeah.
told us.
Yeah, that's because of gravity.
You didn't tell us you.
That's because of gravity.
Adding more
Man.
shit to your stories. Listen, the witch doctor in your camp told you the wrong shit.
Oh, please. Where's your... You guys can't even describe the other side of your flat Earth.
You can't even describe the other side of your universe.
Yeah, I can. There's, another side of the world. There's China and those places, Samoa and places like that.
Now tell us what the other side of the universe is.
Oh, wait. We went from the Earth to the universe all over.
He's good.
Shame on you.
It's the same standard, right? It's the
No,
same
it's
standard.
not. We can't even get out of them.
All
You
right.
brought up gravity.
Yeah,
The real question is,
gravity.
why-
Yeah, I know. I did bring up gravity. Of course I brought up gravity, man. That's what keeps us here on the Earth.
Castle, can you let other people speak?
Wait, say that again?
Can you let other people speak?
Go ahead, man.
Well, not me.
Came here to hear yourself talk, like.
Castle, why are you so passionate about this subject?
Just, it's like someone discovering that there's people that believe in hocus pocus, man.
Believe the thing that you said you experienced yourself. It's crazy, right? Why would anyone believe the thing that they experience is real?
Yeah, you said it's flat everywhere you look. We're not supposed
That's because I'm a person standing on Earth. Earth is huge.
A flat Earth.
Hey, man. If you go to a different country and they worship God differently, do you freak out like this too?
Maybe. It depends on what they believe.
They believe that a different deity is God for them.
No, not necessarily. As long as they believe in a creator, I'm cool.
He's really confused.
No,
Well, he's
I'm not
freaking out
confused.
because he's freaking out because he's realizing he's the one lost in a belief.
Oh, please.
The indoctrination.
Oh, please, man. Like I told you, man. I've been around the world. Homie.
You imagine.
Killed everyone.
Dude, you told us
You left an area on a plane, right? You left an area, a landmass, and in an aircraft, traveled over a plane to another area, right, which was divided by waters,
by ocean. Yeah.
Imagined, right, because of your indoctrination from a young child, that you flew around the curvature of a ball. You just went straight, and you didn't experience any change, except for when the plane was taking off and descending to land. That's the only altitude change you experienced. You said it went straight, but the part you're imagining is the part where you went around a ball, a partial of a ball. You imagined that, didn't experience it. You didn't look out the window and see that you're traveling over the surface of a sphere. All the plane, like someone pointed out, all the plane data shows that the orientation of the aircraft changed relative to horizontal and vertical.
It's because I wasn't high enough to see the full curvature of the Earth.
Curvature of the Earth, the one that you can't demonstrate, that you haven't observed, measured it. What happened in history for us to be able for people to say, we live on a ball? Do you know?
Nothing.
Yeah, wasn't it Galileo or one of the guys that figured out this place was a sphere?
Oh, listen for a second. We're really going to blow your mind. So stand on the beach in California and have a friend in Samoa. stand on the beach and point at each other, get where you know that you're directed, and you guys are going to be pointing directly at each other, not around a curve. How do you like that?
No, I don't believe that.
Ooh. I don't believe that.
It's the truth. Why wouldn't you believe?
No,
But
did
you're
you
going to
know
point
that
at
the
the
moon
ground.
appears different to people on different parts of the earth?
Yes.
It got too real for him.
Orientation appears to be different. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, man, you guys, man, this is interesting that you really believe that the place is flat. You haven't been to the other
It's
side
not
of
a
your little
belief.
flat earth.
Not a belief. It's
It
not a
has to
belief
be a
if you
belief. You can't know
It's not a
that.
belief. Not if you observe
You
and
can't
measure
know
and
that because you haven't been to the other
Yes, you
side of your
can.
flat place, man.
know it.
Wait, other
Wait,
side. What do you
you
mean by
just
other
said that
side?
you don't know what the boundaries of your flat earth are.
I'm not
Yeah, hold
claiming
on
to know
there.
either.
Castle Queen, what do you mean by other side?
Wait, why you have to disrespect me, man? I'm a king.
Cap. So what do you mean by other side?
I mean, turn on your camera and say that. Let's turn on our cameras and see who's the king here.
Listen, I get you're horny. Just what's the
Hey,
other side?
check yourself, homie. I'm an OG, man. I bench press 600 pounds on the bench. That's real. That's not fake. That's not like your fake flat earth. That's real facts, homie.
So what do you mean
Hey,
by other
check
side?
yourself,
If you
homie.
understand
Do you know?
English?
Hey, you know about the?
Yeah, we'll just move on. What the fuck?
Bro, over there
Yeah.
glazing.
Can somebody explain that one to me?
That's the spiral.
This or what?
In front of them.
Other side. What the hell is he talking about? T-Dub, what's good?
Oh, hey man. Sorry, I forgot that I was muted.
I just have no clue what is he saying when he's saying other side? Does he mean like the bottom of the pancake? Like what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
Well,
He
we already
thinks
went
that
through it with them. Space is fake, and it's not another side. And I don't know what
or
he's
disc in
saying. And
space. Yeah,
then when I
he doesn't get it.
when I told him to stand out in California and point at the island and have his friend point back at him, they'll be pointing directly at each other if you can get that close. Reality set in, and he is starting to have a huge mental breakdown right now.
Meltdown. Yeah.
We're just gonna have to Frank Castle the guy. I mean, it's just
Unmute Castle Queen.
Castle Queen. We can continue. Just tell us what you mean by other side, and we can go from there.
Take it on the side. Take it on the side. Take it on.
This is
Take it on. How long?
Is this what a nervous breakdown sounds like?
Yeah, this is
Separate.
Exactly what it like.
The spiraling is
I don't believe.
And it was
Get us
made
copyright strikes, man.
Smart ass. Think about it.
I mean, he was kind of hitting that note though. I'm not gonna lie, but
Yeah, as I said, you're gonna get us copyright infringement, man.
He can definitely sing. I'll give him that.
was this a guy doing a competition with Flatsy? Was anyone there for that singing competition that Flatsy did? I think this might be that same guy. I don't know.
It might be. I have no idea. I don't
It's his
know.
first time in here. He's having a heart attack. He came in fucking freaking out.
Oh, really?
This is like
Yeah.
level right now. This is level half.
He can't just conceive of just like dealing with the surface geometry of the areas that he can access. Press start and just dealing with the surface geometry. He just keeps on going out to that like puppet view and wants to see the entirety.
Oh, yeah.
We even went with, like he said, you haven't even explored the ends of your Earth, man. And we said when we talked about the ends of the universe, what's that?
There you go.
Haven't explored it, huh? Yeah.
There you go.
Magic word. Yeah.
Doesn't get it.
Yeah. They don't realize that they have a very similar worldview, like where's the boundary of your reality? It's not the globe Earth. That's not that. That's not what's claimed to be the only thing in existence. So, it's so funny that they get triggered by our boundaries of reality and they literally don't care about theirs. It's a weird double standard. For anyone wondering, you cannot compare a globe Earth to a flat Earth. Those things are not really comparable because the globe is an object within a place. And that place doesn't necessarily have known boundaries. It's not been fully explored. The shape of that existence is not really known. You can't leave it, look at it like some sort of puppet on your hand. None of those things are possible. And all of those characteristics also apply to the flat Earth. A flat Earth is not an object floating around within a place, right? So that when he's asking, like, well, what's on the other side? Like, it's a dumb question. It's like asking what's on the other side of the universe, or what's on the bottom of the universe, or something like that. So the universe has more characteristics in common with flat Earth than globe. So
Why would the universe even be oriented?
exactly, exactly. So
Talk about the universe. You don't believe in outer space.
correct, but I'm trying to help you understand that actually our worldviews are very similar. The boundaries of your reality have not been reached. The shape of that reality is not known.
Creation Bear, he doesn't even know when he's server muted the whole time. He's been talking and singing.
Yikes.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're not talking to us, you're talking to your room.
Oh.
Maybe we can
You
get some
guys
common
might as well
ground.
be talking to yourselves with this
Yeah,
stuff
fact.
that you believe. It's ridiculous.
But we don't have any beliefs to offer you.
Yeah,
Creation
because
Day,
somebody said that he knows that the place is flat.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
If you can go and measure the surface, it's definitely knowable. Facts.
Oh man, this is
Hey, Castle.
crazy.
Not
Castle.
really.
Yeah, add this to your song medley. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. You know that song.
Ooh. Yeah, hit that line.
No,
Cat.
I
Hit
don't
that
know
line,
how it goes.
Frank.
Give me a
You know-
sample.
yeah,
It doesn't.
Red Hot Chili
Yeah,
Peppers.
Yeah,
Sing it.
you were just singing. You were just come on, Petus.
I don't know the whole album. I just know the hits, man.
That's the
Well,
Red
that's
Hot Chili
it.
Peppers. Come on.
I know a few songs from them, but not all of it. Obviously, yeah, I only know
Hey,
a
what
few
song is
songs.
that, old hoss?
Oh,
That's
Google it.
Californication from. Yeah, that's
Come on,
the
man.
title song of Californication, Castle King.
It's a request. And he
Dream
can't
of
do it. Come on.
Californication. That one?
Yeah. Space may be a final frontier. Go ahead, man. Hit it.
I don't know the.
Yes, you
whole
do.
song.
Stop
I just know the
lying.
verse. I mean, I just know the chorus.
You don't
I
even
only know
want
the
to say
chorus.
it. He just doesn't
You
want to
won't
say it,
even
guys.
say it.
He doesn't want to say it.
Huh? No. Wait, what? So Red Hot Chili Peppers members were two?
Pull up the lyrics, bro.
Said that, man. They said space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
It's the first line of the
Words
goddamn song.
of the Chili
I know, but I don't sing that song. I only know I memorize choruses.
You just know the
Okay.
other.
What do they
Red Hot
mean by
Chili
that?
He's shy, guys. He's shy. He's shy.
Listen, I'm not shy. I'm a superstar.
All right, then hit
Yeah.
it. Hit it.
But you won't.
I don't know how that goes. I haven't studied that song.
Man. Why are you acting
Yeah,
shy now?
I
You
know
acting shy
songs
now,
that I
huh?
know, but that's one of them that I don't know.
Man.
Dream of outer space mythology.
Huh?
So can you go ahead for us, and since you're on your PlayStation, get one of your friends on the island to go outside and point at California, and you go outside and point at the island, and then you guys wave and tell him we're pointing and waving directly at each other.
What the hell? How
Yeah,
is
you
that?
better-
How can we even prove
He'll
that?
agree.
The island is not down around the ball. It's
Yeah,
just
facts.
Ah,
over
he's
there,
doing it.
water. It's over across the water.
Earth is measured.
What the hell? So you're saying if I had a powerful enough telescope or something, I could look out there and see him on Samoa?
No, you'd see
can't
your own
see
butt.
through rain.
If you had a powerful telescope on a ball, you'd see your own ass.
Oh
On
Why?
flat Earth, what are you asking?
Hold on.
Don't do
Why?
that.
No, you can't see through
Ah,
fog and
shit.
rain and
Who's doing it
snow.
everywhere?
It doesn't make
Now
any
this guy thinks
sense.
this guy thinks clouds don't exist and fog and shit over the ocean. He thinks it's just a
Oh,
clear path.
you're saying if I had that telescope that was strong enough, I could see my cousin in Samoa waving right at me?
No, hold on. Water, right? If the sun is above me and you and we jump in water, if we swim down 1 kilometer into water and we go down 10 more foot, it's pure black, even though the sun is right above us. And it's clear water we're swimming in. Do you understand that it's black?
Do you understand that
I
according
think
to
you're
Flat
confused.
Earth,
Listen to
I
what I'm
should be
telling you.
technically able
No,
to see
stop.
my cousin in
You're not
Samoa with
learning
a
anything.
powerful enough
Stop.
telescope?
We're talking about the water blocking
Oh,
light.
what happened to your friend, man?
He'll come back with that. Just hold on. Just listen to what I'm telling you, bro. Slow the fuck down. We know you can jump
Oh,
around the topics, right?
I'm at the snail's pace
Okay,
for you
so
right now.
water blocks light
Yeah,
even though
right.
it's clear, just like ice cubes, right? The air does the same thing. You just need a little more, a thicker amount, so a farther distance. So within 2 feet or 50 feet, that's not enough. 800 foot, 10 miles, 50 miles, 60 miles. Then light starts to get blocked from the sun and it doesn't go through, just like only 1 kilometer of fucking water. It's really simple. Now go ahead and
Just
talk to
have
him
the
about
guy
what you
turn
were
on the
talking
lights
about.
in Samoa then.
What?
Yeah,
See
so
him
check it out,
underwater.
dude.
Turn on the lights. Flat Earthy. I
Dude,
should be able to see him.
Turn the sun on at the bottom of the ocean, stupid.
Stop
Why
fucking
not?
having
Wait,
a
hold
meltdown
on.
and listen.
What? So how come
Having a
how come the
meltdown
sun
start
has
listening.
anything to do with your flat Earth?
Dude,
What the?
Probably some class.
Stop having a meltdown and listen. Go look up the weather and see what your visibility is today. It's probably about 10, 15 miles maybe. I don't know. Mine's only like 4 today. So I can see 4 miles today. Next day I could see 20 miles. It depends on the visibility. So how do you expect to see all the way to an island?
My visibility is 8 miles today.
Me? If it's flat, then I should be able to see all the way to Samoa with a telescope.
Dude, you're a
No.
fucking retard at this point.
Excuse me?
That didn't make any sense.
I believe
Some
him.
dumb fucking retard told you that, and you're just parroting some fucking retarded
Wait a
shit. You
minute.
can't see
You're on
forever.
the flat Earth, not me.
I know
Yeah,
your
fact.
eyes didn't
No,
change.
you're on the flat Earth too, dude.
Yeah,
No.
you're on
Saying
flat
dumb
Earth.
shit.
Your eyes don't get super because you're a flat earther now. You can't see like Superman now. You still can see as far as you could before with the eye doctor, you dumb
Hey, that's
bastard.
copyrighted. Yeah, Castle Queen, just so you're up to date. The Earth doesn't change, bro. Like we all live on the same Earth here, where you can't see across the ocean or whatever entirely. So that would never change. When you say if the Earth is flat, well then blah 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 should happen. That's not true. The Earth is the way it is. That's not going to change. You're going to change though. So in time, I guess.
In reality, the Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, and practically used as flat. There is no curve.
Ooh.
There is none.
Okay. There we go. Maybe just stick to karaoke, bro, and we'll handle the flat Earth facts.
He left.
Really?
Ran away. Man, he was all over the
Oh.
place there. He came in just a spiral and
But was anyone there for Flatsy's singing competition? I'm pretty sure this is the guy that got first place, but I could be wrong.
First time here, he said.
No, but we didn't do the singing competition. Oh wait, it wasn't in this server, was it? I think it was in
No.
another server. It was in another server.
Yeah, he's definitely just a gamer on PlayStation. wandering around.
Yikes. Nobody was there for that singing competition? Just me? Damn. Well, Castle King got Frank castled. If anyone knows the reference.
Talking about the TV show Castle?
Yeah, well, actually, it's funny that I bring that up because I actually don't even know the true reference that well, but I know that on Fresh and Fit, when they kick one of the girls out, I mean, they say they got Frank castled. So, yeah. But I think it's a reference to that show or the movie or whatever.
Holy crap. We got an Apple user, friends. We got an Apple user.
Hey, chill.
It's the Punisher, you doobs. The Punisher.
The Punisher. Yeah, the Punisher. Yeah.
An Apple phone?
Holy crap. And the Punisher was old comic, yes, but it's a current comic, and they have a current show about it. Holy crap.
Damn, bro. I'm getting cooked right now. But yeah, no, the Punisher, it makes more sense now because Myron has a cup.
That's right.
Punisher logo
Castle
on
Queen.
it. Yeah.
Creation Bear, Castle Queen is back.
Hey. Castle Queen, are you were you there for the singing competition or is that someone else? I think he's gathering herself. Holy.
Yeah, pointing at his friend really knocked him off the bed.
Mean somebody pulled the covers?
Damn, I just woke up and you guys are in here cooking. This is awesome. Brilliant. This train is not stopping. There's no brakes on this train, folks. We do it live. Who all's here? Did Jedi get a new profile picture? Okay, we got Jedi. In Het Heru. I don't know if we spoke before. Welcome. Brand 38.
I
Grim.
got called a sadist in chat because I like it when Globers spiral.
Yeah. Facts.
I put a check mark next to it. What can I do?
Oh, Lord. Brit. Holy smokes.
Yo. What happened?
Hey, what's going on, bud?
You guys are over here trying to talk that smack? You guys are bad at that, too.
Not really.
I swear this is Ghetto Gregory.
Yeah, man. You guys need
Man,
to
what
take
the
a
heck,
few
bro?
notes from
He's
the
gotta be
OG.
Greg. If him and Greg had a conversation, it'd be like Greg talking to his ghetto self. It'd be crazy.
Hey, Castle King,
who are you
can you
talking
see
about,
through?
Greg?
Can you see through something? Can you see through something that's opaque?
Opaque? Yeah.
Yeah, opaque.
Yeah.
So you can see through something that's opaque. That's your claim?
Fog?
Isn't opaque transparent?
No, that's why the word transparent is a different word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no worries. I understand the confusion.
Is opaque the blurry one?
No, opaque means you can't see through it.
Oh, okay. Why did you just say that?
Because there's a word for that.
Oh, okay.
Because
There's other words too to describe what you're saying.
Yeah, fair. I just want to set the baseline that the standard Rayleigh atmosphere extinction coefficient for light
Oh
is
man, see now
approximately,
what are words you're using,
approximately
man?
290 kilometers. That means you
you're
can't
saying
see
that's
through
it?
the atmosphere. That means you can't see through the atmosphere at ground level past 290
After
kilometers.
290 kilometers? What if you
Yes,
had a
there's
really
no
powerful
way.
telescope?
Castle,
No,
you
dude.
asked
No,
for
let me
the
ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. When you zoom in on a brick wall, can you see through it?
No.
Oh, there's your answer, buddy.
Huh? Wait, what the hell? The brick wall is solid. Of course, I'm not going to see through it, whether I'm close or far from it.
I understand. I understand you're saying it's solid, but you don't need solid things to be opaque. Okay, opaque means you can't see through it. So if the atmosphere is opaque at a certain range, then don't matter what telescope
You're just talking
you're
about
not going to
the
see.
human limitations of the eyeball.
No, I'm not. No, see, this is the problem with you. Is I was talking about the extinction coefficient of the atmosphere, nothing about the eye at all.
Wait a minute. You know eagles can see farther than beings?
What?
Oh my goodness. Do you know what eagles can't do? Hey, you want to guess what eagles can't do? Let me tell you. They can't see through solid objects.
Yeah, I get it.
Right.
So you're saying at some point the air becomes solid, and that's why we can't see past 290 kilometers?
The air becomes effectively like a solid barrier which light can't pass through, and you won't see any light from anything beyond that range. Now, I didn't make this up, dude. You can go Google this right now, and it'll tell you that the standard Rayleigh atmosphere extinction coefficient results in an opaque atmosphere at a certain range. Okay, it's that simple. There's no arguing with it.
Yes, there is.
Okay, well then why don't you take it up with the scientists then? How about that?
Yeah, show me the flat Earth scientists that say that you can't use a powerful enough telescope to see all the way to Samoa from California. Show me that scientist.
Dude.
Yeah, it's the guy. It's Raleigh. Do you know Raleigh? You know Raleigh? You ever heard of Raleigh?
No.
You never heard of the Raleigh criterion? You never heard of the Raleigh atmosphere? You never heard of the Raleigh extinction coefficient?
I just said no.
Okay, so he's a legit guy, and he's well known and well cited. And in fact, they actually use his criterion to know what an angular resolution is going to be of an optic. But regardless of how powerful your optic is, if the light isn't reaching the optic, you can't see it. And so if the light past 300 miles out across the surface of the Earth can't reach your telescope, it doesn't matter how big it is.
Wait, if you're on a flat Earth, then as long as the sun is in your sky, it should be okay.
Wrong.
Right?
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, hey, if you take a window, okay, windows actually have a clarity rating, okay? Take a window, you buy it, and you stack it up. 2 windows, 3 windows, 4 windows, 5 windows, 6 windows, 7 windows, 8 windows. Eventually, the extinction coefficient of the windows cumulatively makes it to where you cannot see anything on the last one. So you look through it, they're all transparent locally, but cumulatively they're opaque at range. So let's just say 100 windows, and then your friend stands on the other side and gives you the finger, and you can't even tell what it's doing because all you see is nothing.
Like an ice cube.
That's because I don't have 100 whatever amount of mirrors or windows in between us.
Yeah, feet of air.
You do, buddy.
Feet of air.
Dude, do you not understand that the atmosphere is not perfectly transparent? Do you not understand that?
He doesn't understand.
Wow.
Hold
on. Castle King, I'm done talking to you, dummy.
I'm listening.
Hey, listen, dude, I just have to tell you this, and then I'll bow out. Keep in mind, you came here to laugh at us, dude, and you think the atmosphere is perfectly transparent. So, laughs on you, bro.
Oh, God, is that your finishing statement? Is that all you've got?
If the window is transparent and you stack 100 of them behind each other, why can't, and it's still transparent, why can't you see
Because
through it?
it's glass, man.
But it's see-through, it's transparent.
It's clear.
No, I'm saying it's still a substance. There's other things in between that. There's dust particles. There's dust molecules and things like that.
Dude, hey guys, I need some. Just hold on. I need to clear this up for the people listening before they get confused. The atmosphere is made up of, you guessed it, substance. There's stuff there.
Is there dust?
If you take your glasses away, it would be easier. The guy in Samoa waving to me through that powerful telescope.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Why don't you?
Yeah, it is a cool story.
Why don't you prove that light can travel infinitely through the atmosphere. Why don't you do that? Go ahead.
Oh, wait, you're saying that light is stopped by atmosphere?
Yes, that's why it's called. Listen, I'll tell you one more time. Here's the name of the thing. It's called the Standard Rayleigh Atmosphere Extinction Coefficient. That means that after a certain amount of atmosphere, it extincts. It goes away, and no light can pass through.
Yeah,
It's
I get
opaque.
it. You're talking about like dark clouds and stuff like that, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm talking about just regular. I'm talking about a perfectly clear day.
Uh-huh.
In fact, you know what's interesting? Yeah, what's interesting is if you actually go to the places where they cite this coefficient, it literally says in there, therefore, on a perfectly clear day, the maximum visibility would be approximately 290 kilometers. And some of them do it a little different, so they might say, oh, a little more, a little less. But it's regardless. It can't see forever out across the surface of the Earth. I mean, that's just not going to happen. Because
Even
the
if you had
cumulative
the world's
effect of
most
the
powerful
loss.
telescope?
Yes, dude. Even if you had the world's most powerful telescope, it's not going to happen, dude.
Then why are we able to see out into outer space with these telescopes when we can't see
I'm
past our
glad you
own little
asked. I'm
planet?
glad you asked, dude. Because in case you never heard,
Yo, bitch boys, what are your
we were
guys' thoughts on
talking
that
about
24
seeing
hour
over
sun?
the
What are your thoughts on that
surface.
24 hour
We're,
sun, bitch?
yeah, dude. We're talking about seeing over the surface, dude. And you're talking about seeing up into the sky. Now, in case you didn't know, the atmospheric extinction coefficient cumulative effect wanes with altitude. So it's the strongest towards the ground. So, of course, you're going to see different the more you angle up your vision, for goodness sakes.
For goodness sakes.
Yeah, dude.
I'm saying we could see a clear picture of the moon with these powerful telescopes.
Yeah, dude. So is the moon on the ground or above your head? Which one?
It's in outer space.
Okay, so
depending on the time of day, it's either below me or above.
Is the moon on the ground?
Hell no.
Okay, so then it's a moot point. We're talking about looking at things that are on the ground.
I just don't understand. It's farther than 290 kilometers to see the moon. I'm saying it's farther to see the moon than it is to see Samoa from here.
Yeah, dude. So check this out. If the atmosphere has the highest extinction coefficient towards the ground, and the moon is not on the frickin' ground, then obviously the rules of the extinction coefficient, which apply to stuff seen on the ground, wouldn't apply to the moon, for goodness sakes. How hard is this to comprehend?
So there's nothing, when you get past the atmosphere of the Earth, space doesn't matter? That distance from Earth to the moon doesn't matter?
What the
hell? Hey, listen, dude, it's very simple. It's very simple. If I'm in a house and I haven't put the roof on yet, I'm building it. I'm presently building the house, which I do often, and I build the walls, and I haven't put the roof on yet. I can't see through the walls, but if I look up, I can see out of the building. I mean, what's so hard about this concept, dude?
Well, obviously you got something obstructing your view and something not.
Oh, really? So when you look out over the surface of the Earth, you have the atmosphere, cumulative effect, right, of the thickest portion of the atmosphere blocking the light, but when you look up, you don't. I mean, that's not that complicated.
I get what you're trying to say, but it's just ridiculous,
Hey,
man.
listen, check this out, dude. What is the height of the base atmosphere? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so let me ask this question. What height do planes fly at?
It's pretty high up there, man.
35,000 feet. How many miles is that?
I don't know, man.
Okay, 35. We'll just do a quick by 5. Let's just say 5 miles or 6 miles, 5 or 6 miles. Now, 5 miles vertically is a much different amount of atmosphere than hundreds of miles horizontally. Do you agree?
I understand that.
Okay, so then what's the holdup that you can't comprehend why the cumulative effect looking horizontally is going to be much greater than looking vertically?
I get that. I can get with that.
Awesome. So you finally got it. So now you know that when you say I should be able to see somebody on an island hundreds and hundreds of miles away. It's a ridiculous claim.
I'm saying if we use a telescope, you know, the powerful
Holy
one.
crap, dude. I'm saying if we use a telescope, even though you explained it all to me, I can see through a solid brick wall. I just need a more powerful telescope.
Yeah.
Well,
Dude.
I think we've all concluded that this guy's dumb as a brick that I can't see through.
Yes. Yes, we've concluded that now. He thinks if you got a powerful telescope, you will be able to see through a brick wall.
No. I said you should be able to see Samoa from California with your powerful telescope if this place is flat.
Bruh.
No. Oh my god. Yep. Okay,
He's
real
fine.
quick. How far away is Samoa from California? How long away?
10,000 miles.
Okay, you're an idiot. We did just
I'm
already
not the one
told
that
you that you
believes this
can't
place
see.
is flat. I'm not the one
You
that believes that
cannot
we
see
can't
past
see the bottom of
300
this place.
miles. We already agreed you can't see past 300 miles. You agreed to the principle, and then you said you should be able to see something 10,000 miles. Are you dumb?
I'm saying I'm not the one that hasn't seen the bottom of this flat Earth.
Hold on, dude.
There
You've
he
got to at
goes
least
again.
press him on what he says. Don't start bringing up other irrelevant claims. He's very patiently told you that when you're looking through the atmosphere, there's a limitation before the atmosphere becomes opaque. You can't see light anymore, no matter the optical device that you use. At distances 300 to 400 miles, you're talking about a distance of 10,000 miles. Come on, be reasonable.
Yeah, I'm saying, listen, it's not reasonable to believe that if you go up high enough that you couldn't see that the world is obviously a sphere.
It's not it is reasonable to assume that when you gain altitude, you're going to see more of the surface. It's not reasonable to assume a presupposition that the Earth is a ball, and when you go up there, you're going to see the ball. You could equally go up there and see a flat Earth.
No, you can't. If you're in outer space and look down upon Earth, you're going to see it's a sphere.
Okay, so is this your first-hand experience?
I haven't been into outer space yet.
So you don't know then?
So you're saying that NASA and all those guys fake every image that they show of the Earth that's being spherical?
Yes.
At the moment, I'm telling you that you can't verify this claim. You just believe it.
Yeah, for the same reason why I believe in gravity.
Okay, I get that you've got a lot of beliefs, and we all had a lot of beliefs associated with the thing that we're told that we live on. Seeing it from altitude, what a glorious ball, and why things go down, gravity. Yeah, we get those stories, but at the moment you
Yeah,
can't
that's not fair. Hold on, Jedi. That's not fair. That's not fair. We got to be fair to this guy's intellect. Okay, the phenomenon that's named gravity that he experiences with dropping something is directly experiential. Now, the story about why it's happening is a different story. But you can drop something and you can witness whether it's going to hit the ground or whether it's going to float. You can witness that directly yourself, literally right now, unless you're a vegetable.
Yeah, no, that is fair.
I don't understand. If you guys go into outer space and look down upon Earth, it's going to be flat?
What?
If you guys were to go into outer space on a rocket ship like Jeff Bezos did, if you could do that, you're going to look back at Earth and it's going to be flat?
Well, that's the way it measures.
So what happens if you're in that rocket ship and you go around the Earth?
Yes, it's flat up there too. It just goes up and comes right back down.
What do you mean go?
It's a zero G plane, dude.
What do you mean go around?
If you were to be in a space shuttle and you went around the Earth in outer space, at what point do you reach the edge of your flat Earth?
I don't know how many times you have to go around before you find the edge. But I want you to understand what you say when you mean you go around. Now, around is just a circle, right?
Yeah.
Good. And you can obviously travel in a circle at altitude above a horizontal plane.
That's not hard to achieve.
No, I'm not talking about taking the shuttle and going in a circle. I'm talking about taking the shuttle and going around the Earth.
I get your idea that you've got attached with being on the ball and what you think would most definitely happen if this thing existed. I get what you're trying to say. But you asked us about going up in altitude and seeing what we would see. I'm trying to tell you. And if you're talking about things going around, because you keep bringing up your airplane experience, that's just flying around in a circle.
Yep. So before we go on, I just want to do some housekeeping, which is there's plenty of people who think that when having a discussion about this topic, it should be completely cordial, based in exposition, question, answer, point, rebuttal. However, let's be clear, friends. This man came in here with the intention of ridiculing us, not with having a conversation. Now, because of that, I had to ridicule him by demonstrating how ignorant he was of his own stupid claims.
No, I'm not the one that was throwing around ad homs in here. It was you guys. You guys are the ones that called me an idiot, called me a queen. You guys are the ones that did that.
That didn't happen in a vacuum. That you didn't just arrive and that happened spontaneously. That's not the truth.
Yeah, because I got in your feelings. Started calling me names.
Oh, whatever, dude. Hey, listen.
What?
If any one of these guys drew first blood, drew first blood, I will promise you, if any one of these guys drew first blood, I promise I will tickle them with a feather.
Why would you do that?
I like feathers.
Because it's very painful to be tickled, dude. If you don't like being tickled, it's annoying as hell.
What if they like it?
Very nice weather.
Well, if they like it, then I'm going to have to call out sick tomorrow.
I'm saying, man, you guys are the ones that had the crazy reaction when I started asking questions about what you believe.
Didn't you just start singing?
Yeah, that's because I'm a singer.
First thing you said was, you believe in flat Earth? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You started off at the top of the roller coaster coming down.
Hey, listen, would you rather me get to the point or beat around the bush?
Get to the point.
Get to the point. Exactly. I'm a straightforward kind of guy, man, if you haven't noticed by now.
That's cap.
No, that's for the same reason why I called out that little coward, turn on his camera and call me a queen. That's why.
That was me.
I'm a straightforward kind of guy. I believe in talking to people on the internet the same way I talk to you in real life. That's what I believe.
Okay.
If you can't talk talk to me in real life, don't do it on the cyber streets,
Let's
man.
be honest.
It makes you a coward.
Let's be honest, Castle. When you would start singing at me, all right?
Well, you felt girlish? You started feeling feminine?
What?
No.
What do you mean when you started singing? You started feeling feminine?
It's like, bro, I'm about to switch sides because Castle King is so handsome sounding.
Yeah, what are you talking about when I started singing? You started feeling like a girl all of a sudden? Poor unfortunate soul. You're not secure enough in your manhood to hear another man sing without feeling in your feelings like a girl? Poor unfortunate soul. Check yourself, homie.
All right, not interested.
You want to go that way, AI?
Yeah, not interested.
Let's just mute him so we can seize control.
Oh, you're going to mute me now?
Set the pace and move forward. Well, dude, let me tell you why, friend. It's getting too much talking about personalities, okay? And as a famous quote goes, stupid people talk about personalities, average people talk about events, and intelligent people talk about ideas. So let's decide where we want to go from here.
Yeah, I'm saying this is the guy that called me a queen and didn't have the balls to show up and show himself on this platform. I'm saying I don't use ad homs at people without turning on that camera. Just to let you know, I say that.
No, dude. Sorry, you're gonna have to take control because I pointed this out earlier. You've at least got to address what was said, not start talking about someone else and being mistaken with what you say.
Yeah.
Just
I'm saying respect me and call me by my name. Castle Kingside, not Queen.
Listen, Castle Queen, just relax.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Disrespectful. But he can only do it in these cyber streets because in the real life streets, it ain't going down like that.
That's cap, bro.
No, it's not.
Oh my God! Please, let's.
Yes, look. Let me do it. Let me do it for you, Castle King. Here, all right. Creatine Bear. Why you got to pretend you're a gym bro? You're so skinny, you can't even handle Castle King's breadth and width and girth. Holy crap!
Oh,
Go to
hey,
beta.
pause.
See how that works, Castle? Oh wow! See,
Hey, man, you're a
you
lightweight,
just move
man.
on. You zing them, and you move on. That's how it works.
Man, I get respect in these real life streets, man. It's only these
Yeah, who
cyber
cares,
streets that
dude?
people
If you
dare
want to move
just.
on and talk about
That's
the
the only place
ideas,
where they
I'll let
fucking
you.
disrespect me.
But if not, you're just gonna go on mute, dude. I don't care about your stupid streets, dude. There you go. You can just stay on mute, like the retard that you are, because you didn't take a hint that it's time to talk about the ideas and not about personalities anymore.
Your stupid streets.
When he goes to the swamp, the alligators respect him.
Can we assume that he was
Anybody
on his
telling that?
PlayStation? Can we assume he's on his PlayStation, clicked on some flat Earth thing for Discord, or
Yeah.
did he go searching for us?
I think he was the
Yeah,
singing competition guy. I
yeah,
think he's.
but think about it this way: like, what if the guy making fun of him is actually like a quadriplegic that can barely even move, and he's like, "Meet me on the streets, then things will be different." And the quadriplegic's like, "I'm sorry, I'm not a full person." Like, whatever, dude. All right, I messed up. I'm talking about personalities. I'm sorry. Somebody please come over and tickle me with a feather.
All right, you ready to talk about flat Earth?
Is this what you do? You mute people and talk trash about them, and then you unmute them?
Yes.
This is not right, man.
Castle King,
This is not the way of the warrior.
Learn,
The
just give
warrior
your
is
zinger.
not like this.
Give you a zinger, and let's move on. This is your chance to give your zinger, and then let's move on.
I
Okay?
just said this is not honorable what you do.
Whatever, dude.
This is not how men behave.
Yes,
What
it
was?
is.
Well, they
Sorry,
sing.
What were we
Yeah,
talking
you ever
about?
heard of male sing?
All right, this is how men behave, Castle King. You're not taking the hint that this is our space and you're the guest, so you can just stay on mute or get lost. There, that's how men behave, Castle. All right, now that he's put in the corner like a little child by the adults, let's talk about the topic.
All right.
What was the topic?
Flat Earth. What else? Woohoo!
I mean, I get that, but before he decided to start talking about personalities, I've even forgotten what we were talking about.
Going around, pancake.
California to the island.
There we go.
That's where we were at, right there, because that made everybody. He completely lost his mind at that point.
I got off like an hour ago. That's what he was talking about. I come back and he was still talking about that. That's crazy.
Actually, we were talking about the 24-hour sun was filmed from a Great Plateau. So the ball is flat on the bottom.
Nice. Old Hoss. Mic check. I think Old Hoss is washing off the filth from the last Glober.
Castle.
That's his iPhone tunes. The iPhone sounds like that.
Oh shit.
Castle, go ahead and type when you're ready to talk normal.
I got a better idea, Castle. How about you think of a topic? You introduce the topics. For example, let's say you want to talk about the 24-hour sun. That's fine. Let's say you want to talk about, the rectilineator experiment. That's fine. So you put forth the topic that's actually a real topic about the topic, which is flat Earth, and then we'll talk about it rather than just say I'm ready to talk. Because if you just say I'm ready to talk, then how do we know what you want to talk about? We don't. So we can't trust you with the mic. So introduce the topic, and we'll honor that introduction by addressing it. How about that? Is that fair?
Yeah. I'm muted. I can't respond until you unmute me.
Somebody talking?
Yeah.
Or now listen. If you take a space shuttle and go into outer space above the Earth's atmosphere, can you or can you not go around to the dark side of your flat Earth?
There's no outer space to go to.
He's done, dude.
I gotta say that out of all of the troll LARPers, he's like top 3 for me.
He's definitely one of my favorites. I got to tip my hat to that.
Because he's kind of funny and he's good at it actually. But
Yeah.
he's obvious. He's obviously trolling, but he's good still.
I'm not trolling. I really believe that if you had a space shuttle and we're in outer space, you would be able to fly around the Earth.
Space is fake.
We know that that's what you believe. We're
You
trying to
can't-
point
but
out.
you don't believe that.
Dude, yeah, we're trying to point out that we don't believe the same thing that you do. That you just have a belief. You don't have first-hand knowledge of this.
Because I haven't been in a space shuttle, man.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't verify this. But
You know
however,
what I'm saying? They've got cameras on these things, man. They've got the cameras on the space shuttles.
Right, ones that cut every 5 minutes, right?
I can't
They-
even.
what do they do?
Keep my drone. If I don't have line of sight on it, I'll lose my drone. And you think they're fucking broadcasting from spaceships?
Wait, oh, come on, man. You're comparing a drone to a spaceship?
Yes, it's the same radio frequency they use to talk to each other. Hello?
They're using satellites that are in space.
I get you.
Communicate via radio. Yep.
I get you. My friend, do you think that you're a reasonable, open mind guy? Do you think that you've got an open mind?
I think so.
Sounds like it.
Okay. So at the moment, all you're doing is repeating a rhetoric that we've all been told. We're asking you subtly to think outside of the box.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's difficult.
Yeah, I understand that. But maybe you should try that a little bit harder. Because I think that might be where you're kind of fighting this. And I don't understand why you would
I've been suspending my disbelief for the whole time I've been in here.
I get you, but I don't understand why you would need to be so defensive when you're trying to gain knowledge. Whether you agree with that knowledge or not, you shouldn't openly ridicule it or come from a biased point of view if you're a reasonable, open-minded person. Now, you kind of strike me as a cool guy, or I'd hope that this would be one of your personal attributes, right? You're open-minded. You are okay to understanding new information. You didn't have to accept the information as true, but you could at least try to understand it from an open-minded point of view.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Just bear that in mind in the future when talking to us, all right?
Yeah. I'm saying, if you were to be in a space shuttle, you can't go around the flat Earth?
Brick, dude.
I'm saying you can't travel to the edge of your flat Earth, and even the space shuttle.
The model to him before he goes any further, so he can have some kind of grasp of where he can start imagining things. You know.
I'm so confused.
Listen carefully. I gave him a model. He stands at the beach in California and points at the island, and his friend on the island points back at California, and those two will be pointing at each other approximately the same height. Doesn't understand that.
Snow globe. Snow globe is.
Oh, a snow globe. That's what you believe the Earth looks like from outer space?
More of a hemisphere. Don't say flat Earth. That's incorrect. It's more of a hemispherical situation.
Hemisphere. Just half of a sphere.
Oh, it's hard to put.
Technically, that's what we think, but we don't really know that. Just theorizing based on, if we have a barrier between us and the sky or whatever you call space or whatever is beyond that, right? Then it's probably arched, right? Because that would be a stronger structure. So we think about it as an arched dome structure. Yes, that makes logical sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you don't know what's on the flat side of that structure.
Hey, you know what's a biodome?
We're standing on the
guys, you know what a biodome is? You know what a biodome is, dude?
What the fuck are we
Biodome.
talking about now, man?
Probably a short film. Or is that
Yeah.
Brandon Fraser and
Yeah, fair point, guys. But it doesn't matter because none of us have been to any of these locations, and it's pure conjecture. Okay, so now that we have that out of the bag, that this is all speculation at best, okay, let's keep our claims measured.
So the bottom part of that hemisphere is the flat part, which water lays flat
Oh,
upon.
okay. All right. I was looking at it the opposite way.
Like entire continents, you know.
Uh-huh.
No globe is
So you're
So,
upside down, Castle King.
okay, so the other side is the actual round part. You're on the
Hold on.
flat part.
Are you
There
looking
is no
in
fucking
the
other
chat?
side, man.
Are you looking in the chat?
You gotta be on the other side, man.
Bro,
There
we've
has
only
to be another
experienced one
side.
side, dude. Fucking all of us. There's no other side, man.
Inside the hemisphere, bro. Inside the hemisphere.
Gotta start with this repeating of the other side, dude. We're not
Wait,
claiming.
yo, this is
You
confusing.
gotta
How
listen,
can
dude.
there be no other side?
Because we're not fucking floating a ball fucking in space, man.
It's not
Wait a
saying,
minute. Well, how do you describe the night sky
whoa,
and all the stars out
my
there?
friend.
Yeah, it's above
Now,
us, dude.
now we're getting into non sequiturs followed by red herrings. This is crazy. You're asking something about something that we're not claiming. Somewhere that none of us have been to, you're describing another side, and I know you have a misconception thinking that we say that the Earth is a disc. We're not saying that. We're talking about this side, the side that we're on. We're talking about the water level and how all water lays horizontally, not curving. There's no other side. You need to stop focusing on this because it's not going to get you anywhere. We're not going to be able to answer this question for you in the first place.
No. You said there's another side. That's the part that's spherical.
What do you mean? What do you mean the other side is spherical? No,
Because you said this was a hemisphere.
You have a misunderstanding. So the snow globe idea is where you're inside the snow globe. The globe, the circle, the sphere, the arc above you is the dome where the sky is. But you're standing on a horizontal plane inside this dome. There's no curvature apart from in the sky.
So how do you reason that you can like keep going straight, and then you get back to the same spot? How does that make sense?
Because you might not necessarily be traveling straight. You might be following cardinal directions like east or west, for example, and there are circles around poles.
Okay, so you don't think there's anybody that's ever like drawn a line, made sure that there was no angle on the line, and then gone all the way around?
Via what method of travel?
Around.
Can I talk
Okay, yeah,
sense, man?
sorry, my bad. My apologies. Not around, and gotten back to the same spot.
Wait. Via
Using
what
a
method
straight
of
line and
travel?
angle.
Let me
I'm
just
sorry?
ask you a couple questions. Via what method of travel?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not claiming that there is a specific method. I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you
Listen.
believe that that's a thing that can happen, I guess you guys are saying that's a thing that
Jay-
cannot happen according to your worldview.
Let's slow down. You're talking about going straight. This works hypothetically, but it doesn't work in reality. It works on paper, not in the real world. Okay, if it does work in the real world, give me a method of travel. Let's try it.
Okay, walking.
Okay, great. So, can you walk on water?
Just no, dude.
No, you cannot walk on water, but you can walk. You can
my
walk
friend,
like so. So you
my
believe in
friend-
the maps,
No,
but not on
dude.
the sea part of the map.
Hold on. Jedi. Can I just help him out real quick? And I'll pass it back. Okay, so where are we starting? What's our starting point?
Right here, wherever you're at.
Okay, I'm right, and my back is to my front door. I'm gonna head straight.
Okay.
And then I hit something. Now what?
You go through it.
Oh, so I gotta phase through buildings and trees.
We don't phase through them. You just open the door. You know,
Okay.
you keep going. Or if
There's
there's a
stuff
bridge,
in
you
the
go through
way.
the bridge.
You realize
You
there's
go over
stuff
the
in the way, right?
mountain. You go through the ocean. You go through the lakes. You know, like you know what I mean, like a straight line, right? Like you can see a straight line.
No, listen,
across a lake.
J-Do. J-Do.
Yeah.
You understand you can't actually go straight. There's shit in the way, dude.
You said
Okay.
go in a
There's
straight
shit in the way.
line.
Right. So I mean, like you can draw like an imaginary straight line that you're
Yeah.
basically tracking by going through like elevations, right?
But how do you go through a tree? How do you go through a building? How do you go
Oh,
through
you don't.
vehicles and things in the way?
Yeah, yeah. You just go around them, and then
That's
you
not going straight
reason.
then, is it? Oh, so
No,
we're
no,
not going straight.
no. You are going straight. So, for example,
No,
look.
you're not.
Imagine
Into
there's a
the
point
air.
A bottom. Imagine like a square piece of
Going
paper.
point to
You don't
point.
have to imagine. There
Yeah,
is
point
an
to point.
actual reality you can travel in. So that you're at your point A, you start walking, then
Yeah.
there's things in the way.
Yeah. So there's things in the way. Now imagine. Hold on. Just reason with me here
Imagine.
for a moment.
I don't have to
Okay.
imagine. In reality, you cannot go straight. You can't walk straight, drive straight. Can't
You can
fly
walk a little
straight,
straight.
sail
Like there's
straight.
fields. There's fields that are like really large, or like deserts
Yeah, but
where
you're
you can
talking about
go
going
straight,
across
right?
the whole earth, dude. You're not
Instead of
Moses. You
what?
can't part the seas and then
No, I
walk
don't need to
across
part
the
this.
whole
Okay.
earth.
Do you think that boats cannot travel straight?
No, they can't.
No.
Why
What the
not?
fuck?
Why can't a boat travel straight?
Tide, water flows,
Yeah.
waves. What the fuck?
Well,
Here's
Dude,
the
okay.
are
thing.
you okay, Jado?
No,
Let's
okay.
go west.
Obviously, it's moving around. I guess
Yeah,
this is
so it's
why I
not
wanted to give you
going
the example on
straight.
the piece of paper that you guys weren't letting me talk through. But let me just talk through it real quick, right? Imagine at the bottom piece of paper, there's an A. At the top of the piece of paper, there's a B. And there's a whole bunch of shit in the middle, right? But logically, you can draw a line that goes through a line you cannot walk through or travel through that goes from point A to point B, okay?
You're
And you can
alive.
reason, okay, you can go from here to here, and you might likely have to go around all the obstacles, obviously, right? But eventually, you can get to B, and you can say, well, I started at A, I'm now at B,
Yeah.
I got from A to B, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not correct.
Wow.
Dude.
Congratulations. You just went from point A to point B.
yeah,
Yeah.
Amazing.
Over some terrain. Like, what did you do there, bud?
yeah,
Well
no,
done.
but you can draw a straight line from A to B through the
Oh,
terrain.
Right.
awesome.
Right.
Yeah,
So does that matter?
actually that's the
With
very
the
important
terrain
part
on
that
it,
you
or
can draw a
does
straight line
it
from A to B.
Sorry, when does the
See, this is
globe?
where we talk about water because we don't have to worry about terrain. See, we want to do
Okay,
these
well, I mean,
experiments.
what same thing applies to water, right? Like
Draw straight lines on water.
there's markers in water as well. I mean, you could keep track with
What are you
the
talking
ocean
about?
bottom, or you could use the sky. I guess you don't like the sky because it moves probably though, but you could use the ocean floor.
You don't use the ocean floor for fucking navigating. You use the sky.
No, but you can
Ocean
use the ocean floor,
flat
right? Because
surface of
you're
the
right. You
ocean.
use the sky, but I'm sure there would be many questions and problems with the sky. So I'm trying to
Question is
like
why?
leave it
Not
on the
really.
earth.
Not
So
really.
hold on. Fine. You guys seem to not believe that you can get from like here, go straight, and then get back here.
No,
So
because we
I
tried to help
guess
you
is there
out.
an
We
edge?
tried to
Is there
help.
an edge
Dude,
Not really.
to this thing?
No,
bro.
no
Is there
one's done it.
curvature? Is there curvature to the flatness of the top of the water? Is there curvature at any rate?
No.
You
I'm
believe
just
that?
trying to see if you can get from like
He
if
doesn't
you could
want to
go in a
talk about
straight
that.
line and
He
get to
wants
the
to
same point.
complicate it.
Very vital that you answer that question though, because that's the whole crux of the whole problem that we have.
Okay, yeah.
We wanna-
The crux of the problem is that yes, water does bend.
Water
Where?
does bend at what rate? Can you declare a rate, or do you know that? So we have something to work with.
Yeah, no. I think at 7 degrees, the curvature of Earth, I think that's water
Your
bend.
voice is cracking, bro.
Okay.
I
Where'd you
think
measure
this is
that at?
the finest
Where did we measure
description.
this at?
Water fills and
You're not.
takes the shape of its container. If you can
Yeah.
follow that,
Yes.
you can
Up the
assume.
top part of the flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
Yes.
the outside
That's
outside
actually
of an object.
welcome out of flat Earth. It's funny
Hold
that
on.
your motto is
Oh,
the
that's
Hold
welcome
on.
to flat Earth, dude.
The
Holy
outside of
crap.
an object isn't a container. And we're all over the place,
Yes.
guys. We need to focus on something specific and get to the end of
okay.
that
Yep.
point.
Let's
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
Hold on. Before we continue, though, we need to parse out your claim. Are you trying to say that the surface of water in a container will conform to the topography on the bottom of the container? Is that your claim, yes or no?
No, that is not my claim.
Good.
His claim
All
is
right,
that it's
continue.
moving at 7 degrees.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck it is.
So like the going back to the same place.
Since
So
when is the
if-
outside of an object a container?
See, this
I
is
mean,
where
the
major
container goes all the way around. So
then you have to actually tell us where you get that measurement from, and
Bingo.
that's going to be an
it's very
issue. Or
simple.
if not, if you can supply that, that'd be fantastic.
Right,
Where did
right.
you
So
get that
you're not willing to follow through my other claim about going in a straight line and getting
We already
access to that.
did.
No,
We already addressed
I
it.
100%
I
agree
mean,
with you,
I
sir.
have questions. I
I
get
understand.
this is a different
I
way
have
of phrasing it. I have questions about that topic that I would like to ask that I
Well,
feel have not been
every time
answered.
you ask about going in a straight line, you talk about going in a circle.
Right.
It's the
Right.
same
Okay. So
conversation.
you think it's impossible to go in a straight line?
Yes, it can't be done by any method of travel, or you could just give us a method of travel and end
What
up
is
starting.
preventing? What prevents you from going in a straight line?
Wait, we just helped you out earlier. Why'd you
Wow.
respawn? Okay, you said you want to walk straight? Well, there's things in the way. You want to drive straight? Well, you have to conform to wherever the roads are. You want to crawl? You want a bike? You want a trike? You want a plane, a train? You
Okay.
have to conform to the path,
Look
okay?
outside the
So,
window. Look outside the window wherever you're at. Like, can
yeah,
you
there's a
see?
lot of things in the way, okay? A
Yes,
lot
there's
of
a lot of things in the way. Of course, there's things in the way, but
So
you
then
see
there's
the
not that's
destination.
not you going straight, my friend. If you're gonna go somewhere and then you hit a wall and you have to go around that wall, you've no longer taken a straight path. Your whole argument is like, just go straight. You'll come back to the same place you started. That's not
Yep.
true. If you want to
Okay.
go,
How about this?
if you want
How
to
about this?
go,
You,
dude. Oh my God, yo,
go
relax,
ahead. Go ahead.
relax.
I'm
Cannot be
relaxed.
done. And what you're saying is when you
I have
go
various
around the
questions. You're
dude,
saying it
dude,
can't
dude,
be
dude.
done.
We're just gonna meet him a second. Because you're talking about going around the globe, which isn't a straight line either, idiot. You'd be going in a circle. Now, if you want to go around something and come back to where you started, like if you go around, you go to your front door, then you go around to the back door, and then back to the front door, well, you've just done a circle around your house. If you're going to go around the globe, you have to make a circle around it. There's no going straight. There's shit in the way. I don't know how you don't understand this.
Right, right. I feel like what I'm trying to get at is like the corner or the edge, right? Do you think that
Edge
there's
of
an
what? Edge of what?
of space, like land, water, space, whatever you call the Earth or
corner of
whatever you
the
want?
hemisphere.
We don't know. We tried to point this out to you earlier.
So you don't know. So you don't know if there's an edge, or do you think
Yeah,
there
a
is
lot
an
of
edge?
stuff we don't know, but there's a lot of things we can know for
That's
sure.
okay. No, I'm
Wait,
not saying that.
Jado, watch
Yeah.
this. Where's the edge of your universe?
Yeah, so we can easily do it to you too. So there's
No,
things we
I
can know
mean,
and things we can't know, and we know for sure that water doesn't bend over a long, long distance. And you're telling me you do know how it bends. I'd like to know how
yes,
you know that.
yes, I do know how it bends, and it bends at scale with gravity. That's how it does it. That's the answer.
You got a
That's in a
measurement.
one sentence phrase. That's literally what's happening.
Can you
That's what I'm
show
saying.
us?
Yeah, I understand what's happening, but
Can
what
you
is the
show us?
experiment that did that?
Can you
I understand
show
that.
us? Can you show us a measurement
yeah.
of the curvature of that water, please?
Yeah, that's what
Of course.
exactly.
Of course.
Then we can go to gravity and stuff like that.
Go ahead.
But we have to verify that curvature first.
Yeah, no, I'm really I came here with the purpose, like I have all that other stuff, but I really want to ask about this getting back to the same place.
It's just gone
I
around in
feel
a
like
circle.
if there is
My
We're
God,
playing
man.
chess right now. We're playing chess right now, and you're
we're
making
not
it
playing
a
chess. I'm
very
trying to have
bad.
a civil conversation.
You're trying to move away from something. I put you a check, and now you have to figure out what to do after that. And to run away from it is not a
No.
bold move.
Yeah. So we're not playing a game. I'm just trying to
It
talk
is
with you
bad. It's
guys.
battlefield right now, dude. It's just literally a debate at this point.
We're
And
debating.
right now, I'm asking you a series of questions first before we can get to that point.
Well,
What
I asked the
measurement?
question first, didn't I?
Okay,
So
what
you're
was your
asking a
question?
question after my question.
Perfect. I'd love to
My
answer
question
your
has not
question.
been answered yet.
Let's figure it out. Figure it out. We ain't answered it good enough. Let's hear it. What was that question again?
Yeah.
Straight line.
So do you
We
think
already
that
answered it.
is there a line, a fictional, imaginary line that you can draw from here to the neighbor across the street?
Yeah, it's straight. That's fine.
Okay. And can you do one across from this neighborhood to another neighborhood that might not be connected through a road? Can you draw an imaginary line in your mind?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
love. How did we get to imagination when he said, "Can't you do this?"
Imagination
And then he
land.
said,
Hang
"Don't
on,
you
I have
think so?
actually
Have you
not
done
finished.
this?"
Let me finish, and maybe you guys have a great
Oh, now
point,
we're in
and maybe we could all
dude.
resolve this. I would love to. I just want to
This is
know your
how you.
opinion, really. Right? The roads that we made, we decided there was actually just an open field, and then we made the roads, we made the walls, we made the stuff that blocks. Right? There
Right,
is
right, right.
mountains and there are
There's
things,
one.
but we can move mountains and we can move rocks and
We don't
and,
even have
and
to do
sand
that
and
in imagination.
whatnot.
We can imagine a
And
straight line through all that.
Fuck are you talking about?
so you
Yeah, we
you
can just
can
imagine a
continue
straight
to
line through
go from
all
like
that, going over
straight,
water.
like
It's
from
the
Texas,
edge
you
of
can
the
go
hemisphere.
north, or east or whatever. You could go from
It's
Florida.
like you
You
can
can go
talk.
to you
You
can
can
keep
talk.
going, right?
What in
There
the
is some
world?
conception of going straight that you guys have, right?
And you think that goes around a ball, like it starts bending and going around a ball, right?
No, I'm not
Jason,
saying
you're
it
rumpusing right
goes around a
now.
ball. I'm
Hold
just
on.
saying you keep going. What do you get to?
The
Nobody
other edge of
knows
the hemisphere,
what
like one
what with
edge of the hemisphere versus the other. That's what you do,
Mike.
all the way.
So you get to the other. What is the edge of the hemisphere? What does that mean?
What? Brother, you're asking
You said
hypothetical
you keep
questions.
going.
What
You
happens?
understood the
Watch
California.
concept
this.
of
Yeah,
keeping
if you're
going
in
in a
Florida and then
straight
you went to
line.
Texas and you kept going, you'd be in California.
Okay, you keep going straight in California. You get to Washington. You get to Oregon. You pass all the states, right? You eventually, what do you get to? That's my question.
Water.
Okay, you keep going in the water. You don't go back. You don't turn around. You don't go left. You don't go
Dude,
right.
if
You
you're
go
in
straight.
Florida and went to Texas and then California and Oregon, we're not going straight.
You idiot!
you
I'm talking
understand, my
about
friend.
going straight.
Oh my
What
goodness.
are we talking about then, dude?
I'm bringing the states to give you the concept that there is a
We
straight that you
understand,
conceive
right?
of, right? There is a line
No,
that
that's
you
a
could
Hello,
draw
zigzag.
between two states.
hello.
Dude. Now you want to
Rico.
travel on the water. Now how do you do that?
This is painful.
It is a
Jesus
little
Christ!
bit.
You can track it through the water, through the ocean floor.
We
You
get
can
you.
take a radar and see that you're going
We get
straight
you.
through the ocean floor.
We get you.
There's a mountain in front of
Straight? How
you.
can you
Spicy
There's a
become
mountain
sauce
to the
off.
straight?
left.
Don't you
There's a
got to
mountain to the
curve
right. You
with the ocean
coordinate.
water?
Why is he
What do you
so
mean
Sorry.
good?
straight?
Please don't right now, please.
He just say
You get,
straight. Doesn't he
yeah.
mean curve?
Dude,
I do not mean curved. I mean straight.
Welcome to
You think it's
flat Earth.
Why do you think that it's impossible to go straight? Like I get
Hold
your
on.
idea
you
that
I'm
like
just
trying. I'm
you're
trying. I'm
there might
trying
be
to
the
answer your
concept of
question. You keep.
accidentally through
Why
trying.
do you keep talking?
just shut this idiot up. My God.
Right. We understand the concept that you're trying to talk about going in a straight path, not turning left or right, not accounting for east or west, which would be circles and bring you back to your position. We understand that you understand this as well. When we say that we don't know, it's because no one's done this. This is a hypothetical situation. Nobody navigates like this because everybody uses coordinate systems and cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, which are circles around poles, east and west, north and south being those poles. No one's done this. This isn't how we travel. The answer is we don't know what happens to a place that none of us have never been in your hypothetical situation.
Can I ask him a question? Where's the edge of a ball?
Oh, I don't
Where's
know
the
if
edge of
that's the
your
way we
ball
should
at?
take it.
No, you asked us where the edge of a flat Earth is, and now you understand what we're telling you. Where the fuck is the edge of the ball? Something you can get to, supposedly a magic curve, and then go past it a couple feet. Where's that at? Where's the edge of your ball?
I feel like we should get to the end of this thing before he
So
respawns,
the
though.
ball doesn't have an edge. Nobody can point to the edge of the ball for me. No guy
Come
in
on.
an airplane can point down and say, right there, I'm flying past that dirt and water right there to get to 35,000 feet that way. No glober has an edge. So don't ever ask another flat earther where the fuck the edge is until a glober can find his edge.
He'll probably
Okay.
tell you Seattle.
Yeah, it's something they can't touch or feel or even imagine. The edge of their ball. The thing they're looking for. Isn't it sad they don't have it? Don't ask us for the edge of your ball. Go find it. That would prove your ball.
Oh. Before he respawns on the going straight thing, I think we should wrap that up in a nice little bow because I really don't want to hear this again.
Yeah, it's the surface. The edge of a ball is the surface. You can Google that, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
that's,
what? You're not leaving that ever? You can't get away from it. You're touching it at all times?
but you could dig a hole. Yeah, or you can go
Huh?
really high.
Where's the edge of that circle surface? Like the basketball has a regulation size. If you put it on the ground and you
Yeah.
draw a square around it, that square's on the outside of it. Do you understand? On the edge, past the circle part. Where's that at?
I'm
On Earth.
sorry, I didn't understand your question. There's
I didn't get that at
regulation
all, man.
basketball. It's on the floor. You're drawing the square on the
Yeah,
floor.
the floor's bigger than your basketball. So if I said, "Where's the wall at?" It's not on your basketball. It's past the edge. That fucking way. Every single wall in your room. So now, where's the edge of your ball? Not the edge of your room. Where's the edge of the fucking ball?
Yeah. I'm not understanding the room and the
Yeah,
floor.
The curve where you'd
that
measure
didn't
the
make any
curve where the
sense.
boat goes over. The boat goes around a curve.
Hey,
The
Mark, you're
curve
not
is the
helping right now,
surface.
bro.
The curve is the surface. A surface is the edge he just described. Where is the surface of your ball that way?
The
We want to
surface of
find
the
it.
ball is
Yeah, that
like
way at the
everywhere.
horizon.
Everywhere is the
At the
surface.
horizon. Past the
Wait.
horizon.
Here, let me give you the
You're not
analogy,
helping
right?
right now.
What's the surface of a pear? Where
Who
is the surface?
cares? The
I
end.
know, but I'm
Listen,
saying,
if
where's
you
the edge
hold
of
on,
your
Demark,
ball?
hold on, brother, hold on.
What is the
If
edge
you
of a
can
pear?
just part, hey, dude, I didn't seize the mic for you to talk.
What?
Now, pay attention. If you can claim that the surface of the ball is everywhere without any proof, then we can claim the surface of the earth is flat everywhere without any proof. So now that we've both decided we've got no proof, the only way to arbitrate this situation is to give some proof. Okay, so why don't you prove that your earth is a curved ball, and we'll prove the earth is flat. How about that? Is that fair?
I think that's super fair, but I mean, it's a conceptual. I don't know have any proof, right? It's just like you can think about it, like
Your globe's a
Oh,
concept?
okay.
La La Land.
Well, there we go. So listen, you see, we can actually measure the surface of the earth directly, and so it's not just a concept. So if you have a concept and we have measurements, then we win.
what are your measurements? Tell me about them.
I'll tell you one right now. Do you know what a level is?
What type of level? There's many types of levels.
Okay, a box level. Let's just start with a box level, with a spirit level, and with a spirit vial inside. Very simple,
So,
right?
those?
Yeah. So mine is 8 feet long. Okay.
Okay,
That's my biggest one I got.
Gotcha.
Now that gives me a horizontal. Everywhere I go, it's horizontal. Now, if I
Yeah,
want to
but-
get bigger than my 8 feet, I use a laser transit, right? Or a water level. So water is literally the standard for level. You can validate that with a laser transit. So what you can do is you can take a laser transit, extend the range out to 25 miles, do it on a surface covered in water, which we already know is the benchmark standard for level, prove that it's within the tolerance of flat, and therefore you can apply Pascal's principle in hydrostatic equilibrium to the entire surface of the water, and ipso facto 70% is flat, therefore it's flat. The end.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're measuring the thing that you're giving the assumption about. So you have to have the assumption outside of the thing that you're
No,
measuring.
you don't, dude. No, dude. Do you know how laser transit
Otherwise,
works?
You're just,
No,
you're
it's very
just
simple, dude.
remeasuring the assumption that you already made. So you're going to get whatever
Oh my
you
goodness,
assume.
dude.
You'll get
Wrong.
again.
You're wrong, sir. Let me
If you
explain.
assume it's a triangle, you'll get a triangle, but like that.
You're wrong. You're
Okay, go
wrong.
ahead.
If I take my laser transit and I assume that the ground is flat and level before I actually level my foundation,
okay,
what will happen is I'll go there, I'll shoot my laser from the storyboard, right, to the laser.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
You're
dude.
assuming
Dude, stop talking through me, dude.
I'm just trying to bring something up, but go ahead.
Dude, put it on the bench for now. I'm almost done.
Yeah.
So when I go to the job site, right, I take my laser and I shoot it across. Now, my laser is either going to hit the storyboard or it's not. If the laser hits the storyboard, that means there's not a giant hump of curvature in my foundation plot that I'm planning to dig. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, there you go. Pretty simple, right?
Okay, so the assumption that you're making is that the lake or that the body that you're measuring across is level, right? That the whole
Wrong.
point is that you're trying to find out
Wrong.
whether or
Wrong.
not
That's
it
not
is.
an assumption. No. No, we're
Okay.
not going to go past this point. Let's be
You
clear.
just said that before, though. You
No,
said that.
hold on,
that
dude.
you.
Dude, just hold on.
I haven't
Hold
said
on.
my thing yet, but if
This
you want
is
to say
such an,
another
I
thing,
don't
go ahead.
care. This is such an egregious error that you're not going to be allowed to continue. That's
What error did I make?
I'll tell you. So you can either hear by acquiescence or force. Which one do you prefer?
Okay. I don't know what you
All right,
said, but
acquiescence
go ahead.
you have chosen. Yeah. Acquiescence means you just yield so I can tell you. Okay.
I'm trying
Because
to
of
get you to tell me.
hydrostatic equilibrium and Pascal's principle, the physics of water at rest is a benchmark standard for the definition of the term level. Water is level, period. There's no assumption.
Yeah, that is the assumption. How do you know that water is level?
No, you're
That's
wrong,
the
sir.
question.
You're
That's
so
what we're trying
wrong.
to
It's
answer.
painful. It's painful how wrong you are, dude.
Okay, what is the proof for the fact that water is level? What is the proof?
Dude,
You're saying
it's
it's
literally the
Pascal.
definition of
How
the
did
term, dude. It's
how did
axiomatic
Pascal
that it's
determine
level.
that?
It's a self-evident truth.
Okay, listen,
Yeah,
dude.
the way you giggled when you were
Listen, dude,
faced
I'm
with
going to
that.
help you out. I'm going to help you out since nobody has the time to listen to this waffle. Okay, so the claim on the globe side is that water is the benchmark standard of level, period. However, their claim is that
I
level,
don't think
which is
so.
the benchmark standard of what? Yes, it is. Just stop talking. I'll explain it. On the
Disagree,
globe
but
side,
okay.
it's claimed. There's no disagreeing. This is the ipso facto claim. So
I disagree.
they claim on. Oh my dude, you're so stupid. Just shut your mouth for a second, for goodness sakes. I know this is painful, but we'll get there. Now, the problem with you right now is you're equivocating the term level to mean straight and horizontal. Now, in your own dumb claim on the globe, level is still water surface. However, in the globe claim, that's curved. Now, if level is flat and horizontal, then it's not curved. So the only question is not to deliberate whether water is level or not, because it is, period. It's to deliberate what is meant by level. Is level actually horizontal and flat, or is level a giant curve? That's the question. Now, does that make sense?
You know, that actually did make slightly more sense, but how do you determine whether the level is
Oh, it's
straight or
simple.
curved?
It's simple. It's
Go
very
ahead.
simple. You just use an effective methodology like a laser transit to measure the thing. And if
So
the laser transit is parallel, if you listen, dude, if you do a laser transit over a surface, it tells you the differentiation between the height of the laser and the surface of the ground. If it's parallel, it's flat. If it's not, it's curved. What is so hard to understand?
No, I mean, I think that's super easy to understand, and I think that those measurements show
All
that
right,
it's
perfect.
curved.
We made it there.
No,
Yeah.
no,
So
no.
where do you have such a measurement, dude? Good grief.
Where do I have such a measurement? I think flat earthers repeatedly make these measurements and show it. I mean, I could show you if you want other flat earthers making these measurements.
Oh, dude, what are you gonna do, dude? What are you gonna do? Show Netflix where the guy didn't even use a laser, he used a flashlight, and they didn't validate any of the targets? Are you kidding me?
What the fuck?
I don't have
Try
the
harder, dude.
Where's the 7 degrees that you were talking about earlier? Kevin
I'm sorry?
Bacon? Where's the 7 degrees you were
7
mumbling about
degrees of
earlier?
separation.
Well, the 7 degrees
Well,
you
yeah,
can
but
get from a
hold
shadow,
on, dude.
actually.
Hold on.
You can measure it
Fair
in your own
point.
backyard if you want, if you have a
Fair
tall
point.
building.
However, we're glossing over the real point, which is laser measurements have been done 25 miles over water, 36 miles over land, demonstrating that the laser hits the target at the same height that the laser is, debunking the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, which is a sufficient methodology and a sufficient disproving of the globe Earth. And since water is level and it covers the Earth is flat. The end. It's really that simple. Water's flat, therefore Earth is flat. It's that simple.
I mean, have you done the experiment? I want to do the experiment with you, to be honest. Now,
This
The
is the
So look,
elevation principle is flat.
we can give you a video with a documentary of them doing it. Shows you how they built the laser. They went to 17 different sites and bodies of water. They ended up with the final one being 25 miles. You can also watch the one that's done 36 miles. You can also watch a guy who's a PhD in optics specialty in physics,
Yeah, no, I don't
use a
care about
dual
the
band
credentials.
laser to do
The
it.
credentials I don't care about.
You can also go look up the United States government doing it in Hawaii.
Okay.
So I'm well satisfied with that, plus my knowledge of military equipment, but I don't actually need to do it my actual self. Now, if you need to do it yourself, by all means, go ahead.
Okay. So there are other people who disagree. There are other experiments who disagree who have done presumably
No,
the
there
same
isn't
thing.
that. There's none, dude. There's none.
Okay, so you're
Give
saying
us one
no
right now.
one
No, hold
with a
on a second.
laser.
Hold on a second.
Here you go.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I will
Yeah,
concede.
go ahead.
I will concede. I just gave you 4 or 5 examples. I want you to give me one example
Of what?
of a laser measuring the Earth and showing that it's curved.
Okay, sure. Can you give me a moment?
Yeah, so Netflix, no. Nat Geo with the stupid guy in a wheelchair with a speak and spell for a voice, no.
So why is it that I mean I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems that there's
I already know the stupid excuses, dude. That's the problem. I know all the sources that people bring up. So we're not going to use those two because those have already been thrown in the garbage because they don't have any data and they have spurious evidence. So those have to be
Okay.
tossed out. Now,
How
other than
do
that,
I
if you got a
identify them?
different
Is
one,
there some word that I can use to identify those pieces of data that you don't find legitimate? How can I say, oh, okay, not this one because
oh yeah, the fact that they presented zero evidence of any data at all.
no. I'm
There
just
you
trying to
go.
make sure. I'm just trying. You said one is from Netflix.
Okay, the alleged laser experiment,
I can use to
allegedly,
be like,
from
okay, this was
Netflix,
bullshit.
was a flashlight, and they didn't validate any of the locations. So that's not a laser
Great.
measurement,
Netflix
period. End of
flashlight.
story. So you could take
What's the
that and
other
throw
one?
it in the garbage.
This
The
guy's a spaz.
National Geographic
Okay,
episode
National
with Stephen
Geographic.
Hawking, where he had a bunch of stars and actors come and try to shoot a laser at a boat, and there's so much editing in that video, you literally can prove that they reused the frames. The thing's a joke. They gave absolutely no metrics whatsoever. They didn't even have a single pan shot. It's a joke. So it's not a measurement. Now, if you got something else, I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you'll need also, once you say you have that pinpoint focal dot, you say that little marker right there is showing the drop, right? That very first marker, and you're like, look, there's the drop. That's my evidence. Put another 100 markers behind it. This is what I'm going to ask. And make sure they're all lower than each other. And then we'll be good to go. Don't just stop at saying a dot does something or a dot's proof of something. We need 100 dots with markers, physical, tangible markers that represent the attribute of reality you're trying to fucking convey. Do you have that?
I think yeah, for sure, certainly.
You're very
Cool, I
confident. I
can't
love
write.
it.
Yeah. I'm very confident because there are many other things that I can prove, right? Work.
Really?
I know work. Like
Really?
follow, discernible evidence that
Like what?
A
depend on
million
it.
plumb bobs lined up. Where
Like
would they
what?
start to differ?
Yeah, no, I'm busy looking this thing up. I'll let me
Okay.
get
Thought you had a bunch. Why are you looking them up now?
because I thought you guys wanted experimental evidence that using a laser you could show that the Earth is round.
Okay,
Is
yeah,
that what you
that's
were
what
asking
I
for?
wanted to see.
And when are you going to start being confident?
Confident?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said very confident. So when's that going to start?
I mean, I think I'm very confident now.
I don't think you're mean. You're nice. No, dude, you're being dishonest because when those Nat Geo Netflix damage control pieces were brought up, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yet you vaguely
I literally
referenced
don't.
those things. Yeah, but you vaguely referenced them about 5 minutes earlier when we said, "Where's the evidence of Earth curve?" You said, "Well, haven't many flat earthers gone out to prove the Earth is flat, and we're proven wrong?"
That's a
That was you.
beautiful mocking. Yeah, that is me, and I think there's various
Okay, so
examples
you
of
do
flat
know
earthers
you
being
do know
proven
what those
wrong.
things. You are aware of the damage control then.
I don't know so I haven't seen the videos.
You don't
I
know
just
much,
know
do
that
you,
they're
man?
talked about. What?
Just stop talking, dude. You're in a really, really big hole. Just go and get your evidence and come back.
No, I mean, I'm there's no hole to get into. I'm in a
There is.
Discord server.
Yeah, dude, I'm waiting for you to give me the laser globe measurements.
It's well, it's a little
Discord
hard to
server
do
giggling.
when you guys keep talking to me. But give me a moment, and I'll be with you.
Just put yourself on mute. You don't need to respond.
Oh, we
Yeah,
won't
I
see
mean,
him.
I can respond if people talk to me
We won't see
or
him
ask a question.
anymore.
Go and do your thing.
Next.
All right, man. I've been listening this whole time. I've been listening.
Well done.
And you're a flat earther.
No, I'm saying. So you guys don't know if you could ever reach the edges of the flat Earth.
Bingo.
No, what I can't find, you know what made me a flat earther? I couldn't find the edge of a globe to measure where the curve was. To say, here's the edge, here's the curve, here's a part that's lower than itself. I'm going to measure this little curvy part, like the hill in my backyard that I can definitely measure. Or if you say, hey, guy, can you go find me another portion of the street that's higher than itself? Yeah, the curb. The curb's 8 inches higher than the other port. How did you ever figure that out? Was that impossible? No, I went and measured the difference between the two actual physical things. So if you had Earth curb, you'd have the physical fucking measurement. You can go out and show us, just like Bob at the curb, right? But you can't. Non-existent.
I'm saying, you believe that we can get in airplanes and fly around the globe? I mean, the
No, you
hemisphere.
believe that.
Yes, we believe that you can fly in circles around poles. Yes, east and
Why
west.
can't you fly in a straight line? That's actually a good one because you guys were talking about obstacles before. There's no obstacles when you're flying, right?
You really wasn't
No.
listening. So yes, but the end to the question, the answer is we don't know what happens when you go straight. Hypothetically speaking, because we don't
I'm sorry.
because we don't navigate like this.
And the
Wait a
Globers
minute.
say they don't have an
No,
edge.
but we
Stop
navigate like
laughing
this. What
when
do you
you
mean
got.
we don't navigate like this? What does that
Right,
mean?
I'll explain it to you. So when we
Okay.
navigate, we use a coordinate system, longitude and latitude, and we use north,
Yeah.
south, east, and west. Where east and west are circles around poles, those poles being north and south. So those are circles. So when you say that we can travel in a circle, or travel in a straight line, usually you mean I can go east. East is a circle around north, and you're going to end up where you started from. So that's how you do that on a flat plane. But you're asking something different. What happens when you hypothetically go straight? Well, in any surface, if you were to go straight, you would reach the limitation of that environment. But we don't know what that limitation to the environment is because we don't navigate like just going straight.
But is it not physically possible to get on a plane and go, north of north or south of south, or what I'm trying to say? Like there's ways of not using that
Yeah,
longitudinal
I get
system,
you.
right?
I get you.
Yeah.
But you have to understand that already you're in a hypothetical situation. We don't navigate like this. You're talking about something outside of the navigation. You're talking about something that's outside of the navigational standard, and it's a hypothetical situation. I'm granting you the hypothetical situation, and the answer still stands. We don't know because we haven't done this. We don't do this. This is hypothetical.
Would you like to see that done?
Yeah, it's a great question.
How do you think that would be done? How do you think that would be done? Just so I can understand your perspective, because I don't think I fully do.
Okay, so you're talking about how we would travel straight, but we're going to not use reference systems like east and west and coordinates, longitude and latitude, because they'll be reference to projections and so on. But if you're talking about going straight, like I said, it's a good question. I haven't done this. Maybe you could get in a plane that could be refueled, or go in a boat and try to figure out your way which way is straight. But hypothetically speaking, if I granted you this opportunity, I still don't know what would happen. We're still on a lot of water.
You're gonna end up on the other side, man.
Well, if you go straight.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Wait, is this like a video game where you have invisible walls? There's invisible
This is
walls in
what I
video
told-
games where you
what I
cannot
told
go
you
any
earlier.
further. Is
This
that the same
what
way
I
with the
told
flat
you
Earth?
earlier, my friend.
I do want. I mean, I want to
remember?
know what you think of it, right? Like you're right. You don't know, or maybe I don't know if you're right. Right? Like you think you're right. What I'm gonna say is, what do you think happens? Do you think there's an edge? Do you think of some sort? Do you think that there is a barrier? A huge ice wall? Like I've heard different things. What is your conception of this?
Yeah, any of those.
Oh, what?
It's because I can have multiple speculations because I don't know. Yeah, it could be a barrier of some sort. And then I could go on to describe the barrier in 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways, like you decided to do. So I don't know. I can speculate just as much as you're beginning to.
Invisible walls, like a video game.
Wait, how'd you get to this?
You don't know what's gonna happen if you go over.
Because I've never been there to experience it.
I'm gonna go look for the actual fucking laser thing. I think there's probably like more to do with the atmosphere. It seems, but I'm sure it's been done despite. So give me a moment.
Okay.
I'm saying you said it could be any of those things. A glacier that you can't get over. It could be an invisible wall, a forest.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying there's a limitation to your traveling, even if you're in a plane above the globe. I'm sorry, the hemisphere.
What are you talking about now? You're the one who invoked.
I'm saying if you're in a plane that had enough gas, fuel, you're saying that at some point it's gonna stop, or it's gonna bounce off of a wall. What's it gonna do?
Don't know. How many times do we have to tell you? You're
It's gonna
asking
go
the
in a
question-
circle.
Go in a circle, then you'll end up where you started from. We're talking about going in a straight line, and granting the hypothetical situation of going away from the Earth as we know it to the limitation of the environment. If it's a finite system, and what would happen? You're asking us the question because you're already starting to spout what it could be, what it couldn't be. You're saying this and you're saying that. We're not saying anything because we don't know, but we're guessing as much as you are. How many times do we have to tell you?
I'm not guessing. I told you I was in a plane that went from Cali to Samoa.
All right. I don't know how much of this conversation you should be involved in, dude. We've gone through this multiple times. You don't get it. What the fuck?
Wait, hold up. I'm not the one that's claiming I don't know what's going to happen if I travel beyond that magical boundary that you have in your flat earth. I'm the one that's saying I'm going to go around the globe. I don't know what's going to, what is it, the Bermuda Triangle or something you guys fly into if you went too far straight in the plane? What's going to happen?
This guy's still spiraling?
Yeah, hard.
Spiraling? At least a spiral is in the shape of a sphere. You guys are a completely flat piece of paper that you don't know what happens if you fly off that paper. You know, spiraling is in the shape of a circle, man. You know?
You got in a plane, you flew flat and level to your homeland, I'm assuming, and you came back flat and level. At what point was there a globe involved? You just flew flat and level.
I was in a plane above the Earth's surface, in the atmosphere, in the sky.
Yeah, and you flew flat and level, probably at about 35 or 37,000 feet above sea level.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right.
So just think about it. You flew flat and level over the horizontal plane. Just accept it. That's what happens. That's how we navigate. We navigate flat and level. We aviate flat and level. We measure it flat and level. It's just the way that it is.
You want to know why? Gravity. That's why.
So you just have to have a little magical thing that you have to believe in. Okay, and you think we're crazy. Go ahead and
What
believe in your
what else
magical
do you
thing.
guys call it? Do you not believe in gravity?
Which one?
The
They don't
one
know
where
what
if
it
you
is.
throw something in the air, that thing comes back down to the ground.
Yeah, we all experience that. If you pick something up and it's less dense than the medium that it's in, it could rise, and if it's more dense than the medium that it's in, it could sink.
Most things that we know of on planet Earth fall down to the ground.
Sorry, I was just looking at the clouds. Sorry, what?
Yeah, even the clouds come down in the form of rain.
Yeah, how did they get up there in the first place?
It's condensation, steam.
So they went up. Not everything
And
goes
then it
down.
comes back
Thank you.
down.
That
When
has
it's
nothing to do
time,
with
it comes
the
back
fact that
down.
Earth is measured flat, aviated flat, navigated flat, and practically used as flat.
How do you account for local acceleration and gravity differences in different places?
You don't.
But I mean, they exist. So how do you account for the fact that the acceleration due to gravity changes in what location you're at?
No such thing as gravity acceleration. Fucking pools
So
and
I
gravity.
gave you a measurement device.
Gravity.
What about gas
Right, but I'm giving you a
molecules? They
device
move
that's measured it.
randomly in all directions at high speed.
I just gave you a value or like a measurement tool that was made in the 1830s or 1820s actually for this one. So this is a tool made in the 1820s that measures differences in the local acceleration due to gravity.
Does gravity affect all things or just some things?
All things.
What about gas?
Yes, it
Gas
affects
moves
gas.
freely. No, gas moves randomly in all directions. If something moves randomly in all directions, how does it have a directional bias?
So wait, you're talking about velocity.
No,
It has a
directional
velocity.
bias is
The
dependent on
molecules
mass.
have a velocity. Oh, hey, I thought I'm talking here. You shouldn't interrupt. Velocity. We have a velocity. The things get accelerated in downward towards in the direction of gravity. So you can have a velocity upward while you have an acceleration downward. Right? That can happen. For example, if you throw a ball up, the velocity is an upward trajectory while the gravity is pulling it down. So you can have things affecting a point while and can actually pull down while it's still moving and the velocity is an upward trajectory. So gas molecules work exactly the same way. They have a velocity that's random, but then they have it random because whatever the collisions.
Yeah, you keep talking. Gas molecules don't act like balls when you throw them up in the air. The ball comes back, the gas molecule doesn't. Gases have the power of indefinite expansion, 360 degrees, indefinite angles.
Here, I got a good answer for you. I mean, gravity depends on the mass of the objects, right? It's a function of their mass.
Yes.
So gas has less mass, less affected.
Just don't get it.
Right, the force on gravity. So basically, you're still saying you have a trajectory for these molecules. You haven't.
But
man, I'm so sorry
that
about
doesn't make
that.
sense. The gas has less mass, and so it's less pushed down. Does that not make sense to you guys?
Yeah, we
No,
get it.
gas isn't pushed down. Gas moves randomly. Sorry. I'll be.
Gas is pushed down. Gas is certainly pushed down.
We don't observe this.
We do observe this.
No.
Have you ever bought dry ice?
You're not listening.
I am.
No, you're
Dry
not.
ice
You
isn't
should
in a
just.
gaseous state of matter.
You're going to continue talking about
Yeah,
dry ice.
dry ice,
which isn't what I'm
does
asking or
turns
talking
into a
about.
gas, right? Turns into
I'm
carbon
not-
dioxide,
I'm not
which you
talking
can
about
pour.
I'm not talking about this. Why do you feel that you need to continue spouting this non sequitur? Don't understand. So we're talking about the indefinite expansion of gases, not the relationship between other gases. We're talking about how they move in one direction, and the only thing that changes their direction is a physical interaction with, for example, other gas molecules or something physical like a limitation of the environment, the container. You're saying that gravity, that's mass attracting mass according to you, is affecting the gas, but the gas has got a weak amount of mass, but you're still saying that it's going to be able to change its direction. This is something that we don't observe with gases because gases do expand.
That and dry ice isn't gas. It's CO2 in a different state of matter. Like if you have dry ice and it's sitting on a table, or if you go to a Metallica concert and you see all the dry ice on the stage, does that dry ice stay on the stage? And then once the show's over, some guy with a broom comes over and starts sweeping up all the white puffy smoke, or does it dissipate into the rest of the air?
He doesn't want to speak. I don't even know if he's in the room anymore. But whatever it is, he doesn't want to talk.
It's funny, like in Geo server, I had some dude sending me. He keeps sending me like spam, sending me a video of dry ice in a bowl, and it's like, well, what are you demonstrating with this? The denser stuff's gonna fly off the table and go down, and then what? Like later, I can go get a broom and dustpan and sweep it up in about an hour. No, it's gonna disappear. Where does it go? It fills the room. It takes a little longer to dissipate because it's a denser gas, but it still eventually moves in all directions. Put dry ice in a vacuum chamber, it fills the vacuum chamber.
Why can't you answer the question about the plane going in a straight line?
Well, I did. I just don't know if you have an open enough mind to understand the several answers that have been given to you with great patience, but ad nauseum.
He's not listening.
I know.
He's stuck. He's stuck in.
You
He wants to fly around a ball still. He just wants to fly around a ball. I gotta go in a ball. I gotta go to space. Space is where everything happens. But on the ground, everything's flat and normal. You fly in a plane flat. But when you go to space, everything turns into a fucking ball.
I'm saying if you're in space looking down upon Earth, what part of Earth will you see? The side of it? The bottom of it? What part of it are you going to be looking at?
Always
You're
the
looking at
surface.
now.
Yeah, always the top surface, the floor, the water.
Now, if it's the top surface,
be-
the water, if you were to theoretically fly around that water, what will happen?
He might have a disability or something, and we don't know it.
I'm the one with the. Listen, we're using our imagination right now.
Oh,
if you were
you
in
are.
a spaceship
You
that
are
was
using your
above the Earth, looking
Only
down
you are
upon the
using-
Earth,
Yes.
so are you saying that the ocean of the Earth is all around, your hemisphere?
You go to the beach and point to the island, and your friend can point back at you, and you guys will be pointing approximately
You
at the
keep
same
bringing
height.
this up.
Yeah, because it's flat and level all the way there.
No, it's not, man.
Yes,
Yeah,
man.
Yes, it is. That's how we observe it. That's how we measure it. That's how we practically use it.
Between
So-
here and there, while you're talking, between here and there, no matter the distance, it looks flat. We measure it as flat, and we're going to utilize it the entire way as flat and stationary, no matter the distance.
Oh, so you're saying that your version of flat is a globe?
No, we're saying that our version of flat is horizontal an orientation, mean sea level being perpendicular to vertical.
Globes aren't flat, dude.
Just, I don't know.
Wait, so answer my question about space. If you're in space, theoretically, is it possible to go around your hemisphere?
Space.
Space is
Again,
space.
you're going with your
Your
imaginary
law of
space lane.
thermodynamics violation. It'll never happen. Nobody's been there, and you ain't going there.
Oh, so now you don't believe that we've even sent things into outer space. That makes sense.
Why?
Because you're not on the same reality as I am. In my reality, we traveled all the way out into outer space. In your reality, you've never left the Earth.
Did we?
We, as in mankind.
Okay, so not you.
We, as in mankind.
Yeah, not you. Remember, we started this conversation with you not being able to verify this because you haven't done it. Now you're just declaring that we have, when it's just been a very few amount of people that you could probably count on 1 to 2 hands.
Does that matter?
Yeah, you can't verify this extraordinary claim.
Oh my God.
I
Are you
know
being
it's-
for real?
Yeah, you can't verify this extraordinary claim.
You know, there's a lot of things I won't be able to verify within my lifetime. It doesn't make it not true.
That's awesome, but you can't verify this extraordinary claim.
No.
Huh?
No? You said no?
I can't. No, you can't. You've already declared that you haven't because you haven't been there.
Yeah. I haven't been to space, man.
Yeah, so you
I'm
haven't.
just in outer space. I haven't been out into outer space.
I get you. But you must understand that you haven't, by your admission, verified this claim personally yourself because you've not been there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well done.
Yeah. So, since I haven't been there, it does not exist.
No.
Therefore, since I have not been to Australia, it doesn't exist either.
No, because you don't understand.
What do you mean, no?
Because I'm about to tell you. I said the phrase extraordinary claim. Australia is not an extraordinary claim. The vacuum of space is an extraordinary claim because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have a vacuous space, an uncontained gas pressure, without that gas pressure dispersing into that vacuous space. It's a violation of that law. So it's an extraordinary claim because this space isn't real.
Space isn't real?
Not the vacuum of space in the way that you've been told, no.
I'm not concerned with the vacuum of space, man. I'm concerned with when you look out into the night sky, what are you looking at?
What do you think that you're looking at?
Outer space.
Which is what?
Which is what the universe is comprised of.
And what's it comprised of?
Outer space.
Right,
That's littered with all kinds of planets and stars and moons and things like that. It is the canvas in which God has painted this whole beautiful universe.
Okay. The distance between me and you, what's that comprised of?
Space.
Okay, and what's in that space between me and you?
Stuff.
What's that stuff?
The stuff that apparently you can't go through because there's no straight lines in your world?
Yeah, just answer the question. Let's see if we can, wrench that mind open a little bit more. What's between me and you?
Space and time.
Okay, and what fills that space? We were talking about it
Stuff.
earlier. Yeah, stuff, gas, right?
Gas,
Yeah,
if you want
yeah.
to call it that.
Yeah, which we do. We call gas, oxygen and nitrogen, stuff that we're breathing, the stuff that's between me and you. There's also land between me and you, and there's also water between me and you.
Don't forget about the trees and the buildings and the. Don't forget about that.
Won't forget about that. Now, what's between us, the Earth, and Mars?
Space.
And what's that made of?
Well, I don't know. I haven't been out in space yet.
Okay. So you don't know what space is made out of. Is it made of a liquid?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is it made of a gas?
Perhaps, but it's not oxygen. That's why we can't breathe it.
It's not oxygen. That's why we can't breathe it. Do you know the story that we're told about the vacuum of space?
Yeah, that it's cold out there and we can't breathe unless we have some kind of contraption that helps us breathe.
Why
because there's no atmosphere, there's no oxygen out there.
There we go. We got there in the end. There's no gas. There's nothing physical. There's no trees, like you pointed out. There's no water. There's no rocks. There's no gas. That's why it's called space. Because there's lots of space. You understand that, right?
I think so.
Good. Now, we've got things occupying that space here on Earth. We're going to be talking about the gas that occupies that space. Now, it's impossible to have gas uncontained in one area and it not disperse into a space, an empty space. Gas doesn't do that. Gas expands and fills an available space. So if up there is a space, then the gas that we are breathing would fill that space. In actual fact, we wouldn't be breathing at all because it would never have created pressure.
No, I get what you're saying, but that's why we have the atmosphere, the ozone layer, the stratosphere. These are things that contain our gases within our world.
Dude, all you've pointed out to me are layers of gas. Now, gas doesn't stop gas from expanding. Gas expands. It's not going to stop itself from expanding, the very thing that gas is known for fucking doing.
No, because obviously the gas at the very top of the layer is thick enough to contain the lighter gas in which we breathe.
No.
No, what do you mean no?
Listen, I'll tell you. The top of that layer, above it, is an available volume for the gas to fill. It's not going to press on anything, so it's going to continue to expand.
No, it's because we have gravity that keeps it there.
Dude, I understand that this might be a bit emotional.
I understand you don't believe in gravity.
Dude, we don't have the observation of it affecting gases. You think the reason why?
Did you know what? There's a reason why you blow up a balloon, a rubber balloon with your own air, the gases from your own body, and it just sinks. But if you put helium in there, which is a lighter form of air, it floats.
How did you keep the gas?
A genius.
I mean, I think so. How did you stop the gas from dispersing?
I just told you, man. There's a layer of atmosphere that contains all the stuff that we need here on Earth.
No, you did tell me, but you forgot what you told me. You put the gas inside the balloon, didn't you? Why did you do that?
Oh, with my lungs? Yeah.
No, hold on. Why did you put the gas in the balloon?
Because I wanted to make a balloon.
Oh, God. Would you have been able to keep the gas there if the balloon wasn't there containing the gas?
You tie the balloon at the bottom.
I know.
Into a knot.
I know. And is the balloon the thing that's stopping the gas go away?
The balloon is containing the gas that I put into it with my lungs.
Yes. We get it. So the balloon The physical boundary around the gas containing it is the thing that's stopping the gas from fuck off, right?
No, it's the rubber.
Yeah,
it's
the
that
balloon.
rubber balloon.
Yeah, the
There's
physical
a barrier.
Yeah, the physical barrier. What happens when you take the physical barrier away to the gas? What happens?
Then it goes back into the air. What
Yeah.
was there? Whatever was inside the balloon disperses back into the atmosphere.
I get it. So in the balloon, there was higher pressure. When you broke the balloon, the high pressure left the balloon and went into the lower pressure environment, didn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So that's a law of nature. Now, if this law of nature is true, always in all conditions, which it is, that means that our atmosphere, if it was uncontained from the vacuum of space, would leave and fill the available volume.
Oh. So you're saying the Earth's atmosphere would just spill out into space?
Bingo.
Excuse me. Then how would we breathe? How would we not just be completely sucked without any kind of air, oxygen? How would that happen?
Because
what's keeping the air on planet Earth?
Okay, so do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Gas pressure?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it has something to do with gas and pressure.
Yeah. So we had it in the example of you with your balloon and putting the gas inside a container. By putting the gas inside of a container, by consequence of the amount of gas in this fixed volume pressing on the walls of its container, it's under pressure. It wants to expand, it can't. So therefore, pressure is caused. We're breathing pressure, so we understand that we must have a container, a limiting factor to the volume that the gas resides in.
Under pressure? Yeah, I get it, man. But listen, did you know what's the balloon on the outside of your hemisphere? What's the actual balloon part that's keeping all the pressure, the atmospheric gases and everything in place? What does that look like? Is it opaque or transparent? Or what is it? Some kind of invisible balloon that I'm not seeing that you guys are?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Where's the end of your universe at?
I haven't been out there, man.
Okay.
Can't tell you.
There you go. There's your answer.
I'm saying we've been outside of our atmosphere with space shuttles and satellites.
You know what? You and your motherfucking space shuttles better shut the fuck up already.
You know, we send rockets into outer space too. We've sent a rover out into Mars.
You sent it to
you don't believe that?
You sent NASA to an island in Canada, and they send you pictures. The interns and the new engineers that work on our remote-controlled cars.
Oh, you guys are conspiracy theorists.
No, we have the pictures.
Whoa! So you're comparing the picture that the rover took on Mars to something that's found in Canada?
No, we have the pictures in Canada of the site where they're set up.
Oh, where they set up the fictional Mars that supposedly we got the pictures from?
Yeah,
You're a conspiracy theorist.
Are you having a meltdown?
I'm just figuring out what you guys are.
Oh, yeah, we just give facts, that's all.
Facts? You don't even believe that we went into outer space.
Yeah, because it's impossible. You can't go there.
Impossible?
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Oh my god. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Outer space doesn't exist. We can see it every day.
Was just explained to you by Jedi. why it can't exist. It's a violation of natural laws.
Oh my god. Yo,
You
yo,
cannot
this is crazy.
demonstrate a restriction of a volume of gas without a container. You cannot demonstrate it. All you can do is religiously point at the sky and say, I believe that's what I've been told it is. I believe that entropy is being violated. I believe. Demonstrate
I just told
any
you the
of it.
reason. It's gravity. It's a combination of
I
gravity
don't care
and
about
thick atmospheric
excuses.
pressure.
I don't care about your excuses. I care about demonstration. Demonstrate that to me.
I did
lend it
with the
credence.
balloon example.
Oh, that's a container.
Oh my god. Do you understand why I brought up the balloon?
Yes, but that's a container for gas to fill. You cannot demonstrate gas pressure. That is a demonstration of gas pressure with a container. Or seeking to demonstrate it without one.
I'm saying the container is the upper atmosphere that we have surrounding our globe.
Atmosphere is gas, so the gas is containing itself.
Yeah.
No.
Haven't you ever seen a lighter liquid float on top of a heavier, denser liquid?
Dude.
But not gas. The different properties.
Yeah. Obviously.
This has free expansion.
The reason why it doesn't expand because that atmosphere at the very edge of our globe is thick enough to where it's affected by gravity.
It's also gas. So if that's the case, then it is also a layer of gas which would then expand as gas does to fill the available volume. So you've just circled back to the original problem. You've got gas that's going to fill volume and then more gas that's going to fill volume again. Don't have a rebuttal to this.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what you're trying to say here. You're saying
it's
that
ridiculous.
the atmosphere
The
was
gas
just going
laws and
to
entropy.
it was just,
So the second
you're
law of
saying that it would just
thermodynamics is
disperse into outer
ridiculous.
space. But
It
I'm
would,
saying
if that's what the sky was, it would do that. It can't be that. It can't be that because if that's what it was, the gas surrounding the Earth would fill that available space. Because that's what gas does. It's a fundamental principle of nature, of what gas does. Have laws and equations developed based upon that fact.
No, man.
Yes. You can look it up.
Oh, bro, yeah,
Look
you're
up the.
confused about life,
You can look
man.
up PV equals nRT, right? Pressure, volume, temperature, amount of gas, molecules, that good stuff.
So you're saying all the
Volume.
spacesuits and stuff like that, it's all a facade? They don't need to have the spacesuit out there when they're in space? They could just breathe that stuff?
Not in space. Nobody's in space. It doesn't exist. Whatever
You
is
mean
up
the
there, it's
rockets
not
that we
what they
send
tell us.
out into space are fake?
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing up there. I don't know why they're sending rockets up. I have no idea. But they're definitely not going into a second law of thermodynamics violation area.
Brain rot.
Oh my god. What? So where are those rockets going when they go all the way out there into the outer portions of the atmosphere? Where are they going?
I told you they go into the where you call it Bermuda Triangle as a matter of fact.
I was joking when I said the Bermuda Triangle, man.
That is the area that they shoot them into, and then they go and recover them with the NASA recovery fleet.
Oh my god.
Dude,
my
we don't
God.
talk about the shit unless we got the pictures and videos to prove it.
You don't believe those pictures that they send from outer space?
We don't hold beliefs. This is not a belief genre, right? We're empiricists. What we know to be true. We're not like you that has beliefs about places, for example, that you've never been to, like the vacuum of space.
Man, I just told you I haven't been to Australia. It doesn't mean that it's not there.
Yes, but remember what I told you. Australia isn't an extraordinary claim. The vacuum of space is an extraordinary claim because it violates laws of nature.
No, it's only extraordinary because we can't get there easily like we can get to Australia.
No, it's extraordinary because of what I said. It violates a law of nature.
rot.
Oh my god, bro. I'm saying, fast forward a few hundred years where we're able to travel freely into outer space.
No,
then
we
you'll
can't.
believe in it?
Yeah, do you?
No.
You're done, dude. Your brain is scrambled.
My brain is scrambled?
Yes.
In 100 years, when we develop the wardrobes, we'll all be able to go to Narnia.
Narnia?
I want what do you call those canes, those staffs? I want a big staff with a crystal ball on top. That's going to make me fly.
You can't explain it to these retards. They're literally too stupid to understand anything that you say to them.
Shut up.
Another fool coping again. It's kind of what you do because this guy hasn't really updated on anything. He's already been explained over and over for hours.
You don't believe in outer space?
Yeah, it's a natural law violation, dude. It's impossible.
That is weird, dude. So when you look into the night sky, how do you explain that stuff?
Lights?
The stars and the moons and things like that. What do you?
The government
What
has
is that?
a backdrop over the night sky.
You talking about the lights up there?
Yeah.
The lights? Yeah, that's what I see.
Yeah. Where are those lights?
Up in the sky.
I know that, but I'm saying, how do you explain that? What is that?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Right,
Nobody can
so
explain it. I'm retarded.
what do you mean by what they are? Do you mean
Yeah.
like how we? Hold on.
WHAT THEYARE. What they are? What are they?
I get you. So when we're talking about their actual description, what they intrinsically are, we don't know. We can look at them, we can describe their motion, and we can say that they move. But apart from that, we can only look at them. Can't tell you what they exactly are. Hey.
Do you consider the sun, which is a star, which would be that little light to something out there in outer space? Do you consider the sun a real thing or no?
The sun a real thing? Yeah, the sun is a thing. Yeah, the sun.
Oh, there you go. Now, those little lights that you see out there in outer space, those are also suns.
I get
you. Different planets.
I understand, again, your rhetoric. We were all taught this rhetoric that the
So
star...
the idea is basically you're refusing evidence that we've scientifically found, calling it false so that it's not provable, and that's the claim.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Right.
So
we're on the same page with what we're talking.
So do you remember, because I don't know how long you were around in this conversation, do you remember, and if you do, could you still, man, the argument with regards to the vacuum of space?
I wasn't here for that.
Okay, so it's probably best.
I just didn't want to listen to you guys argue semantics.
Important to understand what we're talking about, dude.
Bro, I just asked you, do you believe that our star, our sun, is real?
He said, yes, he believes it's real. It's a thing. He didn't say it was a star.
Oh, okay. So you don't call it a star. What do you call it?
The sun?
The sun?
Yeah. What is the sun classified as? Scientifically. It's classified as a star.
A light.
It's not a planet.
Scientifically, you say.
It's not a planet. I'm just saying science is just what we use to define what God created, man.
Give me the
This
science
is
for
weird.
that.
This is really weird. You're asking us how we explain these things in the sky, and then you come back and say the sun is
You're
like
not
the stars.
explaining anything, though.
I know, neither's he. He's just coming up with his rhetoric, and you keep interrupting, which is becoming fucking nauseating. Shut up.
Hey, come on, relax, bro. Be cool.
I'm trying to point out what you're doing. So
Maybe
hopefully,
just make your argument instead.
maybe I would. You shut up.
Maybe, relax, bro. Dang, you have to get all bent out of shape about this stuff, man.
You are.
Listen, I'm in shock, man. I'm in the shock zone right now. You guys are used. This is the first time I've heard it.
We're not allowed to be bent out of shape, but you are.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm just in shock. I'm not telling people to shut up and calling them ad hominem stuff, man. I'm just being cool here. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around what you guys believe. It's shocking to me, man.
It's not a belief system.
What do you mean it's not a belief system?
It's not a belief system. We just give you facts.
Facts? You can't even describe what happens beyond that Earth. You don't believe in space.
That's not a belief system. We just give you facts.
Well, hold up.
Chill out, man.
Yo, man, forgive me. Am I speaking too loud here? Let me tone it down a little. I'm saying I'm in complete shock that you really believe this. I feel like I'm in some twisted episode of the Twilight Zone, man.
Let me repeat this one more time for you, so
go
that
ahead.
your retarded hearing can listen real clear.
Now, see, what's up with the ad hom? I'm faster than you. You can't call me that. I'm quicker than you. I'm way faster than you. I can prove it. I'm way faster than you. I can prove it. You can't call me that word because I'm not slow. I'm actually faster than you by multitudes. I'm way quicker than you.
Not a belief system.
It's not a belief system that space is not real? That's a claim that you're making. Space is not real.
No,
You're making a claim.
A claim is saying there's people flying around up there like you. That's a claim.
But we've done that. We've sent the rockets into space already. I'm saying that's proof. We can prove it.
So, dude, it's a negative claim, so you don't have to prove the non-existence of something. If someone claims something to be real or true or exist, then the burden is on them to present the evidence which demonstrates that. Otherwise, I can just clearly dismiss it under Hitchens' razor, you know? Claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I don't need to prove it doesn't exist. I don't need to prove that it does exist. You do.
I just said we sent a rover.
It's just a story you were told. You were just told a story.
Oh my god.
You have no way of authenticating that story at all, whatsoever, in any manner.
Wait, are we living on the same planet Earth where Donald Trump just got elected again as president?
Oh, dear.
Are we living on the same planet? Maybe we're in a different reality here.
It's not a planet.
Oh, sorry. The hemisphere, the snow globe that we're all living in, right?
No, we're not claiming it's a snow globe, my friend. Look, you've only ever experienced a flat, stationary Earth. Right? Without appealing to something that you can never validate, like NASA images, all you experience is a flat, stationary Earth, right? Just to try to bring it back to Earth again, which is the actual topic here, right? If the Earth is a globe, give us the exact size of it, right? So it has to curve at a specific rate over water. Right? There's been countless amounts of long-distance observations and laser tests taken, which we can show you, where we can see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see on a globe. Observations that are impossible on a globe. This is empirical evidence, right? This is evidence that anyone can go and repeat themselves to validate it. You don't have to have faith, right? Like in NASA, right? You could spend a good week or two looking into NASA fakery. You'll definitely, right, be questioning their integrity after a few weeks of looking into their lies. We can actually test Earth curvature. We have, right? We've had teams of field engineers go out with $20,000-$30,000 lasers and shoot them over huge bodies of water, right across the surface of the water, and there should be hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B, but these lasers are hitting their targets.
Yeah, but that's just because the Earth's flat, though. That's why.
Bro, you know, I'm cool with just us having a difference of opinions. I'm cool with that.
Just giving you facts, not opinions.
Facts? Come
Yeah, that
on, man.
wasn't subjective, right? That piece of
Listen,
information.
you don't
Hold
even
on,
believe in outer space, man.
That piece of information wasn't subjective. It was an objective measurement. Doesn't matter how you feel about the measurement. It is what it is. Whether you like the measurement or not, no one cares.
You know, outer space, it also exists, whether you like it or not.
Okay. For you to claim that it exists, you must understand that you are violating the second law of thermodynamics to say that the gas is not increasing in entropy and dispersing into available volume.
I already told you why I believe that it stays on Earth is because of gravity.
Yes, and we understand that this is what you believe. However, for example, you couldn't scientifically demonstrate this.
Yeah, I get it. But you and your lasers can prove that the Earth is flat.
Yes, because they're I'll tell you why. Because they're line of sight targeting systems. They're used to survey the land.
Independently verifiable. Sorry, Joe.
No, you're fine. It is independently verifiable.
Can a
But
laser cut through the atmosphere no matter how thick?
Excuse me?
No.
No. No?
We're gonna talk about the atmosphere again and how it becomes opaque with distance.
There's also the inverse square law of light, which dictates that with distance, the luminosity's intensity is lost, information's lost. So you've got that. Plus, the air most definitely reflects and absorbs light. Gases can do that. So all sorts of problems.
Mm-hmm. Which is why you can't shine a laser straight from California to Samoa.
Yeah, for that 10,000 mile distance that you gave us, being as we tried to tell you that it's 300
It's gonna
miles.
just stop.
Yeah.
It's gonna stop at about 300 kilometers, is what you said.
There we go. Yep, 100%.
You know, have you ever heard of a thing called the speed of light? Do you believe in that?
You know how DJ brought up the laser test over large bodies of water, right? Do you know
No,
what?
wait,
But
are you
wait
gonna
a
ignore
second.
about the speed of light?
Yeah, we've heard about the speed of light.
Okay. You know the planets and the stars way out there in the universe? The reason why we see the lights at night is because it took millions of light years for the light to get to us.
It's every so often you have to interject with your, and I don't mean to be rude, religious doctrine that you have to stand on your soapbox and declare to everybody like we haven't heard the fucking good news. Really weird, dude. I like it though.
I'm saying you don't even have an explanation for those lights in the sky.
Okay, well, tell us that you have an explanation then, based upon your model.
I just told you.
I know.
Those are stars out there in the universe.
I know that
their light took time to reach our eyes out here on planet Earth.
I know that that's what you believe, and you feel that you must declare it from the pulpits and tell us to convert us or save us for some reason. But this is just what you believe. You don't know this.
Okay, I can stand behind that. I can pick that up. Yeah, Fine.
Can
Well,
I show
then
you a long
we're at a
distance
stalemate.
observation?
You believe what you
Castle,
believe, and I believe what I
Castle
believe.
King, Castle King, can I show you a long distance observation that's impossible on a globe? Post it in the side chat. I can explain it to you. You can see it with your own eyes.
Just explain it to me, man. I'm playing a video game here.
Oh,
If you're playing you would have to see it, man. But that's all good if you're playing a
That's
video
why
game.
we're explaining over and over. He's fucking playing games.
I'm playing a video game on PlayStation, man. Just explain it to me.
Let me explain it to you, okay? Right? So let's say you have a 10-mile lake. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, over that 10 miles, you should have 66 foot of drop. Meaning that if you stand on one side of the lake, there's no way you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? So what you can actually do is you can set up a camera at, say, 1 foot off the ground, right, on a tripod. Right? We have amazing super zoom cameras these days. Right? And you can zoom across that lake and you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, which should be hidden, obstructed by 66 foot, well, about 50 something foot of earth curvature from a 1 foot height. 59 foot, I think. So but you can zoom in, right? And you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right? And then you can go to a different lake and you can do another test and do the same thing. You can try it from different heights. These are the types of things that I was trying to show you, right, in the side chat. There's countless amounts of these long-distance observations, laser tests, all sorts of different tests. Right? They're impossible on a globe. So that's what we're talking about with this, like, empirical evidence, right? Tests that anyone can go and do themselves. You don't have to rely on NASA.
What I'm saying is, if it's flat, then if you had a camera a foot above the shoreline and you're looking straight down at the end of that 10-mile lake, you should be able to see at the end of that. No problem.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can zoom in across the lake, right, with the camera, and you can see the shoreline on the other side. You can see even further than that, right? You can go to longer lakes, the camera up even lower and see even further than that, like huge distances, 10, 20, 30 times further than what you would be able to see on a globe.
I get it.
What I was
So you're saying theoretically, if there was no no obstacles in the way, whether it be gases, objects, or whatever, you could see straight from here to China?
No, because we have perspective, right? And it's kind of like, use this as an analogy. Just say you had like a really long hallway. You can only see so far down the hallway because everything will converge into a point. The perspective, right? It will look like the ceiling ramps down and the ground ramps up and the walls ramp in, and it meets in a point of convergence due to your eyes, right? Due to
A
perspective.
focal point. You're talking about focal points.
Yeah, it's called a vanishing point. Yep. And you could pull out, right? Just say you're still in this. Just say you're still in this hallway. Right? You could pull out like a zoom lens and increase your focal length, and then you could see further down that hallway. Like the vanishing point will be further away because you've increased that focal length. Everything, right? You can keep pulling out bigger and bigger lenses and see further and further down that hallway, but all of these lenses still have a point of convergence, right? Because perspective is always there. So it's going to stop how far you can see. And also, like Jedi was talking about, when you're in the real world, right, we have the atmosphere, and the furthest that you can see through the atmosphere is about 200 miles.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying, theoretically, if we could see further, then you would be able to see straight from California to China, according to your belief.
Well, no, because you have, yeah, you have the vanishing point, right? So
Forget about the humans. No, forget about the humans' limited eyesight. I'm just talking about theoretically. If there was a being that had the kind of sight that could see that far, technically, then you could stand on the shore of California and look out and you'll find China.
Yeah, the problem is, right, there's no telescope or anything like that that doesn't have a convergence.
I'm saying, can you use your imagination?
You would have to remove all the atmosphere. Yeah, look, but that's just imagination.
They'll be too small anyway. They'll be too small.
Yeah, because that's another good point, right? We have
They'll be too
an
small.
angular we have angular resolution limitations, right? So if you think about it, right, if you see a jumbo jet, right, a 747 is almost the size of a football field, right? When it's just 7 miles away, 6 or 7 miles up in the air, you can't even really see it. Right? It's like the tiniest little dot. It's like you can only see it on like a really clear day, like a tiny dot. That's just 7 kilometers. I mean, 7 miles away. Right? Think
I
about
get it.
something that's if that plane
Thousands of
was
miles.
yeah, if it was thousands, even if it was double that distance, 14 miles, there's no way you could see it because it's just too small.
Yes. But theoretically, it would still be there, just like the microscopic organisms on our skin, right?
Yeah, look, I get your point and I agree with it, but in reality, right, we have an atmosphere, so we can only see a couple of 100 miles. We have perspective, right, which is going to limit it as well. And we have obstructions. It's just
I
not
get
possible.
that. Remember, I said
to see
remove
that.
stuff,
No, I
and
agree with
let's
you,
just
man.
say, can we just stand on the pier at Santa Monica in California and peer out and just be able to technically see China, even though our eyes can't detect it? Is that what you're saying?
It's horizontally there somewhere, yeah.
But there's a limit to your eye. But as you're saying, across the lake, over 10 miles, there's about 60-foot drop that isn't there, which the globe stated does. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, there is a horizontal line though between you standing in California and pointing at your friend on the island, him pointing back at you. That's pretty much a horizontal line.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you just can't see down there. And when you look through the telescope, it's a glorified version of a magnifying glass. You see what your eyes can see. That image that it can see is what your eyes can see. It just happens to have the ability to magnify the image that you can't with your eyeballs. So you're magnifying the image each time. A wider view, more magnification. Wider view, not necessarily further view. So you're not going to see 8 million miles forward just because you get a bigger fucking telescope. The boat's not ever going to appear till you at a certain point, no matter what telescope you have, because that proves to you you're not that the telescope's not what you think it is. You've been, I mean, I'm sorry to bring that point in, but it's just not. It doesn't do what you think it does.
You know, the telescope, you could see a pretty good view
No,
of the
listen. You
craters
know what
on the moon.
brother? Shut up and listen. A picture. If I take a picture of you in your house, then
Yeah.
I take a magnifying glass over it. That's all a telescope's doing. You're not seeing further. You're not going further out anywhere. You're not seeing it as the future or the past. It's present fucking instances, and you're seeing what you see with your eyeball. Like if you see the hallway, you can see all that. It's all there. It's still all there. Now what you did was magnified it. Now you can see it, which your eyeball couldn't as clear. Right? Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that's the same thing when we look out into the space and look at the moon?
Yes, sir. Well, yeah. The attribute of physics don't stop when you're looking up or
Yeah.
down or around. They just stay the same.
Yeah. So why can't we see China with that same kind of clarity like we can see the craters on the moon if we just
Because
shine that telescope from
no,
Cali to China?
stop. You're thinking about it wrong. You're thinking the moon is still far away.
It is
Now,
far
what if
away.
it's not? No, stop.
It's farther than China.
Brother, how do you know
Hold on
that?
1 second. Hold on 1 second. He's look when you're looking up, man, right? The atmosphere gets less dense,
Thinner?
right? When you're looking up, right? There's not much atmosphere between you and what you're looking at, right? Because you're not looking forward. When you're looking forward, you're looking through all of the density of the atmosphere, right? There's more density when you're looking forward across the Earth, right? So you can't see as far. When you're looking up, you're not looking through as much.
No, the reason why we can see the moon is because it's so damn big.
Well, it's actually pretty small. We only see it small, right? We see the sun and the moon appear the same.
Yeah,
sky,
because for the same
rise
reason
in
why the
sky.
plane looks
You can
in the
reach
air.
out your thumb. You can stretch out your arm, and you
Oh
can
my
put
God.
your thumb out and block the moon
Oh,
with your
dude.
thumb.
It's the same
Tiny
reason why
little-
the plane looks small in the air. The moon is that big. It's that far away, though.
Yeah, but we can't tell exactly how big and how far away it is. We just see what we see.
Oh my God, yo.
It looks small, but we don't know. I'm not saying it's small. I'm saying we can't tell how far away it is and what size it is exactly, right? Once again, you're trying to talk about the the sky again. We're trying to talk about the Earth because we can actually test the Earth. Right? With the
Right.
sky, it just comes to guesswork. Having
How
to
do you
believe
prove
the government.
how do you prove how far a telescope can see?
Usually they have specs. Look, I just looked it up. The moon, the distance from the moon and the Earth is 238,900.
It's a made up number.
Yeah, how would you prove that?
They've sent stuff out there, man.
No, that's made up.
See, that's why we can't agree, because we don't agree on the same things.
So if you throw a basketball, that means you just know how big the court is because you threw the basketball out somewhere? Are you kidding?
You have to measure it, obviously.
So how did you
Yeah.
measure from here to the sun? Go ahead.
They sent the rocket out there.
Oh,
rockets brother.
Look, man, that's something that you can't confirm. You can't confirm. The
Hey,
moon landing
Demok, you
footage
actually
yourself.
could measure the basketball court by throwing a basketball.
To the moon, smartass? Let me see you do it. Get a tape measure to the moon right now.
A tape measure? Obviously,
the
they didn't
moon.
use a tape measure when they flew that rocket
that's how
out
you
there.
make sure. That's how you
Oh
prove
my
the distance.
god,
You don't
bro! Are
shoot a
you
bullet.
serious?
You should watch a couple of the moon landing fakery documentaries. They're pretty good, right? They're not even
I'm
made
sure
by flat
they've.
earthers.
I'm sure people have faked it before, but I'm also sure that they've
So how do
actually
you
done
prove
it
it,
before
not fake
too.
it? It's easy to fake stuff. How do you prove it? That's the hard part, right? For all
Oh
you
god,
fuckers.
proof.
No, not
All it
God.
comes
Why do you
down
keep
to
bringing
whether your
God into this?
brain. Huh? I didn't say
Why do you
God. I
keep
said
bringing? So you believe, you cry, you can't prove nothing, and that's all the evidence of a globe. Weird.
no, man.
How do you
I'm saying,
demonstrate 238,000 miles where? What the fuck's that look like, and how do you know that? What's your scale?
obviously they're using
No,
some form of
obviously you
measurement.
don't have a clue. What's their
They
scale?
look. I'm not a scientist. I'm an
Brother,
artist.
go look the reference up the same way you do everything else, stupid. Same way you looked up 238,000 or 24,901
Listen, you
or
don't have to call me
1,036.
stupid. I'm smarter than you, buddy.
Yeah, said the candle
I
was a
am. I
dog.
can prove it right now.
Yeah, I know candle
I
wax.
can prove it.
Look,
yeah, you're
hold on a
smart as
second.
candle
Just
wax.
let's keep from both sides. Let's keep the conversation respectful, right?
Yeah, don't call me stupid. I'm smarter
Yeah,
than you,
well, how do
buddy.
you prove 238,000 miles? That's a stupid ass amount of
Listen,
distance.
I told you I'm not a scientist. I'm an artist.
So you have no clue. You just believe like a
No,
pope.
I have a clue.
A clue on parroting?
No, I'm saying I can look this stuff up if I choose to.
You mean parrot somebody else's religious doctrine in a book?
Isn't that what you're doing? Someone tell you about flat Earth.
No, I
You
didn't.
believed
No,
it.
I didn't look in a book to measure water.
You weren't born
I
into
go
this world and
outside and
believed that
measure
the
the
Earth was
water.
flat.
I went
Someone
outside
taught
and
you about
measured it.
this.
You go
You
measure
were
it.
born into this world believing the Earth was flat.
No.
Yes.
They had to try
Look,
to
man,
convince you.
all you've ever experienced is a flat stationary Earth, right? When you go out, you've never seen any curvature yourself. Right? You just believe
It's
it
because I'm too
we're all
small
taught
to observe it.
Yeah, but look, man, but then again,
It's
in the
like
next
the ant
sentence,
was
people say
traveling.
they can see
The
ships.
ant can't observe, that it's
Dude, I
traveling on
just
the flat
explained to
surface.
you. Most people
Today we
aren't
all
aware
just
of
asked
this,
Santa if the
but
Earth
there's
is really
66
flat.
foot of drop. There's 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, man.
I'm gonna ask Santa Claus if the Earth is flat. Or can we talk about if
So the base reality, right? The starting point, and it's not proof that the Earth's flat, but everyone's reality is to experience a flat stationary Earth, right? It's common sense that water needs a container, and when there's no other forces acting on the surface of the water is flat, right? If you see a lake, there's no wind, big lake, it's like a mirror. It's like a perfect mirror, right? You can have a specular reflection. You need a flat surface to have a specular reflection. Right? If the Earth's a globe, it has to curve at a specific rate. And we've gone out, we've tested it, and we can't find any curvature. And we can't find any curvature measured or detected from anyone throughout all of history. On the globe side as well.
No, that's not true. You told me earlier that you haven't even been to the boundaries of your flat Earth.
Don't need
We
to.
don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, my friend. We're not claiming to know that. right? The globe side claims a shape. We're testing that claim. It doesn't match reality, right? It's just
Wait a minute.
it's a theoretical mathematical model that everyone was taught from a young age, and most people have just blindly believed it. They've never had a reason to question it. But we're going out and testing it, and it fails every test.
In your model, is the Earth the center of the universe?
The Earth is a contained system.
No, answer my question.
We can.
Does the universe revolve around the Earth?
No. The universe, as you've been taught in the heliocentric model, is not compatible. What we're talking about here, right? You've been taught a model from a young age, right? There's no outer space like you've been taught. We live in a contained system, just like every ancient culture believed, right? They all depicted a contained system with a flat surface, right? You can think of it like a topographical plane, right? We have hills, mountains, valleys, but they tell us that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, right? And water over vast distances measures flat. Water also needs a container. You can't have water sticking to the outside of the globe.
I'd rather say that Earth is one of the components which makes up so the surface that we live on is one of the components which poses, is of the universe. It makes up part of the universe. So it's not a separate thing from the universe. It's not like Earth is inside the universe. For all intents and purposes, it's part of the universe that you experience. You can't experience it from any other sort of vantage point.
I
You
think
can go
I'm
up a fair
starting
way,
to
but
get it. I think I'm starting to understand.
The
So
only
you
realm.
think? So this is what you
You're
think?
the universe,
Hold
brother.
on, just hold on, Demok, let the guy
Yeah, go ahead.
talk.
So you think when we look into the night sky, that's just a part of Earth?
What we're seeing, right, is lights in the sky, and they move in patterns, right? All the stars circle around Polaris star, right? And each year they pretty much reset back into the same positions. If you take time-lapse photography, they do perfect circles around the North Star, right? The planets, which used to be called wandering stars, they do the same thing, but they move in their own paths, separate to the stars. And then the sun and the moon also do the same thing.
Wait a minute.
Right? They rise in
What
the east.
planets?
The planets that we see in the sky, right? Call them what you want. Planet, right? It used to be called by the ancients wandering stars, right? Because they do the same thing as the stars. They move in cycles, reset. Meanwhile, on the globe, they're telling you, right, that you're spinning at 1,040 miles per hour. Right? You're rotating around the sun. You're orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour, and the whole system's moving sideways at 1.3 million miles per hour, right? You never, ever return to the same spot in the universe, right? But the stars in the sky do perfect circles around Polaris and reset back into the same positions each year. Doesn't make sense. We're not claiming to know exactly what we're looking at, but everyone observes the same thing. Whether you believe it's a globe or a flat Earth, we just observe what we observe in the sky. Like, we admit that we can't validate the things in the sky. But what we can do is check if the Earth's a globe, because it has to have curvature. When we go out in reality and test for the curvature, we can't find any. This isn't just a few tests. There's like countless amounts of laser tests.
But have you used a rocket ship?
No,
Rocket
because he's backing
ships-
rockets again. My God.
The highest amateur rocket launch is only around 300,000 feet high.
430.
300,
So you don't
350,000
believe we've
feet.
even cracked our atmosphere, the stratosphere?
Just
You
try
don't
to stick
believe
with
we've
things that we can
traveled
validate.
outside of our own atmosphere?
No,
But even in
outside
the
of our own.
mainstream, last thing, and not someone else.
No, you got it.
Even
This
in the
guy
globe,
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
even in the globe, they say only 25 people or something like that have ever left low Earth orbit, right? And that was over 50 years ago. And then when they interviewed the NASA astronaut Don Pettit, right? He said he'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but he claims that NASA destroyed the technology to go back to the moon, and that's the reason they can't go back to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build back that technology. Crazy excuse, isn't it?
You mean Elon Musk, when he sent that car into Mars, he didn't do it?
It was a TV show, dude.
No. I mean,
Elon
if you're
Musk
talking,
himself said, we know it's real because it looks so fake. Right? If you have a look into that footage, there's heaps of glitches. Right? They put there's footage of that car in a big studio with big green screens around, studio lights. Right? That footage looks absolutely ridiculous. There's so many problems with that footage. Right? If you were having a look at the side chat, which you're not, I could show you heaps of stuff about that. But yeah, that's one of the worst fakeries I've seen.
It was faked. All of these rocket launches are fake.
Man, the tires in the vacuum of the space. Do you get it? Tires.
Hold on, Sasha. No, he does not get that much. So yeah, all that shit from space is fake. People launching rockets over the ocean, people do that because they go out and collect them with the NASA recovery ships. So there you go. Rockets go up, they land in the ocean. People show shit on TV of space, and then you believe it. That's how it works.
Why would they fake something like that?
So you would believe it.
Why would they go to the trouble of faking a camera angle from space to show the Earth?
You believe it.
Why? What does it benefit them if I believe that the Earth is round?
You'll believe everything else they say. When they tell you to wear a mask, you're going to go run and wear a mask.
Is that what this is about?
But being deceived.
All of this comes back down to vaccines?
Yep, it's all deception for you. You can believe you live on a ball flying through space with aliens flying in spaceships. That's all for your imagination. None of it's real.
Also, that there's a lot of people, right? A lot of people, and they all have propensities, tendencies, and some of them are really smart. Some of them are really dangerously dumb. You got to control these people somehow, right? What better way than to dictate their worldview to them so that they don't ask further questions about their reality and they just go on supporting whatever system you want to set up and whatever infrastructure you want set up.
Just because a man believes in outer space doesn't mean that he's going to believe everything that you say to him.
Yeah, pretty much it
But
does.
there's a multitude of reasons, potential reasons, right? There's a multitude of potential reasons as to why they would present a reality to you and tell you it's real, despite you not ever observing or experiencing that firsthand. And one of them is that they claim to provide you services via this so-called supposed reality. Services which you utilize methods which you can't utilize. Right? You can't do any of those things that they're claiming to do in order to provide you a service or a product, right? And what better way than to stop you from trying to achieve the same, service independently or create competition, providing a similar service, than by doing it in a way that you can't. You can't verify the authenticity of it.
You think it's all about control?
Money, power. Some people say that it has, spiritual implications. Even that it's all speculation. You can't prove any of it, right? But you can conceive of reasons why, right? You can at least conceive of reasons why. If it's conceivable to you that a government or an authority or a group that has power can deceive you and can lie to you and can manipulate you, right, like they do and have done, then, it's not beyond the realm of possibility, right?
Yeah. People lie to each other all the
Especially
time.
when we have empirical evidence that the reality they're presenting to you on TV and in books and that isn't detectable, isn't measurable, isn't observable. It's none of that, right?
I'm saying I'm confused because you don't want to believe what people tell you, yet you don't even know what happens if you go too far north or too far south or
That's
east
why
or
we have
west.
that's why we have standards, right? We have standards of authentication and verifiability. So if someone presents a claim to me, says something to be real, something to be true, right? I will question it as in regards to this. Can I independently verify this, or has somebody else independently verified this? Is it at least verifiable? Is it possible that I can go out and test this for myself, right? If not, I can't even begin to lend it credence, and can't even begin to entertain the notion.
I'm saying you're willing to believe what you believe about not being able to go far enough north or south, but yet you haven't done it.
Hold on,
You haven't gone in a plane and traveled beyond the North Pole.
dude. Again, it's like you haven't listened to the answers that we've given you, especially
I'm
with
saying
regards to why.
that's what you did to me. You said, "Have you been to outer space, Castle?" And I said, "No." And then you said, "Well, then why should you believe it?" And I'm asking you, have you been on a plane to go beyond the North Pole? And then you say no.
What does that have to do with anything?
First of
Why
all,
does he believe that it just stops right there then?
What, at the North Pole?
Someone told you that it does.
No, if we're going to talk about the definition of what the North Pole is, that's the ground position underneath a star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underneath the star.
Yes, that's how it's defined.
That would be geographical North Pole.
You've heard of the North Star, right?
Oh yeah.
Good. So directly underneath that, on the surface of the Earth, is the geographical position of the North Star.
Yeah.
Okay. You understand this, right?
I think
Very
so.
simple. Yeah, very, very simple to understand. Now, if you're asking what's beyond this, that's just a geographical point that we call north. East and west are circles around poles, aren't they? You must understand this.
Circles around the
North.
poles.
Yeah,
North.
north. So east and west are circles around north.
Circles around north.
Yeah.
Your compass points north, so if you turn, your compass always points north. East and west are circles around north.
Okay. I think I can get with that.
Good. So when you ask us what's beyond north, right, north is a point that you circle around east and west. It's like asking us what's beyond south. South is a point with a rotation in the sky where east and west are circles around that point. They're circles. East and west are circles around poles.
You're describing a sphere.
No,
Yeah.
I'm describing rotation in the sky.
You're describing
No.
what it would be like if you were moving on the surface of a sphere and what you would see.
No.
That's what you're
What I'm
describing.
doing
In
is
perfect English, that's exactly what you describe.
No, I'm describing two poles. And
Yeah.
circles around those two poles, whether they be clockwise or counterclockwise, and how we would describe them with regards to relative directions on a coordinate system, north, south, east, and west. East and west are circles around poles. Not describing a sphere.
Don't conflate the celestial sphere with a terrestrial one, Globers.
Definitely don't do that.
Wow. Yeah. This is whew. So from California, if I go north, I'm eventually gonna reach where?
North. You go north if you go from California.
You'll hit north.
Yeah.
What's up there in north?
Old.
It's an ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And ocean has the sea level.
You're not going to be able to deal with him like that, Sasha. He's already on verge of exploding.
So he wants to fly over curved surface, but there is no curved surface. There is only flat surface.
No,
He already said he flies over a flat plane. When he's in an airplane, it's flat and level. He already said that.
Sasha, you have to make it really easy for him because if he travels north, he doesn't know that he's traveling north. He has to ask somebody. He might have a compass in hand, a map, GPS, whatever. All of it telling him he's going north, and he has to stop what he's doing and ask you, what direction am I going? That's where you're at. That's where you're at with him. You're at. He's got to let, like, he doesn't know if he does something, he's doing that. He's confused, very confused, that if he travels north, he's not sure what direction he's going.
Because they have a sphere grid in the mind, and they want to project some kind of map of the flat map or something. That's why they are confused.
Can I ask, if just so that we can be not confused, do you think that like the planet is like infinite then, or something, or what?
No, they don't think anything about planets. They think only about the surface of the Earth.
So is the surface of the Earth infinite, or what?
There is no such a thing like infinite. Can you tell me something, whatever you want to choose, how you will know that something is infinite?
Have you been to the edge?
How you will know that something is infinite?
Well, I mean, if we go around it and we come back to like the same thing again, we might be going in a circle or something.
That means that
that's
it's finite and not infinite.
Yeah, but that it wouldn't be technically infinite.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like,
as an
I don't know, man.
example.
I don't know how you're verifying anything that you're saying, to be honest. But
Yeah, because that question is sorry to say stupid. You cannot ask for infinity because nobody can prove the infinity.
so I don't know, like, what you're trying to say about like how do you know if it's flat then?
The surface of the water measures flat.
So
it's flat.
So if surface of the water, that means all ocean doesn't curve. What that telling you?
Does light bend?
Oh my god.
Does water bend? Does water bend?
Yeah. Does water bend light by any chance?
Can you show me the example in reality where water is bending?
What's going on?
Yeah, you can do it when you get like an electrical current through like a metal thing, and you put it close to the water, and it'll bend the water.
Metal thing.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you a big body of the water, like an ocean. You know, because of the curvature of the Earth, because Earth is a sphere.
I'm just saying it's possible to bend the water. Yeah.
No, I'm asking you for the sphere, for that real curve, not for the.
I'm trying to understand your worldview. Convince me. I want to. I want to learn.
Okay, understand my
I want to know
worldview.
how. I want to know how what your conception is of like how it works.
It's flat.
Okay,
It's stationary.
I go outside to measure the surface of the water. I see 10 miles of the flat surface, and I'm saying there is the 10 miles of the flat surface. That's how I perceive the world.
Did you do that?
Yeah.
You did it yourself. You measured it with lasers and stuff.
Yeah, I was this year in Croatia, Adriatic Sea. There is a Zadar town. Across that town, there is at least 50 islands.
Okay, hold up, Sasha. Let him get a chance to process this and come up with some kind of measured response. If he didn't understand it, you can go over it again.
Okay, so it's measured flat. So like, I just want to know like, if it's flat,
It's not a planet.
what does that look like? What does that look like in like?
And it's not a planet, is it?
Well, what is it then?
Earth.
Okay, so like, what is that then? It's just a flat place. Like, what is it?
We live on it. The land and oceans are flat, and there's mountains and shit in between, and that's where we live. We breathe air.
It's undefined, the limitations of the Earth. All we know is we live on the land that pokes out of the water. That's the oceans and stuff. But we don't know the oceans stop.
So when like they did all the plane routes and stuff around the world, like what were they doing with all that then?
That was fake, bro.
All of that was just fake.
Going straight lines. Who's coping in here?
I know. I'm seriously trying to figure out like how this all works together with the world that I'm living in. Like when they, because obviously we've got airlines and stuff.
Yeah, when
they're
you're
flying around the
air-
world,
when you fly-
it seems
when you
like
fly
they've mapped
an
out the
airplane-
world. Like, how come they
fly
didn't
in
figure
an
out where
airplane-
the end of it was?
Yeah, when you fly in an airplane, do you fly in a curve or do you fly to the next airport?
Well, could it be like a perception thing?
No, it's a map and cartography thing. Navigation thing. Depending on the coordinate system that you use for your reference. It's going to depend on how the lines appear on any map. But
How are they predicting that then?
If we're specifically going to talk about how we measure these things, then all of the measurements for reference
I
are going
didn't
to
ask about
require.
measurements. I was just talking about like when they're riding, when they've set up all the airlines all over the place. They're going around the world. They've kind of mapped out in some way. How come they haven't found the edge then? If they've done all that kind of stuff, is there just more that we haven't
Holy
seen,
fuck.
or what?
Who said anything? You said you're trying to understand.
Yeah.
Where did you pull edge out of anything
I didn't say.
anyone has
Well,
said?
whatever. I don't know. Maybe there's not an
Okay,
edge. I'm just saying
hold
that,
on.
like, well, how?
How
but
the
how come?
fuck did you get edge out of anything anyone has said? Explain
Well,
that for me.
How come if they like go in a straight line in one direction, if they went from like London in a straight line in one direction, let's just say east for ease, and they just went in that direction, or like without turning whatsoever,
He just contradicted
in
himself.
a perfect line, would they then, if they come back to if they come back to London but from the other side, what would that mean?
Go east without turning.
What would that mean?
You said
All
go
right.
east without turning. You don't know what you're talking about.
All right, I explained this earlier to someone else, and I'll explain it to you. You kind of semi-contradicted yourself, and you probably didn't realise that you had, because you spoke about travelling in a straight line, but going, for example, east. Now, east and west, that's circles around poles, around points. We call these points north and south. And east or west are either clockwise or counterclockwise rotations around these. So depending on which one you're rotating, you're going east or west, clockwise or counterclockwise. That's circles. So when you travel in this eastward fashion in a circle, you're going to end up where you started from, but you haven't travelled straight.
So then I would have been going around a curve, you mean?
No, you would have been travelling around in a circle. You understand what north, south, east and west are?
Are spheres like circles on the outside, where if you travelled around them? Like on their surface?
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, the surface. I'm trying to get you to understand what east and west and north and south are.
Yeah, no, I understand what they are.
Okay, so you will understand then, you don't require a curved surface to travel around in.
But it's a circle.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean curved surface. That means circle around a point. You know what a compass is, right? In actual fact, you know what both types of compass are? The ones that you navigate with and the ones that you draw circles with. Now, the ones that you draw circles with, if you could imagine where you put the pin, we'll call that north. And if you were to draw in one direction, let's say from right to left, we'll call this east. And that will be a circle around north.
Wouldn't that imply a spherical shape?
No, we've just drawn a circle around north.
Yeah, because if north was on a ball and you drew a circle underneath, like the pole, like the top of a ball, then like you would get the same effect.
Okay, so the same effect. So it doesn't necessitate ball.
What does it necessitate then?
You have to understand what it is first. It's just a circle around a point. Now you can draw this circle probably on any surface.
Okay.
To measure it, you're going to require a horizontal plane because that's what these are. They're horizontal bearings. But when you say that we travel around in circles, it's not a straight line. It's a circle. It's east around a point, north or south.
Okay.
So you're not walking straight then? That's this point. It's a circle. You walk around in a circle. No ball.
Now, if you want to escape this matrix of always going east and west and ended up where you fucking started from, then yes, you would go straight, knowing that east and west are circular paths. If you were to go straight, hypothetically speaking, if there was a limitation to the Earth, you would reach it, because logically that's what would happen. But we don't know what happens when you get there. We've only just figured out that east and west are circles around north, and we've been trapped in this paradigm for ages. No one does this type of navigation. No one goes straight.
Well, how would? Well, technically, don't rockets go straight? Because I went to go just straight up rather than like across, like aeroplanes do.
No, technically they don't when we observe them. They fly in parabolic curves.
Yeah, I guess there's maybe like a physics thing as to how they have to get it to work that way, so that they go out of the, or at least supposedly they're meant to go outside the stratosphere.
No, because they go up and then they run out of gasoline and then they fall into the ocean.
Okay, well, I don't know. Like, so, like, how would we go about actually testing for this then?
Testing for what?
Like you said that we're in this matrix of like this thing, so like, and nobody's doing this kind of research. But like, what is the research that they should be doing then? Like, where should they be looking to find the? Because to me, it seems like if north is the place where all the ice is and whatever, and that's the point around north that we're circling around, well, south would be the thing to investigate then, surely.
South is pretty much the same as the north. It just has an opposite rotation because it's defined by a celestial rotation point. And how it's represented with the ground that it circles overhead, known as its ground position.
Don't you think all this verbiage of like circle and everything, like it still just starts to imply, like every time you're saying it to me, it just implies like a kind of domed or curved surface that we're on.
No, it implies a horizontal.
Everything's turning and stuff.
Yeah, everything but not the Earth. And you're referencing these objects and the way that they move using horizontal references and horizontal elevation angle measurements, requiring for you to measure any of these rotations in the sky for the Earth to be horizontal underneath. We're just pointing out to you that the rotation points, why we go in circles, is because of the rotation in the sky, or rotations, north and south, and what east and west are relative to north and south.
All right, so like when eclipses happen and stuff, what's that about then?
Which ones?
Well, like ones where it appears that like the Earth is overshadowing the moon, I don't know which ones they are.
Lunar eclipses.
Lunar eclipses, right? Yeah. So like, what's going on with that then?
Don't know.
You didn't take any inferences from that.
I don't know. I have no answer to what is causing that phenomena in the sky.
Why don't you just look it up?
Sorry, I know your answer, but that involves a ball in syzygy with the sun and the moon.
Don't use big words.
It's
Sorry.
yeah, the
Earth
globe's
in
been
between the sun and the moon.
disqualified, so that's
You gotta
not the correct answer.
You gotta say ball lined up, ball for that one.
Yeah.
Someone's snoring.
This is weird.
Well, join a different chat and check out what else
Have
is
you never
weird
been
out
in
there.
here before?
No, this is my first day in here.
How did you find this room?
I'm an OG from politics. I can read. I went down the line of rooms to join and I saw this. And it said, you know what? Today's the day. I've always been curious about this room, but I've never been in there. Let me see. And here I am.
And
4 hours later.
Do you regret it
What
now?
did you find? What did you find out?
I found out that you guys don't believe in outer space. You don't
Did
believe
you
we've
find out
ever.
anything? Did you find out anything about the measuring surface?
No.
People don't believe in outer space.
Oh,
Does that make them
do you want to find out something about
hold on,
measuring
Sasha.
surface?
Sasha, hold on. When people don't believe in outer space, does that make them crazy?
No.
Oh, what does it make them? Realists?
Ignorant?
Whoa, how do you get ignorant out of that?
It means that you don't know any better.
We use science to prove it.
Science? That's exactly what we use to prove that there's outer space.
No, that's whatever that Imaginarium at Disney, whoever produces that shit, they're the ones that doing it for you.
When I look into the night sky, I'm just imagining things. Those lights.
No.
Well, you could use imagination. Where do you come up with that then? Like, so you look at the sky and begin to imagine. What's your logical conclusion?
That there's other places that are similar to the Earth and to the Sun and to the Moon, but they're far away, out in a thing called outer space.
Okay, then what happens? What's step 2?
The light that travels from those places eventually gets to Earth so that I can see it.
Okay, that's still step 1. Then step 2, you're imagining other places with other people.
Oh, I don't know about people. I didn't say about anything about life forms. I just believe that there's other heavenly bodies out there, spherical in nature, that look like Earth.
It looks like Earth now, so you have seen what they look like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm saying this is what I've only seen in the, the books and the